Hello and welcome in for everybody joining on YouTube. I really appreciate you so much for being here alongside the 4,000 people that have already tuned on TikTok. I appreciate you for being here as well. We have so much to go over, so welcome into the 343rd episode of the Dean Withers Show. If you've never been here before, we debate Trump supporters because Trump is the worst president of our lives. We try to convince them to hop off the MAGA train because it is running into the ground. Now, every day we also like to go over the breaking news, and today's breaking news is kind of insane. Now, before we get into it, I do want to preface that as I have faced many days in the past, today I'm once again facing allergies that are requiring I blow my nose every so often. And when I do that, I'll be turning my camera off, leaning off to the side. So expect that in advance. I apologize for when that will happen. Unfortunately, it's just going to kind of be unnecessary. There's nothing I could do to prevent allergies beyond taking my allergy pills, right? But anyways, here's the breaking news. We're at war. We're at war with Iran. Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu with Israel have declared war on Iran. Last night at around 1 a.m. my time, 8 a.m. local in Iran, we launched various and multiple missile strikes against their capital. Now, one of these missile strikes, according to The Guardian and Al Jazeera, hit an Iranian girls' middle school and killed upwards of 80 children. Another one of these strikes hit one of the Supreme Leader's underground bunkers, one of their underground facilities, and according to Trump and Israel, killed their Supreme Leader on top of many other government officials. So what is Iran's response to all of this? First and foremost, they deny that Trump killed their Supreme Leader. They're probably lying. Second of all, they are saying that America and Israel will face great consequences. And third of all, they have, in response, hit retaliatory strikes in Kuwait, in Qatar, in the UAE, and Saudi Arabia, and one more country that I have written down. Do give me one moment here. Bahrain. And then the strikes specifically in Bahrain, okay, were targeted against a U.S. naval base. That's all that we know for now. There are issues, warnings being issued by the UAE saying that now they might make a strike against Iran because the Iranian strike on the UAE did kill one UAE citizen. Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world in Saudi Arabia and Dubai, is now being evacuated. It's under lockdown because of missile strikes in Dubai. People in Qatar are in lockdown, are very scared. There's been missiles going off all day long. And then fourth point here, this is now being celebrated by disproportionately younger Americans on the right. Now, there is a reason why the older Americans know that this is a bad thing. There is a reason why the older Americans, even on the right, are condemning the Trump administration for this. And there's also a reason why right now on TikTok, there's a bunch of 15 through 20-year-old Trump-supporting boys, for the most part, saying W Trump. That's because we've already been through this. We've already been through the forever wars in the Middle East. We've already been through the regime changes. We've already been through the instability. We've already been through the loss of lives of hundreds of thousands. Even Charlie Kirk is condemning what happened today. Now, of course, Charlie Kirk is dead, but I am going to go ahead and read you all a statement made by Charlie Kirk last July. Charlie Kirk said this on Twitter. Regime change in Iran will result in bloody civil war, killing hundreds of thousands and creating another massive Muslim refugee crisis. Toppling a leader is never as easy as you think. It almost always results in further involvement, a civil war, and chaos. Resist this. And even when we look back at the statements made by Donald Trump and members of his cabinet, such as Tulsi Gabbard, Kristi Noem, and Stephen Miller in the past, we see very similar sentiments. I'm going to go ahead and read you a statement made by Donald Trump in 2012. Now, Donald Trump says, now that Obama's poll numbers are in a tailspin, watch for him, excuse me, to launch a strike in Iran. He is desperate. Now, if we just replace Obama with Trump, let's reread that message. Now that my poll numbers are in a tailspin, watch for me to launch a strike in Iran. I am desperate. We also see various other sentiments. I'm going to go ahead and share them with you now. This was from Stephen Miller last November 4th of 2024, the day before the election. If young men don't want to be drafted to fight in Kamala and Cheney's Third World War, they better get out there and vote for Trump, because Donald Trump promised no new wars, promised to be the president of peace. But we now see just how quickly that has changed. Now, as I told you guys moments ago, I've got allergies. I'm going to blow my nose every so often. Now is one of those times, so please do just give me one moment. Woo! Okay, I'm going to be doing that a lot throughout the day. The nose is running. It is really, really running. And now that is all I'd like to share with you for now, insofar as the war that we have entered into with Iran. I will keep you updated as we learn more. This is a rapidly evolving subject matter. We are learning more like every 10 to 30 minutes something new happens. So I'll be keeping the live updates from AP up on my screen, and the moment we learn something new, I'll make sure to share it with all of you. Now, we are going to go ahead and hop into the debates. So if you are watching this live stream on TikTok and you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, feel free to hop into the guest requests over on TikTok. I'm going to go ahead and put the rules up on the screen just so you guys know what they are. In order to join, you have to be an American adult that is 18 plus and MAGA that is down to debate. If that's not you, no worries at all. Just don't join our queue, please, and thank you. Welcome in, Virginia GOP member. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do. Oh,
And
by the way, wait, 18,
What year were you born in?
2007,
Okay.
2007. By the way, did you see that one poll that was done like about you? Like it was like Dean Withers versus Nick Fuentes, and it had you at 39%, Nick Fuentes 28.5%. So you were leading Nick Fuentes by like almost 10 points.
On what poll?
It's the public sentiment, I think. Let me look. Yeah, the
You being
Public
serious?
Sentiment Institute.
1 second. I got to see this. Institute. Okay. So you're not trolling me or anything?
No, I'm not.
I want to look at this real quick. Okay, where can I find this?
Like they have like a page on X, like it's TPSI official, and
take a look.
they just posted their poll.
Like just moments ago?
Yeah, they posted it like a few minutes ago.
Okay, well, thank you so much for sharing. I appreciate you for sharing. So, tell us, why do you support Trump?
Nah, I just wanted to tell you about that poll. I don't actually support.
Oh, well, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. Yeah, that's a very interesting poll. I mean, it's good to hear, you know, that public sentiment thinks that I'm better than the neo-Nazi who supports literal pedophilia. That's good to hear. Let's go ahead and load up that next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Welcome in. I know that you're a Trump supporter because I saw you on Parker's Live. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
You saw
so-
Parker get cooked.
Yeah. I know. Yeah, guys.
He won't post that, though.
Right. Just because you say something definitely makes it true. I couldn't agree with you more. You say you want to debate, therefore you do want to debate. Now, I want to ask you, okay? We spent the first 10 minutes or so of this live kind of going over the breaking news, hopping into
The war is over.
war that we are in with Iran.
It's not a war. It's not a war. Not a
Okay,
war.
sounds good. And I want your thoughts. If you'd like me to go over everything again, I don't mind sharing. I just want to get your thoughts. See, my thoughts is that this is America last. I mean, truly, one thing that a vast majority of the American people can agree on is that this is history repeating itself. We have once again been left with Israel in war. This is not what the American people want. This is a sentiment that's not just shared by me. This is a sentiment that's shared by Charlie Kirk. This is a sentiment that's shared by Hassan, by Nick Fuentes, to Andrew Tate, to the crazy Alex guy who got sued for $1 billion for lying about
Can we
Sandy
get
Hook.
into?
So what are your thoughts on the peacetime president starting yet another war?
Well, I'm glad that the United States and Israeli intelligence were able to assassinate the Iran supreme dictator. I think it's going to be the blockades that they have in the Red Sea and the oil reservations are going to be historically beneficial for U.S. to have control in the Red Sea and to have finally stabilization in the Middle East without Iran funding terrorist organizations like Hamas, for example. We've seen direct connections with Al Qaeda, and all these prominent Hamas leaders have very strong ties to Iran intelligence. And I'm just glad that the United States was able to go in there so efficiently and so effectively without causing any civilian casualties, without the elementary school being hit by a bomb with a misfire
Sandroff,
from
thank
Iran.
You so much for the, thank you so much for the wolf. I appreciate that, Sandroff. Show some love to Sandroff down below in the comment section. Thank you.
America was able to go in there within 48 hours and finally liberate a country that's been in shackles, chains and shackles since they rose in the prominent power by Hillary Clinton's nuclear deals that she gave Iran. All of these nuclear capabilities, all these nuclear programs under Obama and Hillary Clinton. So I think we did a good thing. And you don't support dictatorships, right?
Yeah, not at all. Man, holy shit, you are so misinformed that it's crazy. So first and foremost, you said that they control a lot of the oil supply and transfer within the Red Sea. So what you're talking about is specifically the Strait of Hormuz. However, the Strait of Hormuz shares control with U.S. proxies such as the UAE. Now, the next thing I'd like to move on to
Iran just bombed.
is that
Iran just bombed it.
One moment, yes, because we have military bases in the region. Now, if I let you speak without I let you speak without me interrupting you. Now you're going to let me speak without you interrupting me. Now, you went on to say that, well, we took out their supreme leader. That's what Israel's saying. That's what Trump is saying. I think that they're likely telling the truth. I understand that Iran's saying that he's still alive. I don't believe them, okay? I believe that he's dead. But just because we killed their supreme leader does not mean that...
Not a leader. Not a leader.
So that's his official title. His official title is the supreme leader. He's absolutely a dictator. Nobody's discounting that. That's just his title. That's what he's called. That's what he's referred to by the media. That's what he's referred to by all sources. That's what he's referred to by people on the left. That's what he's referred to as people on the right. I see the implication here is that the supreme leader of Iran is a dictator. I didn't know that the right was so heavy on policing language. It's funny. Now let's. I'm going to ask you once again to stop interrupting me. I'm trying to finish my sentence. Okay. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's your fourth interruption in under 30 seconds. Are you going to stop? I need a verbal yes or no.
Floor is yours.
Okay, so you are verbally affirming that you will stop interrupting me?
Go ahead, buddy. The floor is yours. You can't even try to defend Iran.
Can I get a verbal recognition that you won't interrupt me?
Don't even try to defend Iran, dude. Please don't try to defend. That is very insensitive to the people. It's very it's hypocritical. To be like you're anti-kings.
Can I please get a? No one ever said I support Iran. You're putting words in my mouth. Can I please get a verbal recognition that you're not going to interrupt me?
You did. You support them. You don't support us going and liberating a country like we did Venezuela.
You're putting words in my mouth. You're putting words in my mouth. I'm going to need a verbal recognition.
I'll put more than words in your mouth, buddy. I'll put more than just words in your mouth.
Is that like a sexual innuendo? If so, I'm not into you. I have a girlfriend. Now, please, verbally affirm that you're not going to interrupt me.
I will verbally digest that I won't interrupt you.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to what I was saying. So the first thing that you brought up is that, Iran has some control over the Strait of Hormuz and the Red Sea, which oversees around 20% of the global oil transfer every day on Earth. So that control is actually shared with U.S. proxies such as the UAE. The second thing I'd like to mention here is that you said, well, we took out their supreme leader, meaning that the regime is toppled, meaning that the people of Iran are liberated. No, that's also not true. I've seen this mischaracterization made by a lot of people on the right. Just because we take out their supreme leader doesn't mean that the regime is toppled. In fact, they've likely already just replaced their supreme leader with somebody else. If their regime was toppled once he died, well, then we wouldn't see the strikes against Israel. We wouldn't see the strikes against Qatar. We wouldn't see the strikes against Bahrain. We wouldn't see the strikes against the UAE because their military leader, their supreme leader, died with the first strike last night at like 1 a.m. Okay, so that point's dead in the water. And then the third thing that you brought up here is that, well, under the Obama administration, Obama and Hillary Clinton gave a lot of military capacities and capabilities to Iran. And that is also not true in the slightest whatsoever. Obviously, you're a younger guy, so you're very historically like illiterate when it comes to these things, especially our foreign affairs and geopolitical engagements with countries like Iran, which are actually very historically complex, going all the way back to the CIA's 1953 coup of their legitimate leader because he wanted to nationalize their oil industries, and then Britain made less money. But that aside, the opposite of what you said about the Obama administration and Hillary Clinton is true. No, so they didn't actually better equip or arm Iran to produce, enriched uranium to build nuclear weapons. They actually got them to agree to the JCPOA, which was a denuclearization agreement.
He said yes to the nuclear deal.
One moment. Made by
He said yes to the nuclear deal.
Made with the U.S., made with the UN, made with the EU, which actually forced Iran to sell all of their enriched uranium. It made them deconstruct all of their capacities for the enrichment of uranium.
Did they, though?
As well as it gave okay, sir, you're still interrupting me. I'm almost done. As well as it gave the IAEA, which is an international nuclear watchdog, 24/7 access to surveillance of all of their enrichment facilities, as well as it gave over 300 in-person visits per year to any of their enrichment facilities either. The JCPOA was a denuclearization agreement that worked, prevented Iran from constructing nuclear weapons, and Donald Trump is actually responsible for pulling us out of that nuclear agreement that they abided by.
So when we attacked their nuclear facilities, they started rebuilding their nuclear capabilities, which they have power to do because of Hillary Clinton's agreement on nuclear power plants and just having them have nuclear capabilities. And we've seen Russia and we've seen China come to the backing, and in the BRICS alliance, they've came to agreement that they want Iran to have nuclear weapons, and they have the capabilities because of their militaristic capabilities in the Middle East, and them creating destabilization in Afghanistan and Iraq, because they're starting proxy wars, right? This is just ISIS that just branched off into a bigger form of diplomacy through groups like Houthis, groups like Hamas are all intertwined with Iran's fury.
Okay, what are you reading off of?
So I'm not reading off of, I'm literally in my truck right now, just sitting, like, I'm literally just outside my apartment complex, just like literally sitting in my truck. I don't have live access, so I can't turn on my camera. But to sit up here and try to tell your fans,
if you were really I feel like if you were to internalize what you just said, you'd recognize how like bullshit stupid it is. Like, for instance, you said that destabilization in Afghanistan better equips Iran to build nuclear weapons. You understand that America is responsible for destabilization in Afghanistan via the 20-year forever war started by the Republicans and ended by a Democrat. The second thing that I'd like to call out here is that, once again, you merely repeated the claim that somehow the Obama administration and Hillary Clinton are culpable for the further enrichment of uranium to build nuclear weapons in Iran. Sir, that's just not true. I want you to listen to the next words that leave my mouth very carefully, because I've already said them and you haven't responded to them. The Obama administration was able to get Iran to stop constructing nuclear weapons. The Obama administration was able to get Iran to sell all of their enriched uranium. The Obama administration was able to get Iran to deconstruct all of their production capabilities to enrich uranium in the first place. The Obama administration was able to get 24/7 live surveillance feed in every single one of their uranium enrichment facilities to ensure that they weren't enriching uranium to make nukes. The Obama administration was able to get 300 in-person visits every single year to every single one of their enrichment facilities anytime they wanted to extra ensure that they were not producing nukes. Every single thing that I just said about what the Obama administration was able to achieve through the JCPOA was disregarded and broken and pulled out of by Trump in his first term, when he pulled us out of the JCPOA, and then Iran started constructing nukes again because he didn't like the fact that that agreement had Obama's signature on it.
Okay, so the IAE came out with a study that says...
It's not the IAE, it's the IAEA. Get it right.
They said 60% of Iran, they're building uranium facilities to build nuclear weaponry.
Yeah, after Donald Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA, that's what I just said.
So are you for them continuing to build against peace agreements and against agreements that they're continuously trying to build nuclear powers.
As soon as you could acknowledge that you were wrong when you said that Hillary Clinton and Obama enabled them to produce nukes, and in fact that was
What
Trump
was the
because he pulled
enrichment
us out of the JCPOA, then I will happily
was the
respond to your
uranium
question about
enrichment
what I
deal?
think should happen to prevent Iran from getting nukes.
Why do you Hillary Clinton signed she didn't sign anything. She had a nuclear enrichment program for their capabilities because we used Iran to fight ISIS and then to create
He's not
ISIS.
responding to what I'm saying here. Acknowledge the fact that under the Obama administration, we entered into a denuclearization agreement with Iran that Trump pulled us out of. Why won't you acknowledge that?
That he pulled us out of a nuclear that told them they were still building nuclear sites.
There's no evidence of that. The source, in fact, the IAEA.
Israel, dude.
One moment. The IAEA that you just cited, okay, in telling us that they have enriched uranium following the pullout of that denuclearization agreement, also states that they never enriched uranium to build nukes while that agreement was in place. How can you be so selective, okay, with your IAEA source and say in one breath that you trust the IAEA when they tell you that Iran is enriching uranium, but in the next breath, you don't trust the IAEA when they tell you that they aren't enriching uranium? I am using your own source to prove to you that you are wrong.
They're saying the Afasan site has 60% nuclear enrichment being built underground, which is happening.
After Trump pulled us out of this denuclearization agreement 7 years ago, what I'm telling you is that before he pulled us out of this denuclearization agreement that was in place for years, they were not enriching uranium, and Trump gave them the green light to do so by terminating that agreement.
He never said you can build nuclear weaponry and oppose a threat to the United States. I would love to see that.
He terminated the incentive structure that disincentivized them from enriching uranium by saying all bets are off the table. We are pulling out of this denuclearization agreement.
Well, he pulled out of it. I think he pulled out of it because there was no speculation until like 2024 that they were rebuilding their sites because Iran,
of the denuclearization agreement. Exactly. You just proved my point. You just proved my point. You just said that there was no speculation nor any evidence that when this denuclearization agreement was in place with Iran, they were enriching uranium in the slightest. It was only after Donald Trump pulled us out of this denuclearization agreement with the country that they then started to enrich their uranium to build nukes. You just affirmed that Donald Trump's presidency in his first term is directly responsible, and he specifically is directly personal for the enrichment of uranium in Iran because he pulled us out of the JCPOA.
No, Trump has always said he's always had a zero enrichment policy for Iran, and they are still. So they've only built more nuclear powers since Obama.
Wait! You just said that he never pulled us out of the deal?
He says zero enrichment.
Wait. No, I just want to clarify. You just said that he never pulled us out of the deal, right? Did everyone hear that? Did everybody hear this caller? One moment. Shut up. Did everybody just hear this caller say that Donald Trump never pulled us out of that deal? Did everybody just hear him say that?
Was that United Nations?
Every single person.
That's a diplomatic policy.
One moment, buddy.
Not him.
Every single person just heard this guest say that Donald Trump did not pull us out of the denuclearization agreement. Give me 1 second over on YouTube. I'm just scaling down the screen share so you could actually see this when I pull it up. So here's what I want every single person to look at. This is from TrumpWhiteHouseArchive.org. Okay. President Trump is ending United States participation in a deal that is unacceptable. The Iran deal was one of the worst and most one-sided transactions the United States has ever entered us into. President Donald J. Trump is terminating the United States participation in the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the JCPOA, with Iran and reimposing sanctions lifted under the deal.
Yep.
So you're wrong.
They're opposing. No, that didn't debunk anything, dude.
Yes, it debunked your claim when you said that Donald Trump did not pull us out of the agreement.
Pull it up, because he literally said
One
he just
second.
sanctioned
One second.
them.
How delusional can you be?
He sanctioned their
Yes,
uranium.
Okay. So you don't know anything about the JCPOA. So the
Pull up.
JCPOA
Pull it
lifted
up.
sanctions on Iran, given that they stopped enriching uranium, and given that we had access to all of their facilities 24/7. You know nothing about what you're talking about, and you should probably learn the basics of these subjects before you attempt to debate them. Also, you are wildly in denial. You said that he did not pull us out of any denuclearization agreement. Okay, everyone in the chat heard it. I then showed you a source from Donald Trump's own White House archive demonstrating that, yes, he did pull us out of the denuclearization agreement. You're delusional and incredibly disingenuous.
Okay, so that was in 2018. What happened in the previous, from 2021 to 2025? They started building their nuclear programs under the Biden administration because they were allowed to.
Wait, you're lost. You're lost. You just said what happened in 2021 through 2025, okay, previous to 2018. So I don't know if you're so lost because of how hard you're getting grilled, but 2021 through 2025 is actually after 2018. And if Biden's leadership had anything to do with the reason why they started developing nuclear weapons, well, then explain to me how, under Biden's leadership, when he was vice president serving to Obama, they were the only administration able to get them to agree to peace talks, to diplomatic negotiation, and had them agree to the JCPOA. Even Donald Trump has stated that war with Iran is the very last option for a failing president that cannot comprehend or successfully navigate through peaceful diplomatic talks. And that is exactly what the Obama administration did for the first time since the CIA coup of their government in the 50s. The Obama administration, with Obama and Biden, was able to successfully navigate peace talks with Iran and was able to get them to agree to this denuclearization agreement that Trump then pulled us out of, and is now saying is the reason why we need to re-enter into the forever war in the Middle East that is being detested almost unilaterally by many people on both sides of the aisle.
So Biden had a 60% cap on the uranium enrichment from Iran. Why didn't he completely do anything about them building nuclear weaponry against the United States? He put a 60. Okay. He put a 60.
But Biden, yeah, completely moving on.
He put a He put a 60%. He put a 60% cap on Iran building. So he knew that they were building nuclear weaponry, but he did nothing about it, and he just left the crisis for Trump to deal with in the Middle East.
As soon as you could acknowledge that Donald Trump is the reason why they were ever able to enrich uranium in the first place, I will happily talk to you about the enrichment of uranium in Iran under the Biden-Harris administration.
I don't think him pulling us out of a deal made them spontaneously build nuclear powers. I think they were going to still build nuclear powers regardless if he pulled us out of that.
Give us any evidence that they enrich uranium while the
Hillary
JCPOA
Clinton
is in place.
One moment.
I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. Give me any evidence that Iran enriched uranium when the JCPOA was in place.
They were still bombing stuff, dude, when we pulled out of that. Were they not? Were they not bombing other countries?
Oh, you're not answering my question. What are you doing? This is crazy. Give me any evidence that Iran enriched uranium while the JCPOA was in place.
It was the Biden 60% uranium cap.
The Biden and Harris administration started in 2021, 3 years after the JCPOA was terminated by Trump. You're lost.
So he did that in 2018 is when he pulled out of that agreement?
Yeah, that's when Trump did it. So give me any evidence that Iran was enriching uranium prior to us pulling out of the JCPOA under Trump.
The Hillary Clinton enrichment program that was built by Hillary.
Dude, this guy's so stupid. This guy's so stupid. So your source that Iran was enriching uranium while the JCPOA was in place is Hillary Clinton. Wouldn't it likely be some nuclear watchdog on the international stage like the IAEA? I don't think just telling or literally repeating Hillary Clinton's name is going to give us any information whatsoever. About Iran enriching uranium. Jesus Christ, man. Dude, this guy's getting slammed. He's getting intellectually chokeslammed.
So in 2015 and 2016, Obama allowed them to have a 3.6% uranium enrichment program, building bombs to destabilize the Middle East.
Okay,
And that's
so
that's from 2016. That's from 2015 to 2016. Obama put in a 3.6, and that's
you went on
capped
pause.
their
Remember that we can't
liquid
hear you.
enrichment. Yeah. But anyway, so
Okay, can I respond to that?
yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, so first and foremost, that's not Obama allowing them, okay, to like have some level of uranium enrichment. That's actually China, France, Russia, the United Kingdom, the United States, UN Security Council, plus Germany, the European Union, and the IAEA allowing Iran to have some low level of uranium enrichment. Because enriched
so the
uranium,
joint- yeah,
one
go
moment, because enriched uranium below a threshold cannot be used to build nuclear weapons and can only be used for medical or medicinal purposes. Okay, like generally below 80% uranium enrichment is okay and cannot be used in the construction of any nuclear weapons whatsoever. So allowing a 3.5% uranium enrichment level just simply gives them the ability, okay, to like build things like metal detectors, X-rays,
under the
PET
JCPOA,
scans,
so why
on and
not
so
pull
forth.
out of that? It was under the JCPO, so why not pull out under that? Because obviously that plan is failing. Because obviously
Because
they're
a
still building
3.5%
nuclear.
level of uranium enrichment is not unsafe for anyone.
It definitely is when they're doing it illegally, and they're obviously that one
Wait, it
other
wasn't
source said
illegal.
60.
Wait, one moment. It wasn't illegal if it was allowed by the JCPOA.
So
and
you
then
just
once
you
again,
just got debunked. You just got debunked.
I
by
didn't get debunked.
the
You didn't
JC
listen to me. A 3.5% level of uranium enrichment isn't unsafe. That's like the level of uranium
It
enrichment that is
allowed them
required to
to
build
produce
X-rays.
uranium. It allowed them to produce uranium, though.
No, it's
and
not
that
even
was
producing
under.
uranium. One moment. You're wrong. It's not even producing uranium. It is
My
enriching
phone is gonna
uranium.
die. My phone.
Yeah, this is where you run. I know. This is where you run because you're going to
No, I just debunked you. I just debunked you on the claim that
I'm actively
JCPOA
disputing your debunk. The JCPOA
Dude.
allowed for a 3.5% level of uranium enrichment because that's
Which
not
they kept
unsafe.
building, so
You
why not
cannot
pull out of
use-
that, Dean?
You cannot use uranium that is enriched to the level of 3.5% to build any bombs, any weapons of mass destruction whatsoever. That level of uranium enrichment is what is required to build fucking X-ray machines. So clearly the JCPOA would allow them to enrich uranium to a very safe and healthy extent of 3.5% while having and maintaining a very clear buffer, not allowing them to enrich it beyond that extent to like the minimum that is required for the construction of nuclear weapons that is closer to 70 to 80%. You can't just like say that you debunked me and are very clearly describing to you why what you're saying is false.
Hold on, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you coping, whining, seething, crying, running.
Hold on. This
Okay,
is
well,
how
you-
I feel about us taking our B-2 bomber jets into Iran.
He's coping. He's coping.
No.
He's coping.
That's the last
Dude's
thing. That's the
coping.
last thing.
Oh my
That's
god!
the
Oh my
last
god!
thing. That's
Dude's
the last-
fucking coping. Dude's fucking coping. Listen.
That's
Okay,
the
you
last
lost the
thing
debate.
Iran is ever gonna hear again.
Yeah. So you lost the debate, right?
That's
Is this
the
what-
last thing. They're
I
gonna
have a
fly
question.
into some Bon Jovi and blast. But it's gonna parking lot it, brother.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question,
You give love a bad name.
sir? Could I ask you a question?
Yeah. Go
Is this
ahead,
what
brother.
cope looks like?
I think coping is saying the N word when you're 14. I think that's coping.
Okay, so this is what cope looks like.
Because Trump's never said the N word, but he's the racist one.
So this is what
Oh,
cope
God.
looks like.
What are you drinking? Dude, seriously question
Water.
though. Why have you been sick the last month and a half, brother? Go get checked out, please, for the sanctity of everybody and the people you're around. Because you've literally been blowing your nose for the last month and a half. Like, I was sick, about a month.
So not only does this guy not know what the JCPOA was, not know what level of uranium enrichment is required to build nuclear weapons, not know that the JCPOA was not just agreed to by Obama,
They were
but
still
also
building
the EU
them.
and the UN, not know that Donald Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA, not know that greenlit Iran into constructing nuclear weapons, but he also doesn't know that allergies are not identical to a cold. Oh my god, legitimately one of the dumbest guests that has ever joined this live stream, and I'm just so thankful for the fact that we could cook this shit out of this guy. Now, so without coping,
Say
without
that
whining,
about every
without soothing,
guest.
and without crying, okay, but I cooked you extra hard, and I do say that about most guests because I do cook most guests. And lady, thank you so much for the money guns. Without
Not
coping,
me,
without
buddy.
soothing, without crying, without
me.
whining, okay, without like running away from the debate by playing Bon Jovi or like calling out the fact that I said the N-word when I was 14. I want to hear a legitimate response from you to the points that I brought up that clearly disputed your position on the level of uranium enrichment that was allowed by the JCPOA, so on and so forth. And actually, before you do, I'm going to thank a couple people. Before you do, I'm going to thank a couple people.
I got to thank a few people.
I do. Lord T, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat on YouTube. He says, source, feelings in the Dow. Trust me, bro, Israel. Thanks, MAGA, for destroying NATO and America. Stupid idiots. I appreciate you so much for the $20, Lord T. Let's get 200 Lord TWs. One thing I actually want to bring up is this guy legitimately tried to give us Israel as a source for the claim that Iran was enriching uranium earlier. Oh my fucking God. If only he knew that every single year since the 70s, Netanyahu has been repeating that they're going to have nukes 3 years from now. He left. If only he knew that they've been repeating that every year since the 70s. He would have known how stupid he looked earlier when he made that suggestion. He left. He ran away. Honestly, baked. I'm so happy that we just got to bake the shit out of that guy. Just like low IQ, low info guest. I'm so happy that he ran away. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling confident. That was the very first debate of the stream, folks. And now we have set the live stream off to on a good note, a good start, because we are destroying the MAGA crazies. But seriously, Lord T, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, I don't.
Same. Thank you so much for the motorcycle. I appreciate you so much. I sure can, Nick. I do appreciate you so much for coming up, man. But right now, we are only looking for debates with Trump supporters. So I am going to go ahead and remove you. And I am going to go ahead and put the rules back up on that phone screen. Make sure that you are only joined inside of that queue if you do happen to be following our rules, everybody. If you don't know what they are, take a good look at them in the middle of your phone screen once again. Let's go ahead and get that very next guest, Trinity, loaded up into the live right now. If you are MAGA and you're inside of the queue, let me know down below, and I'll happily have you back, and I'll happily have you up. Just, let me know if you're MAGA down below. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now because that last guy literally ran, bro. All right, everybody, just to give us one moment to get that next guest loaded up in here. He was so cooked. He was so shocked. He was so stunned that he ran. Welcome in, Hunter. Do you support Trump? Okay, Hunter's not here, so I am going to go ahead and remove you. Moving on to the next guest guys. We got Tiny Car loading up into the box. Tiny Car, welcome in. Are you MAGA? Tiny Car is also not here. Okay. Still looking for that next guest, guys. Still looking for that next guest, everyone. Do be patient while we try to get that next guest loaded up into the live stream.
Finally,
you're back.
I was scared. Yeah, I swiped out of the app. I was scared I was going to lose all my donations.
Oh, I don't know, man. I think that you just ran because you're terrified. Okay, I'm going to thank a couple people, and then we can hop back into it. All right, give me one moment here, guys. Like I said, give me one moment to thank a couple people, then we'll pass the mic back to you. Paul, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. I really freaking appreciate you for that love, Paul. That is so much money. That is so kind of you, man. Thank you. I want to see 500 Paul W's down below in the comment section. That is so incredibly kind of you, man. Paul with the 50 says, MAGA idiots who think they can speak authoritatively about literal nuclear science without knowing anything about the subject pretty much sums up the entire movement. Yeah, they talk about whatever they want with like no information on the subject whatsoever because they think that what they say becomes reality the same way that what Donald Trump thinks that what he says becomes reality. Greg, thank you for the $20 who says this dude is cooked. Get him, Dean. Appreciate you for that love, Greg. I'm not going to lie. We did fry his ass. Thank you so much for the support. Couple people to thank over on PayPal. Couple people to thank over on Venmo. Then we will hop back into the debates, everybody. On PayPal, thank you so much for the $200 donation, Evelyn. Oh my God. Yo, I want to see 2,000 Evelyn W's down below in the comment section. That is insanely kind of you. Holy moly, Evelyn. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for the love. I do not deserve a single penny of that. I know I tell you that every single time, Evelyn, but I'm going to repeat it now. You are the absolute GOAT. You show me so much love all the time. Just know that I really appreciate you. Evelyn with the 200 says that my son is part-time reserve and has just been sent to Kuwait for 9 months. We are devastated. In these circumstances and under this administration, it's like a bad dream, completely overwhelming. Please keep doing what you're doing. Evelyn, please let me know about the safety of your son. That is such a scary position to be in as a parent, such a scary position to be in as a mother. I wish you the very best of luck, and I wish your son the very best of luck. I'm so sorry to hear that. Please show some love to Evelyn down below. Amy, thank you so much for the $30 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Amy. And Amy quotes me.
Doing this for a living is crazy.
What?
Doing this for, it's so cancerous to society, bro. Like, George Washington would have you guys literally in the street and probably tied to a rope, like realistically, for spreading propaganda and being so anti-American at the same time is disgusting. And
You could
just,
tell
you
that
guys
the
need to-
donations pissed him off.
Oh, dude, I'm so pissed off that you're getting people's fucking petty money, bro.
No, you clearly are. I mean, it was only after once I started thanking the donors
Do better, bro.
that like
Do better,
you
bro.
interjected and said that George
Go
Washington
feed
would
the
have had me
homeless.
killed. Okay.
Yo, for sure. If he saw your
This is definitely jealousy. So I'm going to ask you to pipe down so I can continue to thank the donors. I understand that you're
You ain't
very
gonna
jealous
be
man
talking to me like that, crazy.
because I have motion and you don't. But I'm
You
just going to
tell
ask
you
you
tell
to
me to
down.
pipe down in real life, buddy. You're getting put in a full Nelson.
Y-
Literally
yeah,
reverse full Nelson.
For sure. Everyone believes that. Everyone believes
Full
it. Don't worry.
Nelson, dude.
Don't
full
worry,
Nelson,
buddy.
Reverse
Listen,
headlock.
I'm telling you, yeah, absolutely. That's
knucklehead
absolutely.
you. I'm a-
That is
I'm gonna rub my
absolutely what
knuckle
would
on your
happen.
head like a little brother.
Yeah, that
You
is
know, doing the little
absolutely what would
brother
happen.
treatment.
That is
Oh,
absolutely
for sure.
what
And
would
then it'd be
happen, for
live
sure.
streamed in front of you. And then you're
Oh, yeah.
11,000.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you. I understand that you want to tell us about your wet dreams. I'm gonna finish thanking the donors. Seriously, Amy, one last time, thank you so much for the $30 donation on PayPal. Show some love to Amy down below, everyone. Show some love to Amy. Amanda, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you so much for the love. That is crazy, Amy. Amanda, thank you so much for sharing that with me. Show some love to Amanda down below. And then Jess, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. He says, hey, from Australia, Dean, just wanted to say that your girlfriend is very lucky for being with somebody who is pro-woman, pro-POC, and pro-people. As a woman whose partner is a woman of color, we really appreciate everything that you do all the way from Australia. Fuck Trump. Fuck Trump.
Says the
and
one
I
that wants
love
men
you
in
as
women's
well as your
locker
partner.
rooms and
Thank you so
sports.
much for the support, Jess. Please do show some love to Jess down below in the chat
Anti-woman.
for the $20. One moment, dude. I'm almost done. Pipe down. And then Gary,
Yeah,
thank
for
you so
real.
much for
Hurry
the
up,
$10
bro.
over on
I'm
PayPal.
behind.
And Monica, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal as well. Show some love to Gary. Show some love to Monica. Thank you guys so much. Over on Venmo, Nolan, thank you so much for the $20. Saying a quick 20 to piss off the homeboy. Appreciate you for that love and support, Nolan. Let's get 200 Nolan W's. Then Payne and Roth, thank you both for the $10. Who says, Payne with the 10 says, this guy's so brainwashed and dense that I'm losing brain cells just listening to him. Same. Roth A with the $10 says, go buy a burger and quit brainwashing people. I'm brainwashing them all. And then Kimberly,
go buy
thank
a
you so much
burger
for the
and a
$20.
cigarette.
Shut up. Kimberly with the $20 on Venmo says, this guest is using a Bon Jovi song is hilarious because Bon Jovi has vocally expressed disliking of the Trump administration. They're so clueless. They're absolutely so clueless, Kimberly. Thank you for the $20. I appreciate you. Show some love to Kimberly down below in that chat, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Andy, thank you for the $10 as well. Show some love to Andy. Susan, thank you so much for the $20. Who says, thank you, Dean. Well, thank you, Susan. Vanessa, thank you so much for the $20. Who says, you look like shit, nephew. Here's a little something for allergy meds. Much love. Well, I appreciate you so much. I'll have to spend those on some allergy meds. Shout out to you, Vanessa. Thank you so much. And then Fussy, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. And then we just have one more person to thank here over on Venmo. And then we'll hop back into the debates. Mr. Michael. Holy crap, dude. Thank you so much for the $150 donation on Venmo. That is the very last one. Thank you so much for that support. Show some love to Michael, the GOAT. Shut up. For the $150 donation on Venmo. Michael the GOAT with a 150 says, good to see you, Dean. A close friend of mine who I served with is currently deployed in the Middle East. Donald Trump campaigned on no new wars and being the peace president. Another military strike with no congressional approval. Impeach felon 47.
You're in the military, bro. It's your job.
My thoughts go out to you, Michael, as well as your friend, and I wish you both.
Bro signed up for the military,
safety.
not the.
Thank you so much, Michael. Please do show some love to Michael down below in that comment section. I appreciate you so much for the 100.
You're in the military, buddy. It's your job. It's like asking a McDonald's worker, why are my fries cold? It makes no sense to say that.
The American people.
Oh,
resent
you're gonna
that
join the
rhetoric.
military not to fight for this country? Yeah.
The
Anyway,
American-
patriots of the United States, today has been a great day.
The American people resent that rhetoric. People on both
Can
the
I
left.
freaking speak?
One moment. The American people resent that rhetoric. Both the people on the left and the right. I mean, we had a 20-year endless war where millions of people died. So many American men, women, boys, and girls lost their lives on the front lines. Okay, and that rhetoric of it's your job, it's what you're supposed to do. Why are you surprised otherwise?
Brother.
is tried and old, and it's honestly something that we're all tired with and over with. I mean, I'm talking the vast majority of Democrats, the vast majority of Republicans, the vast majority of all Americans do not subscribe to that rhetoric of it's just your job because we value sanctity and the life of our servicemen and women.
Scared. Go tuck your freaking tail behind your back and, I don't know.
How about
Don't be
you join the
scared. That's why we
military?
lost Nam.
How about you go fight with them on the front lines? How about that?
I would if it was my job and you said, hey, we need some...
I know, but go sign up.
them
Go down to the military recruiter's office right now.
Do you want me to live?
Yes.
Yo, should we call up an army recruiter right now?
Yes,
live?
call it army recruiter and enlist right now.
It is my dream to go fight for this country, bro.
Then call the army recruiter right now.
If Trump offered me a special mission in Iran to liberate
wait. Stop talking and start calling.
All right, well, hold on. Every American patriot, we're gonna do this for you because today is the great day for America and America's sanctity.
Bro, stop talking. Go get another phone. Call an army recruiter and sign up right now. Okay. No more music. No more talking. More calling. He's not gonna do it. He's not gonna do it. Do it now. Wait. Are you scared? Why aren't you calling the recruiter's office?
I already did my time, brother. I've literally already served. Yes.
Okay, what was your MOA?
I've literally already my MOA?
Yes.
My Verdansk.
What's that?
Verdansk.
MOA is not a thing in the military.
Oh yeah, what is this? Don't.
I literally just made up a random fucking 3-word acronym, and you answered the question. Is this stolen valor?
Why don't you go enlist?
Yo, dude! Oh my god, this is legitimately stolen valor.
Why don't you go enlist?
Dude! Oh my god! What the fuck? This guy dude, that's actually illegal. Why would you lie about serving in the military? This is so fucking terrible. You said that that servicemen and women need to stop crying, untuck the tail from between their legs, and go die on the front lines. And then when I tell you to enlist, okay, you say, I've already served. I ask you what your MOA is. By the way, MOA is not a fucking military acronym. I literally made that up on the goddamn spot, and then you tried to make up an answer on the spot. You are in trouble, dude. You cannot falsely claim that you are a member of the forces when you are not.
Freedom of speech.
That is stolen valor. Actually,
no, it's not.
Actually,
stolen.
That is stolen valor. You falsely claim to be a veteran when you are not.
You wear a uniform.
That's a form of stolen valor.
Uniform. No. Look up the definition of stolen valor. It's literally wearing
stolen valor is when you falsely claim to be a member of the military.
You don't claim any benefits from it. You literally don't.
Why did you falsely claim to be a member of the military?
I mean, I've done my time on Call of Duty, bro. Like,
right, yeah. Let's go to get that pig out of there. I mean, what a disgrace, man. That's where MAGA is at today. Falsely claiming to have served in the military, saying that they're a veteran, saying that they've done their time, saying that they've done their service. Okay, busted. Absolutely busted. Completely cooked. Shame on you. Shame on you. And hopefully, every single person watching this live stream can agree to just how shameful that is. We're talking about people on the left. We're talking about people in the center. We're talking about people in the right. Can we just all collectively shame that person for falsely claiming that they served in our military? That is so disrespectful. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, Mackenzie's not here. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. Guys, only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. We might also have to hit a restart, unfortunately. we might have to hit a restart, unfortunately. I do think that the sit out of the live was suppressed. Welcome in, Cubby. Do you support Trump? Okay, Cubby's not here. Cubby's not here. Moving on to the next guest, we got old Witty loading up into the queue. Over on Super Chat, thank you so much for the $10. Daryl, Dare Soul with the $10 says, just following orders does not uphold in court. Ask the Nazis during the Nuremberg trials. No, absolutely. And then Lord T, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Lord T, you kind of went a little deep with that message, man, against the last guest. So I'm going to go ahead and not read that out loud. But if you're watching over on YouTube, I'm sure that you could see it yourself. Thank you so much for the love, man. I really appreciate you for supporting me and what we do here. Show some love to Lord T down below. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
70.
Right, man. Why do you support Trump?
Because Trump's keeping his word against our enemies. Love it. I love it.
Actually, no, he's not. He promised no new wars.
I don't care.
Okay,
this is an old war. This is an old war. Iran's an old enemy.
But you went from saying that he was keeping his word to now saying he's not keeping his word, but you don't care.
Yeah, no, he kept his word to me that he's going to take care of these enemies that's going to unalive a bunch of innocent people, and that's what he's doing. This is an old war. This is
how
did
old how did that go in Afghanistan and
I don't care about Afghanistan. We're talking about Iran.
I know, but the question is, how did it go in Afghanistan and Iraq?
I don't care.
You should care, because I think
Why
that
should I?
history
It's
can
over
inform
with.
us about the future.
Afghanistan's over with. That's over with. With Iran, he's kicking
But, like,
Iran, the
but,
enemy
like,
that can
here's a question.
unalive a lot of people.
But, like, do you remember the Afghanis and Iraqis celebrating the killing of Saddam Hussein, this brutalistic dictator who's murdering their citizens? But then, over the course of the next 20 years, over 1 million Iraqis and Afghanis died in what became the Forever War. I mean, it is just such like an instrumental part of modern American history that this isn't even a partisan issue. This is a tweet from Charlie Kirk last
That's
July.
a good memory, but we
Can I read something real quick?
Right now.
This is a
Sir?
tweet from Charlie Kirk last July. "Quote unquote, this is insane. Regime change will result in a bloody civil war, killing hundreds of thousands of and creating another massive Muslim refugee crisis. Topping a leader is never as easy as you think. It almost always results in further involvement in civil war and chaos. Resist this."
Well, it was easy in Venezuela. It's doing good in Venezuela, so I would imagine it should go pretty good in Iran. They were well warned ahead of time. Somebody must be doing something to take over. But anyway, Donald Trump is doing great.
Well,
Got rid of
exactly.
tyrants. A bunch of
It's like
tyrants.
you just attempted to appeal to like history as it would relate to Venezuela, okay, in an attempt to justify that because of what has historically happened, that therefore we know the outcome in Iran's
Are
going to
you
be
glad
good.
these tyrants are gone? Are you
Can I-
glad these tyrants are gone?
They're not gone.
Are
But
you
can I
glad
please
they're
finish
gone?
speaking?
The tyrants that are unalive. Are you glad?
Oh, that their supreme leader's dead? Yeah, I'm fucking happy he's dead. But I'm not happy with the
Okay.
operation that made him dead.
Well, you should be happy with Trump then.
Okay, but I want to explain to you why that's not the case. In fact, I was just attempting to make an argument, but you cut me off midway through.
Well, that's okay. You cut me off all the time, so we kind of even.
Okay, all right, we're even. Now moving forward, can we agree to not interrupt one another?
If you promise not to.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So you just attempted to like appeal to something that has happened in history in an attempt to justify that what is going to happen and what is happening in Iran will be successful by appealing to Venezuela. Now, I want to point out here that there are major differences between Venezuela and Iran, okay? The military power of Iran and their proxies are significantly larger than the military power of Venezuela, not to mention that clearly, okay, our history with attempted regime change and war in Iraq and Afghanistan are going to be significantly closer in proximity to Iran than what we did to Maduro in Venezuela. And when we look at what happened in Iran and Afghanistan, I've already described this to you, it resulted in over 1 million dead Iraqis and Afghanistanis, or what we did in Libya, what we did in many other countries as well, Yemen, Syria, so on and so forth. It is very typically a mission in which proves to be unsuccessful via the creation of destabilization in the area. Not to mention that it's actually American involvement that gave way to the lead of the current Islamic regime that we see governing over Iran, starting with the CIA coup of their legitimate leader in the 50s or 60s.
Well, you see, in Venezuela, they were unaliving U.S. citizens with all the poison they were sending us, and Iran has these. Well, they were about to build these boomers that could take out a lot of lives too, and that's what Donald Trump is going to do. That's what he's doing, preventing unaliving innocent people, whether it's worldwide
We killed
or the
80
United
people
States.
today.
Well, you just interrupted me. You went on
steals
for a long
off. My bad.
Yeah, but anyway, saving lives and more lives in Israel, because these people unalived a bunch of young people not long ago, and I find that the leftists are they're more aggravated with going on now than when the Israelis lost a lot of young people. I don't understand you leftists how you like pull for our enemies all the time. Why is that?
Dude, okay, listen, it's not pulling for our enemies, okay? It is pulling against history. And I've already described that to you, and you've completely ignored it. You're just literally repeating the same
that
argument.
happened already. We're talking about
You are
something
literally
that's going on
repeating
now.
the same argument that we heard for Iraq. You are literally repeating the same argument that we heard from Iraq. 110% to a T. Okay? Not to mention that once again, you're telling us...
This is not Iraq.
Oh my God, okay. You just can't even let me speak.
Well, you go too long.
I spoke for maybe 30 seconds.
Well, when I went 20 seconds, you interrupted me.
Okay, all right, and I apologize.
But anyway, this is Iran. This is going on now. We're not talking about the past. With
But
Afghanistan,
you've already
Iraq,
agreed.
that's
You've
that's
already
in the
agreed
past.
that the past can inform us about the future. In fact, you literally tried to make an argument out of the past by appealing,
Right,
okay,
it
to what
can.
happened in
It
Venezuela.
can because these people lie all the time. Our enemies, whether it be Afghanistan or Iraq, they lie all the time. Iran has been lying since, wow, 50 years or longer. They've been lying to us, unaliving people. It's time to get rid of these people. We have to get rid of them, just like what Donald Trump's doing.
How did that
We
go
have to
with
get
Saddam
rid of these
Hussein?
people. I don't care about Saddam Hussein. We're talking about this idiot right now. We got rid of him.
Yeah, yeah. The reason why you should care about Saddam Hussein is because it was the same argument.
That's in the past. We're talking about right now.
Then what gave you the right to appeal to the past, i.e. what happened in Venezuela, to say what's happening right now would go smoothly and successfully?
Because
Then
this
when I
was
bring up
recent. Venezuela was recent.
Okay.
Venezuela's recent.
Okay, so it kind of just sounds like you're placing these arbitrary guidelines on what events from the past we can talk about and what events from the past we can't talk about.
More recent.
Also, you brought up that they killed like a bunch of children. Do you know in one of our strikes on Iran, not even 24 hours ago, we hit a girls' elementary school and killed upwards of 80 children?
Right. Was this school a training school for terrorcrats? Like training. Was it one of those schools?
Okay, even if it was, it wouldn't matter because they're elementary school children, but it wasn't.
No, it does matter. If their
But
future
I mean,
is
I want to clarify here. I want to clarify here. It wasn't, but like, even if it was, it wouldn't matter because they're children.
You don't know that. You don't know for sure. You don't know for sure.
I mean, I think I could say with like a lot of confidence that it wasn't, but it wouldn't matter if it was.
Okay, but you don't know for sure.
Okay, I don't mind like for the intents and purposes of this debate granting that to you because I don't think it matters. We shouldn't kill children.
No, I'm just saying. No, I'm like you. I wish it would have happened to a bunch of young girls.
Wait. Can you agree that we shouldn't kill children?
We shouldn't kill innocent children.
No. Can you just say we shouldn't kill children?
No, I'm not going to say that. What if this child has the trigger to shoot a bomb somewhere? What would you do if he was fixing to? If this children was starting to unalive a bunch of people, would you do something with that child first before you unalive a bunch of people?
I would do every single thing in my fucking power, even slightly irrational, to prevent that child from killing a bunch of people before I killed the child. And then if I did kill the child, I would still be saying that we shouldn't kill children, and this was fucking devastating. It's fucking devastating.
Yeah,
but no way you're going to sit here and literally demonize the 80 little girls, elementary school age, that were sitting in school and learning, saying that they were all going to grow up to be terrorists, so we need to kill them now. They were 7 years old. 80 kids dead. You don't even blink an eye. You don't care. See, this isn't about spreading democracy or reaching into the farthest lengths of the world to bring us together and build a global coalition through alliances. For you, he left. This is about death. This is about pain. This is about imperialism. It's about an exercisation of power and control. That you are a very sick man, like literal babies, right? Like MAGA is now justifying killing literal babies. I thought that the deaths of children was not negotiable for MAGA, and that's why they're telling victims of rape here at home in America that they need to suck it up and deal with the fact that they're raped, they can't get an abortion. Telling the women here at home in America they're going to die if they don't get an abortion. That sucks to suck. You need to die because that child's life is valuable. But when it's now 108 kids, okay, whose lives are being ended by bombs signed by senators and congressmen with a stamp of Netanyahu on them, well, they're going to grow up to be terrorists, so we need to kill them now. It is sick. It is depraved. It is disgusting. And he left. And I understand exactly why he left, because that was sick, depraved, and disgusting. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Please and thank you. I'd really appreciate it if y'all do your very best to abide by the rules of the live stream. If you join the live and you're not a Trump supporter, I will quickly be banning you, just because we're only looking for MAGA. Welcome in, Jess. Do you support Trump? Okay. That last guest wasn't here.
I didn't know. I don't know what happened. I didn't
Welcome
leave.
back.
It just went away.
You
But
like being
anyway,
scrolled
no,
out of the live.
I'm not in favor of unaliving children. But if, like you said just now, if it's a child that's fixing to unalive a bunch of people, that's a different story.
Give me any evidence that these 7-year-olds were terrorists that were about to kill a bunch of
There's
people.
no evidence either way. No evidence either way.
Okay, well, if we don't have evidence either way, then we obviously can't assume that they are terrorists and kill them.
No, but we can go both ways with that.
No, we can't go both ways with that. Are you kidding me?
I can't.
Wait, do you have a child?
Yes, I do have a child, and
Do
I'm
I
very
have?
protective.
One moment. Do I, in the moment of, right now, do I have any evidence that they're not a terrorist?
No, except that they're in the enemy
Okay,
country.
one moment. Do I have any evidence that they are a terrorist?
You can by these. Iran has.
No, one moment.
They have these schools that train
Stop talking.
young
Stop
people.
talking. Do I have any
train
evidence?
young people.
Stop talking. Do I have any
I do.
evidence that your child is a terrorist?
Yes.
Why would you say that?
No, I'm talking about you as a leftist. You use any excuse to terrorize anybody.
Okay, I don't think that you're hearing my
But my
question.
children are
Repeat it.
not. My children are not. They are
Okay.
not terrorists.
Okay, so I don't have any evidence that your child is a terrorist. You affirm that.
No.
And I don't have any evidence that your child is not a terrorist. You affirm that. So because I don't have any evidence that your child is either a terrorist or not a terrorist, in accordance with your logic, I would be justified in killing your child, right?
No. You see, you're wrong because they're not in a terrorist country.
Wait, so if
They're
you were
not
on
in the
vacation
evil
with your
terrorist
child,
country.
if you were on
And I
vacation
have-
with
we
your
have no
child
record.
in Iran, I'd be justified in killing your child?
No.
Also,
What I'm
I
telling
think that
what
you
I'm
need.
t-
I think that you
see,
need to
you
consider.
don't let me speak.
I also think that you need to reconsider who the terrorists truly are if you're saying that we have the right to kill any and all
You keep
children
cutting me off.
in countries in the Middle East.
See, you're wrong. You're wrong. You keep cutting me off.
I mean, just
My
listen to what you're
children-
saying, man.
my
You're
children do
labeling
not belong
countries
to
as
a terrorist-
terroristic, and then you're saying
We are not in
it
a
doesn't.
terrorist
One
country.
moment. You're labeling countries as terroristic, and then you're saying that we have the God-given right to kill and slaughter absolutely any child in any country that we deem as terroristic. Next question: are you a Christian?
We do not have the right to unalive innocent children.
That's what you just said. Are you a Christian?
Okay. No, that's none of your business if I'm a Christian or not.
So that's a yes. So you as a Christian are
That's none of your
saying
business.
that just because a child is in Iran, we could literally send them to heaven.
If they're being trained to be a terrorist, I have no problem with unaliving them. If they're being
Even
trained,
if they're being trained
I
for the
have no
terrorists,
problem.
you should have a problem with killing them. You're insane because it's not their fault.
And unless you're unalive, you or your family,
One
then we should
second.
have done it
No,
before,
you,
right?
you didn't say
Unless it
they
comes
have
with your
their.
family?
You didn't say they have their finger on the trigger, and now we have to like hop into a super complex moral dilemma of what do we do when children are being used as active agents of death, okay, by terrorists. That's a
part
whole
of
other
war.
conversation. No, you said being trained to be a terrorist. Like they're 7 years old, they're going to school. First and foremost, you can't be serious. You can't just basically assume that all schools in Iran, okay, are training the children to be
I didn't
terrorists.
say that.
Especially considering the fact that they were girls, okay, especially considering the fact that they're
Yeah, I didn't
girls,
say that.
okay, Iran upholds heavy patriarchy. For agents of the states, those roles are fulfilled by men. Those roles are not fulfilled by women, okay? But you're saying not because they have their finger
Yes,
on the
they
trigger
are.
or anything, but because they could potentially, but likely not, being trained to become an actual terrorist at some point in the future, that we have the right to end their life now. I just think that you're a
Before
sick,
they get
depraved
our
human
lives.
being.
Before they get our lives.
Okay, I want to ask you a question. If someone in the Taliban kidnapped your children and started training them to be terrorists, do you think our
would be
government would be
impossible.
justified in killing your children?
That would be impossible. You're asking
You're
impossible
not engaging with the
question.
question.
That's an impossible question.
It's not impossible for your child to be
Yes, it
kidnapped, or
is.
else kidnapping wouldn't happen.
My kids are in their 30s. It's not going to happen. It's
Okay,
impossible.
so if okay, let's go back. I forgot that you said you're old. Let's go back to when your children were 7. If literal like terrorists kidnapped your children when they were 7 and started training them to be terrorists, do you think our government would be justified in killing them?
If it's a war zone, I'm sorry, yes. If it's a war zone. So what are you looking like that for? You don't want to see, you're a young boy, you don't understand things. You don't understand. You don't understand life. You have no idea about life. You're still young. Would you rather my two children or anybody's two children survive and then later on unalive hundreds of people, or would you rather see those two unalive? What would you rather see? What would you rather see?
I'd rather kill the people that kidnap them and are training them to be terrorists.
But
I'm gonna need a moment, man. It's not your turn to speak. Ultimately,
that wasn't
it's
the
my
choice.
live, and I control the speech on this live. Okay.
It wasn't
And
the choice.
right now, I am controlling your speech, and I'm turning your microphone off. And yes, it was a choice. Listen. You unmute your mic. Listen, I'm gonna make this clear. You unmute your mic again and start speaking, I'm gonna kick you. That's my last time muting you. One more time, you unmute it and you start speaking, you're gone. He left on his own. Good, I don't care. What a sick human being. That's where we're at as a country. Man. Whoever thought that MAGA would take it that far? There are no bounds to the MAGA mind virus. Donald Trump illegally hiding files accusing him of child rape. Then we get Trump supporters asking me why it's wrong to rape children. Donald Trump bombs a girls' elementary school and kills 106 children, sorry. Then we get Trump supporters saying that they wouldn't care even if Donald Trump were to kill their own children, he'd be justified in doing so. I'm actually speechless. That is by far one of the worst things I think that we've heard on this live stream ever.
Do I gotta type it in or something?
No, you can speak.
Oh,
Do
hello?
you still support Trump? Yes, I support Trump.
Hi.
Because he's the first president who gave Americans money.
Oh, hi, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Nice to meet you. I
Nice to
do
meet
these
you.
debate streams. It sounds like maybe your daughter or somebody in your life.
Yes, she tell me about it.
Yeah, got you set up. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. Yeah, we basically do these call-ins where we just talk to people that support Trump. So I just connected you into the stream. Do you mind if I just
thank you.
take a moment to thank a handful of people that have donated to the stream before we hop into our conversation?
Oh, yes, no problem.
All right, I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much for your patience. Lady Sorella, I appreciate you for the $5 over on Super Chat. Same thing to you, John. I appreciate you so much for the $5 as well. T, thank you for the $5. Miss Harley, thank you for the $5. Some, thank you for the $5. Well with a 5. And then John, thank you so much for the $20 Super Chat, who says, as a disabled vet from the 90s, I and my comrades sacrificed a period of time in our lives in devotion to protection, to both protect and defend both an idea and the people that the idea serves. That is our collective job. I appreciate you so much for your service and for the support, John. Same thing to Brandy. Thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much, you guys. One person to thank right now over on Super Chat as well would also be Ronaldo. Thank you so much for the 50 euros on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Ronaldo. I want to see 500 Ronaldo W's. That is so incredibly kind of you, man. Thank you so much for that support. Ronaldo with a 50 says, my dad's former military in South Africa. He would never allow me to join because he knows it's old men arguing and young men dying. Too many idiots glorify the idea of killing others as long as it's done with a uniform. Such a disgusting world we live in. I know, Ronaldo. It is so sick. It is so fucking sick. Like, I don't even have words to express how upset I am with what that last guest said. Thank you for the love, Ronaldo. And then one last super chat here from Rockin with the $10 who says that last caller really pissed me off. Me too. Okay, that last caller pissed every reasonable person off. Over on Venmo, Lexington, thank you for the $10 who says, appreciate you keeping the conversation rooted in rights, not just rhetoric. I appreciate you so much for that love, Lexington. And then Shayla, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo for dealing with these insane people. Appreciate you for the support, Shayla. Let's get 250 Shayla W's. Fasi, thank you for the $10. Lydia, thank you so much for the $10. Shout out to you and your husband. Sean with the $10, a little extra annoyance for this guy. And then Valkyrie with the $10. Thank you so much for that support, Valkyrie. We're all caught up over on Venmo. Just a couple people to thank on PayPal. Then we'll hop into that debate. Over on PayPal, thank you, Isabella, for the $10, who says, hey, Dean, there were pro-ICE protesters outside, and they were not happy when I clocked off of work and stood across from them. with my Trump likes minor sign. They called me crazy. You know what? Good for you. Thank you for pissing them off, Isabella. You're a true patriot. And then Sarah, thank you so much for the $20, who says, hey, Dean, I've never donated before. I thought I'd give to somebody on TikTok, but I really enjoy your lives. Oh, well, thank you so much, Sarah. Huge shout out to you. I appreciate you for supporting me and what we do here. Show some love to Sarah. I thank you, thank you, thank you. And then just 2 more people over here on PayPal, Kristen and Leah. Thank you both so very much for the $20 donations. Kristen with the 20 says, first time supporting the grift. Keep cooking these bigot losers, my friend. You're beautiful. Thank you, Kristen. And then Leah says, hey, Dean, just got a full ride through college and wanted to give you a little something for always making me laugh. Well, congratulations, Leah. That is a huge deal. Oh, my goodness. All right, yeah. Oh, we just got taken down on TikTok for misinfo? Oh, it's probably because I read that donor's message that says Trump's like minors. Trump likes minors. Nothing in this live broke TOS or amounted to misinformation. I was reading a message when I was flagged. Recit message from the chat when flagged for misinformation. Reinstate live access now. Yeah, that's gonna be my fault. I mean, that's on me. So when you are on TikTok, you can't say that. When you're on TikTok, you actually can't say that Trump likes minors. So I did submit that appeal through. We are going to go ahead and hop on the second account on TikTok, waiting for that appeal to go through. Yeah, minors, like M-I-N-E-R-S. So true. That's what I was trying to say. They unjustly banned me. They unjustly banned me. Netanyahu, get them. Netanyahu, get them. Netanyahu, please. They unjustly banned me. Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and use the restroom real quick. And then we are going to go live on the second account. We're going to wait for that appeal to go through. And then once that appeal goes through, we will then hop back on the main account. So I'm just going to take a moment here to go pee. Once we're back, we're going to be live on DNC Dean. So maybe right now, on your phone or something, go follow at DNC Dean. We'll be live on there. I'll be right back, everyone. All right, everybody, I'm back. We're going to go ahead and go live right now on DNC Dean on TikTok and continue the debates. And then we'll hop back up on the main account, hopefully when we're able to get that appeal approved. What? I got like an auto restriction on DNC Dean. It says this live is not eligible for recommendation as we've detected a violation of our integrity and authenticity policies. That's weird. I'm gonna end the live. Restart TikTok, maybe? That's weird. Let's try that out. Oh, we're already reapproved on the main account based. All right, we're gonna go and hop back on the main. Okay, actually, fire. Okay, I'm not complaining. That's weird that we got taken down. Happy that we're back. Happy that we're back. The ban on the main account already got approved. Can we get some W's in the chat? Yeah, can we get some W's in the chat for that? For the first time ever? Like W TikTok? Never mind Netanyahu. Never mind Netanyahu. W TikTok, never mind. Let's go to get that next. Dude, I swear, there are so many ups and downs with what we do. There are so many ups and downs with what we do. It's like a roller coaster of emotion. Listen, folks, when I tell you that it used to fuck with me literally so much, like when I first started streaming, like this isn't anything new. Like getting like the double like homicide from TikTok, having them like ban one account for no reason, and then like automatically restrict the live of your second account when you hop on. That's nothing new. That's nothing new. That's been happening for ages now. And it's just been like a roller coaster of emotion. It's absolutely terrible. It's gotten a lot better in recent history because TikTok has become like more receptive to working with debate creators. In fact, fun fact, I sat down with TikTok last night and talked to them for over an hour, giving them a bunch of feedback on things that they do that I like, things that they do that I don't like. And they just like legitimately wanted to hear from me. Like I talked to two of like their higher ups in China. It was like evening for me, meanwhile it was like morning or like noon for them over a call. And it was like really cool. It was really cool. You know, so they're really investing a lot into that, which I really appreciate. The TikTok live is not back up yet, folks. I'm experiencing a lot of issues with the TikTok OBS. It's really slow. That's another thing that I really wish TikTok could get better at, is making their live studio, which is kind of like the OBS variant that I use to stream to TikTok on computer. I wish that they could make that way faster. It's really, really slow. So we gotta wait like 5 minutes for it to load. It's kind of unreal, right? We're almost there. Okay, and we're there. All right, let's go to restart that live on TikTok. We're so back. We've never been better. We've never been better. I left that collar hanging, bro. I know. I feel bad because that was like somebody's dad. Like they're probably like still trying to talk to me. I feel really bad for that. We're also at like really high risk of a ban on TikTok right now. Like after you get account restriction, you're at a really high risk of another one. Welcome back in, everybody. For everybody tuning back in on TikTok, thank y'all so much for being here. Welcome in, y'all. For everybody tuning into that live stream, make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen. Shout out this live with a handful of friends. Spam that chat. Hello, hello, hello. I'm going to take a moment to say hey to a couple people on TikTok. Violet, what's going on? Welcome in, Violet. Darcy, thank you so much for being here. Shout out to you, Daniela. Make sure to say what's good down below in that TikTok chat, everybody. Dee Dee, appreciate you so much for being here. Same thing with you, INEZ. Thank you so much for your time. Francesca, and Molly, welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Emiliana, same thing to you. Now, for everybody tuning in, folks, we did get our stream taken down. We are back now, and honestly, we're just going to hop back into those debates. We left that last caller hanging. I wish I could apologize to them. Actually, I might have the chance to because it looks like they're back in the queue. Cool. Yeah, we're just going to go and hop back into those debates, folks. Hop back into the debates, folks. Hi, welcome back in.
Oh, say hey, I'm back, I'm here.
Hey, sorry, man. So that was my fault. My live stream got taken down. It was banned. You've been waiting for a while, though, so the mic and the floor are yours to tell us how the hell you still support Trump. I do just want to quickly share with you from my perspective. Donald Trump is like literally the worst president of your life, the worst president of my life. He's absolutely atrocious, absolutely terrible, but we'll talk about that. Mic and the floor are yours. Take it away. Tell us why you're MAGA.
I mean, like, the reason, like, I vote with Trump because, like, to me, this is my point of view. Like, so far, he's the only president that I know that gave American money. He also trying to bring all jobs back from cross seas back to America so we can have more jobs and the unemployment rate can go down. I mean, it's a lot more though. Like it's just like I like how he run things and do things. He's not scared. He speaks his mind. And he called everybody on their wrong with their flaws. So like, I mean, that's why I'm supporting him for.
Okay, sounds good. Well, there's like a handful of things I could say in response. Do you want me to respond to all 3 points at once, or do you just want me to pick one and like hone in on it so we could talk about one specific thing at one time?
It don't matter how you want to do it. You can do one or do all together.
Okay, sure. I want to respond to that last point first. You said that he's not scared to call people out on their flaws. So I don't think he's scared to call people out on their flaws when they disagree with him. And I don't think he's ever called anybody out on their flaws when they agree with him. The most notable example of that would be the violent domestic terrorists that raided our Capitol on January 6th. They tried to kill cops.
Yes.
They smeared their shit on the walls. They caused millions of
Yes.
dollars in property damage. He said that they were all patriots. He said that they were falsely imprisoned, and he even let them out of jail, gave them full and complete presidential pardons, including people like
Yes.
DJ Rodriguez, who literally tried to kill a cop on the steps of the Capitol. So once again, the main thing here, the point that I want to push, is that he is so scared to call people out on their flaws and their wrongdoings when they fall under his reign.
Okay. I understand where you come from.
All right, moving on to the next point. You
Yes.
said he brought jobs back from overseas for more jobs, so
He's
unemployment could go
trying to
down.
bring the jobs back to America.
Exactly. Trying. So I understand that's what he's saying he's doing. I understand that's what he's saying he wants to do, but it's failing. Last year, 2025, we had the worst jobs report since '03, ignoring recessions. We also had the most manufacturing bankruptcies since 2008, my guy. And every month after he imposed his tariffs, manufacturing jobs went down, 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 down. There are more jobs now than ever that are going overseas, and that's also why last year we had 1.3 million layoffs, the most in 5 years, and the highest level of unemployment in 5 years as well.
Okay. All right.
Oh, I'm really thirsty for that water. I'm like drinking water, but I know it's a bad idea because if I do, then I'll have to pee a billion times. So I'm trying to hold back, but it just tastes so good. And then your first point there was like giving Americans money. Are you talking about the stimulus checks?
Yes.
Yeah, so those were bipartisan because of the pandemic, and Biden did a round of the stimulus checks too.
Yeah. Well, they say he did, but I guess by he was off and everything. That's why they said that Biden gave the money first.
So Biden didn't give the money first because Trump was president before Biden. But what matters here is that both of the rounds of stimulus were bipartisan in nature, something that both the Democrats and Republicans agreed to.
Well, not Democrats off first though, because it's deep into it. Because the first time we had got stimulus check, like he was trying to get all the Americans $10,000 a piece, a one-time payout.
10,000,
But
yeah, that
the
never happened.
Democrats were saying that's too much money.
That
for
is
us.
too much money. That is way too much money.
I
yes.
mean, but the money will go back to the company though, so the government gonna make the money right back. Because if we would have got the money, we were gonna spend it like, they get the money right back.
But that's like that's infeasible. I think if we were to like issue like $10,000 stimulus checks, like the economy just would have like ended. Like I that is just completely economically unfeasible. Like we had a 9.1% level of inflation in the country because of like the like few $1,000 stimulus checks. Okay, imagine the hyperinflation that we would have experienced with $10,000 stimulus checks. Like, I do think that ultimately in the inflation in which we suffered was the most preferable alternative to what else we would have had. Like, it was either like we put a lot of money into the economy and cause inflation, or we don't put a lot of money into the economy. People like starve and die because they don't have jobs, and then our country enters into a recession. But like it was like a smart thing to not give everybody $10,000, or else we would have experienced like hyperinflation to the extent and tune of like 20%.
So you said if he would have gave us $2,000, we'd be going inflation. But then last year he gave 137 billion to war, and I mean I don't see no inflation them going down there.
Okay, you said like 170 billion to who?
100. What is it? Iran, Iraq last year he gave 138 billion or something like that.
Okay. Well, first and foremost, sending money to other countries is less likely to cause inflation because it's not money that is then expected to be spent inside of the economy. But that's also like significantly like less money than what would have been spent on a $10,000 stimulus check.
There'll be less money. Okay.
Yeah, let me just do the math
if
for you.
American $2,000 a piece.
Yes.
Okay. I understand where you're coming from.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Would you stop supporting Trump as president if he called for the execution of his political opponents?
Okay, good question. I would say yes and I would say no.
Okay, well, that's contradictory and not clear at all.
The reason I say because I'm not. I mean, like I need to know whether they do in order for him to execute like that. If they did wrong like that, and he want to execute them, I mean, like I'm with that.
Oh, yeah, so let me like be more specific with the question that I'm asking here.
Yes.
If he baselessly called for the execution of his political opponents, Democrats in Congress, like they did nothing wrong to warrant them dying.
Oh no, that's wrong. That's I would not support behind that right there. Like,
Right, so you would no longer consider yourself a Trump supporter if you knew he did that.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't. Like, if he killed innocent people, I wouldn't. Like, say, if he go do that right there, like,
Oh no, just if
you
he
know
called
what
for
I'm
it.
saying?
Like if he just called for them to be executed, he said they
Yes.
need to die. You'd stop supporting him.
No, like what he's
No,
saying
now
is
if he's
like,
now
what
now
happened.
no. Now if he actually go through and do it, but just by saying because it's just a word of mouth. But he said a lot of stuff that like they get up on people's
Okay, so
skin.
that's not
and he
enough.
don't mean it.
Got it.
It's
That's
not
not
enough.
enough. Yeah. What if
Why
he
he's
like
saying it
what if
by
he
taking action
sexually
to different
exploited
things.
naked women and girls?
You said he did what now?
What if he sexually exploited naked women and girls?
Oh no, I'm against that. I'm against that.
So you'd stop. So you no longer consider yourself a Trump supporter if you knew he did that?
Yes.
Even if he said, even if he only said he wants to do
if he
it.
took action and
sorry.
did that, I would.
I'm sorry. This is
That's
one
it.
of those situations where I'm going to ask you to listen to me, not your daughter. Okay.
Okay.
Listen to me here. All right. So
good.
if he actually did sexually exploit them, you'd stop supporting him as president, right?
Yes, I will. No
Okay.
lie. Yes, I will.
Yeah. Can we agree that sexual exploitation would be like unjustly taking advantage of somebody sexually?
Yes.
Okay. Can we agree that if like a male owner of a business were to abuse the fact that he's the owner of the business to barge into the woman's restroom to then look at the naked people inside, that would be an example of a man sexually exploiting a woman or a girl because they'd be unjustly taking advantage of them sexually?
Yes, I don't support it.
Okay, so here's Donald Trump admitting to doing exactly that at beauty pageants. He admitted to abusing the fact that he was the owner of them to barge into the dressing rooms where he was then like presented with the naked bodies of women and girls. This was on Howard Stern radio show in April of 2005.
China. And
Well, you could also
April
say, as the
2005.
owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
so you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything
doctor.
is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So before you automatically hop on that and give some type of response, I need to hop in
Yes.
here and say something first. I'm
Yes.
going to be clear. There's two paths in front of you. The first path is to shock us all and become a raging MAGA hypocrite, stand by your support for Trump, and come up with some spineless, brainless excuse for why you still support him, even though you just heard him admit to sexual exploitation moments after saying that you'd stop supporting him if he were to sexually exploit people. And that's going to embarrass you. It's going to annoy me. It's going to annoy everyone. It's just like the mental contortions, making yourself a pretzel shamelessly. That's a first path. I don't recommend it. Now, your second path here is to just stop supporting Trump as president, to take the red hat off, to retract your loyalty from him. You said it, not me. You said you'd stop supporting him if you knew he had sexually exploited people. I proved to you that's something he has done. The clear conclusion here should be that you're no longer MAGA. And I want to give you a moment to really think about it. So I think I have like 2 people to thank on Super Chat, 2 people to thank on PayPal, maybe 1 person on Venmo. I'm going to do that real quick so you just have a moment to really clear your mind and really process that. Because what I've noticed in the past having the same conversation is that if I just pass the mic right to you, you're still in that debate mode where you want to defend your premise and reject mine. So you go, oh, Dean, you're wrong. No, I still support him. So just take a moment, internally process things. In the meantime, let's see here. Elia, that is Elyah. Thank you so much for the $40 super chat over on YouTube. That is so much money, Elia. Jesus, thank you. Thank you. Elia with the $40 who says, banned from Venmo, so unfortunately got to pay the YouTube overlords. Keep up the discourse, even with the brick walls you seem to talk to sometimes. I can only hope it reaches my mutuals and family. Well, I mean, you can make it reach your mutuals and family by sharing the live with them or getting them on the stream to debate me. But thank you so much for the $40. That is legitimately so kind of you. Thank you so very much. Quickly, 1 person to thank over on PayPal. I'm going to call you A. Thank you so much for the $62 donation. You guys are being so very kind today. A says, hey Dean, Tia here. Sending support to you and your followers and thinking of you all at this difficult time. all the way from the UK. Well, shout out to you. Shout out to the UK. I wish I was in the UK right now. And Tia, seriously, thank you so very much for the $63 donation on PayPal. Show some love to Tia down below in that chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, for everybody watching, like I said, make sure to show some love to Tia and E down below. Now, something I want to point out here is that last guest is gone. We will never get to hear their answer, unfortunately. They didn't leave the stream. So that was a father who was on their daughter's account, and the daughter was under the age of 18, and TikTok permanently banned their account for being a minor on a live stream. So they got an age ban because of the daughter's age. That wasn't him leaving. That wasn't anyone leaving. And that's super unfortunate. So we'll never get to know where that dad sits. I really do hope that he changes his mind, or changed his mind. Welcome in, Marco. Do you support Trump?
No, but I have a question.
Okay,
what do you
you're
think
not a Trump
us
supporter.
Bombing?
You got to change the profile
what do you think us
picture.
bombing?
You got to change the profile picture.
Yes, I will. I will.
I'm not even gonna take your question. I'm not even gonna take it. You gotta change the profile picture. What are we doing? I am refusing to take your question, because then if I were to, I would just be incentivizing more people to go out to change their profile picture to some ludicrous shit like me kissing Parker, just so they could get on the live and ask a question. Diego, what's up? Do you support Trump?
I'm gay.
Okay, Diego, but do you support Trump?
I don't know.
Okay, Diego. Well, we're only looking to talk to Trump supporters, so I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next guest, Tyler Sullivan. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. All right.
I'm so sorry.
No worries at all, Tyler. You take care. Shout out to Tyler. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Make sure that you're following the rules. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Now, if you want to support me, if you want to support the stream, if you want to support what we do here, you can actually find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account. Same thing with the pin message over in that YT stream. You also got the handle, the top of the phone screen. Welcome in. What is going on? Do you support Trump?
Wait, hello? Can you hear me?
British banned. We're going to put the rules back up on screen, guys. You got to be MAGA. You got to be 18 plus, and you got to be American. I'm going to start taking a look at the queue. If I find you in the queue and you are breaking those rules, like I see that you, like your bio clearly like shows me that you don't support Trump. Same thing with like any post or repost. I'm gonna go ahead and ban you before you even join the live, guys. We're implementing a very strict only debating Trump supporters rule here. Also, welcome in everybody. Let me know how your day's been so far down below in that comment section. It's a beautiful Saturday out here in Colorado, but that has been overshadowed by what we've seen unfold in the last 12 hours. Ava, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
Under 18, but I do want to have a question.
Got to be at least 18. We're going to ban you for breaking that first rule. Moving on to the next guest. Cindy in the chat says long. Oh, I feel you there. It has been long. Hey, do you support Trump?
Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
And what time?
August. It's 7 o'clock.
All right, man. Sounds good. Sounds good. You said you need a second. That's fine. I'm going to thank like 4 people, then I'll pass it on mic. Dude,
thank you, Dean.
Joseph, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much for that love, Joseph. Joseph with the $50 says, this is for you to help shred those who support today's unconstitutional attacks. I think that we should really center around Donald Trump's attack on the constitutional mask-off authoritarianism. Thank you so much for your support, Joseph. Just know I really appreciate it, and it goes a very long way. $50 is a hell of a lot of money. While we're debating this guy, I want to see 500 Joseph W's down below in that comment section. I'd also like to see some Catherine W's for the $25. Thank you so much for that love, Catherine. I appreciate you so much. And good shit, by the way, Catherine. I just read your message. I'm proud of you. Thank you for the 25. Reese, thank you so much for the $5. And Jamie, appreciate you for the $4 as well. Over on Super Chat, Mary, thank you for the $10, who says, my dad received a silver star and a purple heart. Would not tell us what he did. My mom showed us the write-up after he died. That is a hero, not a pretender, like that one guest who had joined the live stream earlier. Shout out to your dad. And yeah, that was crazy. Stolen valor is insane. I sent you an invite to unmute if you want to tell us how though you still support Trump. Connor, take it away. Clarify, I think he's the worst president of your life, my life, and he's just an absolute atrocity.
Well, I would say like the tariffs for first off, or at least what was the tariffs.
Yep. Is that still a reason?
Unfortunately, because it got shot down, I guess not.
Right, and even before they got shut down, they only hurt the economy. So we should be like thanking SCOTUS for shutting them down.
Source.
Sure. The Bureau of Labor Statistics tells us that every single month after the imposition of the tariffs on Liberation Day, we had a declining amount of manufacturing jobs in the economy. On top of the fact that last year we got the worst jobs report from any given fiscal year since '03, ignoring recessions.
We are Charlie Kirk.
Okay, Connor.
Yeah. By the way, I just wanted to clarify. You have a really.
I think that he's trolling, so we're going to move on to the next guest. Or it's possible that he wasn't trolling and just had to channel his inner Charlie Kirk because he was getting cooked. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Texas Realtor, guys. Only up inside of the queue if you're MAGA. Do you support Trump? Oh, nope. Texas Realtor is gone, dude. All right, we got Rob loaded up into the box. Rob's probably a Trump supporter. Hey, Rob, do you support Trump?
Yeah, hi. Yeah, of course.
How old are you?
30.
Okay, and what time is it?
1 a.m.
All right, I'm going to go to ban you for breaking the third rule. Let's go and get the rules back up on the phone screen. Oh, sorry, not third, the second rule. Moving on to the next guest. Make sure that you're following the rules if you find yourself in the queue. If you want to know what they are, take a look at that phone screen. You just got to be 18 plus, American and MAGA, please, and thank you. Hi, do you support Trump? I'm going to go to ban you for breaking the first rule. You were like 3 months old, dude. Wow. Holy cow. Damn, they were like very small child. Goodbye. Hello, do you support Trump?
I mean, not really, no. But so
okay, I'm going to have to ban you for breaking that third rule. Moving on to the next guest, we got Commanders loaded up into the box. Here we go. All right, they left preemptively. Mods, go ahead and retroactively ban them for requesting to join the live without an intention of joining. Folks, for everybody who's in the guest request right now, I want to lead you through a hypothetical thought experiment. Hypothetically act like I just accepted you on the live, like Franklin is you. What would your next move be? Would it be to leave the live or to tell me that you're a Trump supporter who's down to debate? If your next move would be to do anything except for telling me that you're a Trump supporter who's down to debate, please leave that queue. Franklin, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, of course.
How old are you?
21.
What year are you born in?
You're back in.
2004.
Okay, user 89585018735. Do you support Trump?
Just kidding. Fuck Trump.
Okay, Franklin's banned. User, do you support Trump?
It's you.
Hello?
Hi.
I'm back.
Oh! Yo!
Yeah.
Wow, I'm so surprised that I've been able to reconnect with you two times now.
That's not my daughter account. That's my my fiance. Like, but they heard her voice and think it was a minor though. Yeah. She on her mother TikTok account.
Wow, that's so crazy that we were able to reconnect. Dude, the first time I had you up here, the live stream got taken down. I was like, I'm never going to hear from this guy again. Second time I had you up here, account got banned. I'm really never going to hear from this guy again.
Yeah,
I'm so excited. I just spit everywhere. I just spit on myself. That's kind of embarrassing. My bad, guys. But anyways, just to catch everybody up who isn't too familiar with what's going on here. So we just had this guy up. He said he'd stop supporting Trump as president if he knew Donald Trump had sexually exploited women and girls. Okay, I then played the clip of Donald Trump admitting to, by the way, his answer to that question was yes. He said that he would stop supporting Trump. I then played the clip of him admitting to the sexual exploitation of women and or girls. And then I explained to this guest the two paths that he has as point number one, to redact his support from Trump, take the red hat off, be no longer loyal, because he said if Donald Trump did what I just proved Donald Trump did do, he would no longer support him as president. So he should follow through on that, maintain ideological consistency, be a principled, good person. And then path number two is to ignore reality, lose his spine and his brain and play mental gymnastics and try to find a way to continue to support Trump, even though he said he wouldn't support Trump if I proved what Donald Trump did. So, sir, the mic and the floor are yours. Tell us, what path are you going to take?
and stuff like that, and also what you let me read. But to be honest, Dane, I still support Trump. I mean, I know if I get a lot of backlash by this, but I support him like the wrong. Well, I ain't say the wrong. He doing a lot of wrong, y'all say. But what he did dealing with that beauty passion and everything, I mean, I don't support that what he did, but I support him of what he doing for America. So once again, my question, I mean,
can I hop in here?
Yes.
This is the most frequently engaged in form of mental contortion. I need to make it clear here, okay? This is not being driven by anything reasonable or logical. This is being driven by your own cognitive dissonance. You told us clear as day, okay? I clarified on this because I expected this counter-argument. I made sure, I clarified, and I got you to agree that if you knew Donald Trump had sexually exploited women and or girls, you wouldn't just not support that one bad action, but still support the presidency as a whole. You explicitly clarified 3 times that if he did that, then you would expressly and explicitly stop supporting the president as a whole.
I did say that. I did say that.
Okay, so can you admit that you are contradicting what you told us earlier, and the only difference between what you told us earlier and what you're telling us now is that earlier when you told us that you'd stop supporting him as president if he did this, you didn't know it's something he's actually done.
No, correct.
Right? Correct. So, but can you see here how, like, clearly you are going to be significantly less, like, prone to bias when you don't know this is something Trump's actually done and it's just hypothetical. But when you do know that it's something he's actually done and it's no longer hypothetical, you're more prone to that bias of wanting to stay within this tribe of the MAGA cult. And because of that, that is the only reason why you shift your belief?
No.
Okay, then what's the difference? Why did you change your mind?
The reason I changed my mind is because, like, back to what I said, like you said, I might contradict myself. Because, like, what he did with that, I guess he was wrong. He was wrong. And I did say if you had proof and let me hear that I would like to be a Trump supporter no more. True. I did say that. But you gave me time to think about it and stuff like that. And like I say, like, I support him, still support him. But certain things I can undersay, like what you just let me read, because I was not aware or knowledge about that. I don't support certain things he do.
So why is the sexual exploitation of women or girls not a red line?
I don't. Stuff like that, like killing innocent people, like you said.
But like, why is that not a red line? Like, why is that not a red line? It's like
it's a red line. No, I told you, I don't support that way you do. Like you say, like if he's doing
that's not what a red line is. A red line would be like if Donald Trump were to cross this red line, then you would stop supporting him. You no longer be MAGA. Okay, like he could cross the line of sexual violence. He could cross the line of calling for the execution of his political opponents. He can cross the line of parading domestic terrorists and letting would-be cop killers out of jail. He could cross the line of raping E. Jean Carroll. That's what a civil court proved. He could cross the line of defying our Constitution and breaking the law. He could cross the line of refusing to pay out food stamp benefits for low-income Americans, leaving 16 million American children to starve. He could cross the line of taking health care away from 10 million low-income Americans. He could cross the line of starting a war and bombing and killing 106 schoolgirls in Iran, and you'll still continue to support him as president. Here's the question that I want you to answer now. What is your red line? What could Trump do that would make you stop supporting him as president?
What can for me to stop supporting him as president? I mean, stop trying to do for America. I mean, like.
But all those things are against the interests of America. Everything I just described. So I'm going to need you to be more specific here. What is one specific thing Donald Trump could do that, if it were to be true, would make you revoke your support from him?
I mean, I can't say that because, like, you only calling out his flaws. You're not calling out the good that he did for America.
So there's not. Not one thing Trump could do that would make you stop supporting him.
I mean, yes, like you said, like a pedophile, like stuff like that. I'm not gonna support him. Like I'm saying, like you know.
Well, you understand that we just went over the sexual exploitation. He did this to women and girls.
And why he got get in trouble for that?
Why? Beats me, dude. Probably the same reason the 5 men pictured in the Epstein files holding a naked, bloodied up 12-year-old girl with one of them having their fingers inside of her female member aren't in trouble. Probably why the FBI redacted the names of Epstein's literal co-conspirators and they haven't gotten in trouble. Probably because people like Howard Lutnick, who went to Epstein's Island, okay, are still able to serve on Donald Trump's administration without getting in trouble. Probably why Mark Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, who we have on recorded in emails saying that, oh, is this the OBGYN that you sent your victims to? Or a woman emailing Epstein saying that they loved his littlest girl, or a guy emailing Epstein saying that he loved the torture video. These people aren't in trouble either. Okay, when rich and powerful, for the most part, white men, okay, do really bad things, they're able to scapegoat any level of accountability. And I believe that includes Trump. Okay, but that question, well, why didn't he get in trouble for this if he's done it? Okay, is not relevant to determining that he actually did it, because we know he actually did it, to the fact that he admitted to it, and the women and girls that I'm really honing in on here have testified to the fact that he did it.
I'm just trying to come with a good answer. Good question. I mean, you got me speeches right now.
Yeah. Hey, Michael, I appreciate you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you, man. Michael with the 20 says, these callers can be so frustrating. His own daughter could have been a victim. Would he still support them? Is that his red line? It is. Is it? I appreciate you for the $20, Michael. You know, we're kind of talking about that now. He says that I have him speechless. I'm hoping that'll change his mind. Thank you for the $20, Michael. Show some love to Michael down below in that chat. Seriously, I do appreciate you so much for the love. And then Jade, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Appreciate you so much, Jade. I'll have to check that out, but I appreciate you for the $10. Damien, thank you for the 5. And then, let's see here. Johnny, thank you so much for the $20. She says, my brother-in-law was deployed in Iran just a few days ago. Oh my God. And I've had a huge pit in my stomach all day. Your streaming is keeping me calm and sane. Thank you for all that you do. Johnny, I wish the very best luck to your brother-in-law. And I feel for him, you, and your family. That must be such a tough position to be in. Thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Johnny W's down below. And then same thing to you, Mary. I appreciate you for the $2 over on Venmo. And then Jeremy, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat as well. Show some love to Jeremy and Mary. And then over on PayPal, Julia. Thank you so much for the $10. And SJ, thank you so much for the $10. And no worries, SJ. Shout out to you both. Julia says, I really appreciate everything that you do and stand for. Thank you. Show some love to SJ, Julia, Mary, Michael, Jade, Johnny, all of the donors. Go ahead and take it away, man. What is your response?
I no longer support Trump.
What's that?
I no longer support Trump.
Man, I love to hear it. I love to hear it. And I understand that like may take a while to like really come to terms with, if that makes any sense, you know, to like internalize that. But I'm really appreciative of you, man. And just know, like this is something that you'll really start to slowly wake up to. The longer and longer you continue to critically think, is that you are just now a significantly better man for you, your loved ones, your family, especially the women and girls in your life. And I'm very grateful to your daughter or fiance, whoever got you to join the stream, for having you join. And shout out to them as well.
Yeah, because they're not no Trump support. I get them why she did it for like that. Like they don't support Trump. And
right. Those are some of the reasons why.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of stuff I was not aware of, like what you're telling me, like, good knowledge like that. So I was not aware of that, like,
Yeah, and that's why I do these streams, man, just to spread awareness, because I'm convinced that there are still so many, rational people who support Trump only because of ignorance and a lack of access to information that, if they had access to, would change their mind. So I appreciate you for joining, and I hope that you have a good rest of your day, all right?
Same to you too, Dave. Thank you.
You take care. You take care. Man, that is like literally one of the best examples of why we do what we do here. One of the best, man. That right there is exactly why we do what we do. Congratulations to that guy. What a legend. Welcome. And do you support Trump?
No, but I love you, Dean. I love you so much, bro. I appreciate what you do, bro.
Appreciate that, man. You have a good rest of your day. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, y'all. Make sure that you follow the rules of the life if you do happen to join. I'd really appreciate it if you could try your very, very, very best. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA, please and thank you. Please and thank you. And Michael, dude, Yo, I want to see 1,000 Michael W's on TikTok. 1,000 Michael W's over on that YT stream. Because Michael just dropped a $100 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love, man. Michael says, W. Here's a cool hundo for changing this man's mind. Thank you, and keep it up. Bro, you are a legend. Thank you so much for this, bro. I do not deserve that, man. I definitely do not fucking deserve that. Thank you so much, brother. I want y'all to show some love to Michael down below in that comment section. I really appreciate you for your kindness and your generosity, dude. That is so incredibly kind of you. Let's go to hop into that next debate. If you're watching and you do want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Put a message on that YT stream, and the handle's also at the top of the phone screen. You could even attach a message, and I'll do my best to read it off. So just know that I really appreciate y'all. Show some love to Michael. Take it away. Do you support Trump? What is your name? I'm going to call you M. M, do you support Trump?
I fucking hate Trump.
Super base, but we're only looking to talk to people who do not effing hate Trump and do support him. So let's go and move on to the next guest right now. We got Izzy B loading up in the box. Here we go. Moving on to the next guest. Alrighty. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Izzy?
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to join. I love your content. That was an accident. Sorry.
No worries, Izzy. You have a good rest of your day. Moving on to the next guest right now. We got Caleb loading up for the 12.5 thousand people tuned into that live stream over on TikTok. Make sure that we're double tapping, sharing that live stream with a handful of friends. Repost this stream if you can. Spam that comment section. Let's try to get this live to boost out and send across that For You page so we can draw all of the MAGA crazies in here for a debate. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And how old are you, Caleb?
20.
Yeah. And what time is it?
It is currently 7:18 p.m.
Okay. And what year are you born in?
05.
And why do you support Trump?
I think I'm just gay, honestly.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't think that being gay is good reason to support Trump.
You want to know, like, my actual reason?
Oh, I already kicked you. I just assumed that you don't have an actual reason. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop in that queue if you are MAGA, please and thank you. Hello, do you support Trump?
Hello, hi, Mr. Withers.
Yeah, I can hear that you're like clearly in a car. Are you driving?
I'm not operating. I'm gonna go sit in the trunk. Can you give me a second?
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Thank you.
Oh, you accidentally turned your camera on. Was that intentional? Okay, that was intentional.
Yeah, I'm not embarrassed to be openly MAGA, Dean. Jesus. I'm not gonna hide.
I think that you should be.
Oh. All right, chat. Give him like a uni for that. That was good. He's already cooking. Okay, is this appropriate?
Yeah.
Why are you trying not to smile? It's okay.
I'm actually not trying not to smile. I'm just focusing because I'm positioning your webcam over on that YouTube stream.
Okay, got it. Hi, Dean. How are you?
Doing all right. How about yourself?
I'm a little disappointed because I am a supporter of Trump, and I'm a little disappointed on like what's occurred since Saturday.
Right.
So one thing,
I completely understand. You know, he's a guy that ran on President of Peace, No New Wars. You know, he's a guy whose orbiter said, like Charlie Kirk, can't do a regime change in Iran, super bad idea. Tulsi Gabbard saying no war in Iran. You know what I mean?
But and this is why I hope we can have a healthy conversation, because I think two things can be true at once. Like, we can be critical of our leader while also understanding, or maybe not, I don't know, maybe we can talk about it, why some things are necessary. Okay. I'm just here for a conversation.
So just tell us, why do you support Trump? The worst president of your life, completely putrid, disgusting
First of all,
man.
How do you know this is the worst person of my life? I could be 90 years old, sir. Like.
Okay, well, I mean, just to clarify, you actually couldn't be 90 years old. But even if you were 90 years old, I'd still argue he's the worst president of your life.
Wow! You're funny?
I'm sorry. Is there any other president in history that that's been an adjudicated rapist that has pardoned domestic terrorists, called them patriots after calling for the execution of his political opponents in Congress, and that has actively illegally hid and concealed Epstein files, accusing him of child rape? Like, no, that's kind of a first. So
okay. You're making it. Frick, can we stay focused? Because first and foremost, I appreciate the dedication to the plot, but the reason why we support Trump isn't support the
One second. 1 second. Okay. Everybody on TikTok is already spamming kick down below in the chat. I rarely acknowledge those comments. No, I'm not going to kick you. I rarely acknowledge those. I rarely acknowledge those comments when I'm not going to kick the guests and I'm going to keep them up. But I actually need to acknowledge those comments because she just joined. We haven't even gotten into the debate about why she's MAGA yet. I'm so curious. Why do you guys want me to kick her? I just gotta learn real quick. I gotta know real quick. What is the reason? Why do y'all want me to kick her?
She thinks she's the shit. Ooh, pick me. Is she high? No, I'm just.
Oh wait, don't say that on TikTok. TOS. She's doing too much. Okay, we'll expect a lot of Trump supporters to do too much. But anyways, all right, just continue. Tell us why you support Trump, and please respond to the points that I brought up. The mic and the floor are yours. Go ahead.
Okay. But chat, he's Squidward and I'm SpongeBob. You still watch the show.
You are doing too much now. Okay, just tell us why you're MAGA. Cringe.
Okay, fine. It's not necessarily supporting the person as an individual, but it's the push for more conservatism that I think is necessary in our society. The desire to, we can talk about whether or not you agree with how he handled Venezuela, but some people would support it. And I don't know, I think as someone who wants more conservatism in the United States, or at least a more constitutionally based government, he ran on draining the swamp. He was the very first to be like, look, Hillary Clinton, you want to come at me for my taxes? You were part of the elite who allowed me to win anyway. He called out people's bullshit in a way that was refreshing. And that's what we want to see. Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to go. You're mean.
Why are you going to leave?
Because you're laughing in my face.
Okay, so you could leave if I'm laughing in your face.
I don't want to leave, but
that's your prerogative. But I want to make it clear, I will absolutely laugh in your face when you say something so goddamn silly. And here's a very silly thing that you said. You said that you support Trump as president. There's a little bit of background noise, like a little bit of wind. I'm going to mute you while I speak, just because of that.
I'll mute you.
So once again, you said that you support Trump because you think it's Trump's prerogative to bring us back to a constitutionally based federal government. Okay, I want you to listen to every word that's about to come out of my mouth, and I want you to respond to every word that is about to come out of my mouth because of how meaningful, important, and relevant they are. If you truly cared, about the Constitution and about law and order, Donald Trump is the last president you would ever support. One of my biggest reasons why I do not support Trump are actually his attack and assault on the Constitution and his attack and assault on law and order. Here's everything you need to know. In the last year and a month, he's attacked the First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, 10th Amendment, 14th Amendment, and 22nd Amendment. His attacks on the First Amendment include him saying that it's now illegal to criticize him in the media. His attacks on the Second Amendment include him directing his DOJ to try to find any way to ban any and all gun ownership for law-abiding trans-American citizens. His attack on the Fourth Amendment include him directing ICE to arrest people without judicial warrants, in violation of their Fourth and Fifth Amendment rights, and deporting people with no due process and then arguing in defense of it in court. His attacks on the 10th Amendment include illegally deploying the National Guard in Illinois, leading SCOTUS to granting their opinion that that was in violation of the 10th Amendment. His attack on the 14th Amendment is the most notable. I love to talk about it. It's when he passed Executive Order number 14160 and tried to take birthright citizenship away from American-born citizens in violation of their 14th Amendment rights. And his attack and his assault on the 22nd Amendment is like him repeating that he maybe wants to run for a third term. He has also attacked not just the amendments. Okay, here's the cherry on top, the articles of the Constitution. Remember when he said, well, even if Congress doesn't pass voter ID laws, I'll be able to get it done anyways? That was him attacking the first article of the Constitution by trying to assume the power delegated in Congress to pass legislation. He's also attacked the second article of the Constitution by encroaching and breaching the Supremacy Clause, while also turning around and saying that he might want to nationalize the midterm elections, which is specifically an ability granted to the state by the Constitution. And this is all on the back of him telling ABC that he doesn't know if he has to abide by the Constitution. This is all on the back of him actually calling for the termination of the Constitution in December of 2022, and all on the back of the events that unfolded on J6, leading to his pardons of those domestic terrorists in January of last year. That is a comprehensive and nuanced overview of Donald Trump's attack on the Constitution to go to prove that if you care about the Constitution, you should never support him. Take it away.
Woo! Well said, Dean. And while I can't reiterate every single thing you said exactly, the spirit of what you said is understood. You don't think that you think it's hypocritical of me to support such a president who challenges the Constitution in such a way. And I think that's the point, right? Like, if we, and hear me out, right? I'm just a person, you don't have to listen to me. Once upon a time in this country, slavery was okay. And if it wasn't, once upon a time, you and I would never even be on a live, much less the same school. And there were times where, despite the states having their assertion of their rights, the National Guard was deployed illegally, unconstitutionally, and they led that little, I'm so sorry for the background noise, and they led that black girl to school. Abraham Lincoln did what he had to do. So what I'm saying is, part of maintaining the spirit of the republic is also trusting that our leader, when they challenge the Constitution, it's in good faith. It's for the bigger and greater good of the republic. Had we would have still been segregated if we waited for Congress to decide if it was a constitutional blah blah blah, right? All I'm saying is,
actually, schools were desegregated because SCOTUS decided that it was unconstitutional to
but it needed to be enforced. But it needed to be enforced, which is why the National Guard was called in.
Legally.
Illegally.
I don't agree, but go ahead.
I know you don't agree.
Also, by the way, yeah, the National Guard isn't being illegally deployed, okay, to help little black children.
Didn't you
get to
just
school.
say that?
The National Guard is being deployed to arrest little black children and illegally deport them with a parent to a place in El Salvador where their parents are being beaten and tortured by being forced to kneel from 9 p.m. until 6 a.m. and beating them until fall out of exhaustion. Just saying. But
Dean, God bless you. I just wanted to have a conversation. I have to go, but I just wanted to say, like, some of us, you can still support the movement and critique the individual. You're doing great, sweetie. Bye.
Okay, yeah, but
See
the
you
movement
later.
is lawlessness. I know, run. Okay, well, she lasted, like, what? One back and forth? I like... That's how it goes. That's how it goes with, like, other creators. That's why, like, folks, she was, like, another creator or whatever. If you take note of this, there's not a whole lot of Republicans with platforms that request to join this live to have a conversation with me about why they're MAGA. There just isn't, okay? And the reason is because I fry every fool who decides to join the stream. And they don't want to risk their platform like that. They don't want to put it on the line. They don't want to look bad in front of a public audience because there's really, like, negative reciprocal and rebounding effects on them and their platform, right? So she got cooked. She got cooked. And just try to find a way to hit the dodge. It's definitely a Trump supporter. I mean, we know that Trump supporters love to scream the N-word. You know, like I'm asking Trump supporters to join. Of course, we're gonna have people coming up here screaming the hard R. They're very racist people. But like clearly, we're gonna ban them because that violates TOS. Hi, Ryan. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, not really.
All right, man, I'm going to go and take you down here because we are just going to talk to American adults that support Trump as president. Take a look at what those rules are. Look at that phone screen. You got to be 18 plus American and MAGA. I'd really appreciate it if y'all would follow the rules to the very best of your ability. Right now, we have over 16,000 people joined in to the TikTok live, and yet we cannot find a single soul to debate. Oh, my goodness. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I didn't mean to join.
No worries at all for you. You have a good rest of your day. Folks, make sure that you're not in that queue accidentally. Make sure that you're not in that queue accidentally. Please, 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 please. Greg Anderson.
My name is Monkey D. Luffy.
Okay, cringe. Greg with the $50 over on Super Chat on YouTube. Thank you so much for the support, man. Greg with the 50 says, let's go. I'm so glad my brother's mind was changed, and this is why I love you and Parker Streams. I hope that man keeps watching to see that, like Michael and other people, we love his choice and decisions. Hashtag learn and change MAGA. Greg sent that message through after we were able to change that man's mind moments ago. Huge shout out to you, Greg. Thank you so much for the love and support, and I'm so happy that we were able to change his mind. That was pretty damn cool. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you? Yeah, you're over the age of 18. What time is it?
I'm 28.
Okay, what time is
it? 7:30.
All right, man. Sounds good. I'm going to thank 2 people, then I'm going to pass that mic off to you. Sound good?
What?
I'm going to thank a couple people, then I'll pass that mic to you. Oh my God,
Speak
dude.
slower. I'm sorry. I'm an immigrant.
I got you. Holy shit. Marissa and Johnny. You guys are crazy. In like the best way possible. Marissa and Johnny, thank you guys so much for the crazy donations on PayPal. Marissa hit us with $150 and Johnny hit us with $100. Thank you so much to the both of you guys. Just thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you guys. It's honestly a bit overwhelming. I'm so grateful for y'all. Let's show some massive love to Marissa and Johnny down below in both of those live streams. I want to see 2,000 Marissa and Johnny W's. Let's go to start with Marissa. Marissa with the 150. That is so crazy. Says, I fucking love what you do and continue to keep up the good work. Thank you so much for helping. Curious on what we can genuinely do to get the Orange Man out and actually get all these people arrested. Thank you. Again, take your girlfriend out on a nice date with this money. Oh my God, Marissa, say less, my friend. You know, say less. I will absolutely happily take her out on a nice date with that money. Here's the biggest thing that everybody could be doing right now in order to get Trump out of office. It is to inform more people about the importance of voting in the midterms. If we could get Democrats to win the House, which is a given, but also to win the Senate, then we'll be able to kick his ass to the curb. Same thing with every member of his administration. That's the goal. Raise awareness about midterms, Marissa. And great question, by the way. Johnny, thank you so much for the $100 as well. You says, Dean, you deserve this and so much more. Keep up the good work and accept your flowers when they come. You earned them. Dude, thank you so much for the love, Johnny. I don't know. I don't think I deserve that much money though. I'm never gonna say anything otherwise. That is just so much kindness, man. But just know that I really appreciate you. Show some love to Marissa and Johnny down below. And Angel, thank you for the $20 as well over on PayPal. He says, this is my first time watching, and I just wanted to say how amazed I am after seeing you change that dad's mind. Keep up what you do. Thank you, Angel. And that's crazy. How many first-time viewers do we have in here? That's kind of nuts. Thank you so much for the love. Victoria, thank you so much for that $25 donation over on PayPal. She didn't attach any message, just sent that kindness. Thank you so much, Victoria. And then Fussy and Ellie, thank you both for the 5. Then over on Venmo, Christopher, thank you so much for the $10. And then Joshua, thank you so much for the $25. He says, hey, brother, it's been about a year since I've left MAGA, and it's content creators like yourself that remind me of why. Thank you for everything, man. Well, shout out to you, Joshua. I'm really proud of you for leaving that cult. Let's show some love to Joshua down below. W Joshua, W donors, W Marissa, W Johnny. Thank you guys so much for the love and kindness. Go ahead and take it away, Jamie. How the hell do you support Trump?
I'm sorry, that was fun. I mean, why wouldn't I?
Well, let me tell you. It's because...
Oh, wait. I'm going to say that like this. If I may. I'm an immigrant, right? I came to USA like 2 years ago. I waited for my visa. 8 years? Yes, 8 years. So the people that are joining the USA right now, they join without consequences. They just came to USA like illegal, and Trump doesn't like that. So I waited 8 years. Why do you Democrats like illegal? That's my point.
Okay. Well, because you waited 8 years is the most direct answer I could give you. I think that you should understand it better than anybody. The legal means of entry into the side of this country are fucked, dude. Okay?
I know.
And because our government has done absolutely nothing about it throughout all of modern American history, and if anything, has made those legal means of entry into this country worse, okay? It makes so much sense when I sit here and I attribute a lot of the blame and culpability for undocumented entry to our government, man. The fastest way to naturally disincentivize over 90% of undocumented entry now and in the long term is merely to expedite the legal means of entry. That's all it would take, and no one has done it. All right? So, of course, when I'm looking at these hardworking mothers and fathers that contribute trillions of dollars to the GDP annually, pay over $100 billion per year in taxes, are more likely to work, less likely to get benefits, 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes, I'm not going to sit here and say that they deserve to be deported to another country, then be tortured because our government promoted a system that would have made them wait 8 years if they were to do it legally. Therefore, they entered into the country the use of undocumented means.
True. But did you see your supporters writing right now? They say, "Kick me." Trump deport him. What did your supporters in the comments mean by that?
So I do think I saw one person say Trump will deport you or something along those lines. I don't support making such like brash comments like that, but I want to make it to be clear, Donald Trump is deporting legal immigrants. That is true.
Legal?
Yes. Hundreds of asylum seekers per day in Minnesota alone.
But they're not legal. That they are asylum seekers.
Yes, asylum seeking is a legal process of entry to America.
Yeah, but I was not asylum seeker.
Okay, you're not the only legal immigrant.
What do you mean?
You just said that because you are not an asylum seeker, therefore asylum seeking is not a legal way to enter America.
Yeah, but if you are asylum seeker, that means you're not in the state right now, right?
Many asylum seekers are here waiting for their asylum to be approved. And they're
But how did they get here? Did they get
by
here
legally
illegally?
entering the same way you did, by legally entering.
So
Why is a legal immigrant who got here legally asking me how legal immigrants get here legally?
Because I stayed in my country before I was allowed to come here.
Yeah, it's different for asylum seekers. It's different for asylum seekers, and it should be.
Wait. You're saying that I could get here in USA illegally and then just seek asylum?
That's not what I said, but that technically is true for the first year of undocumented entry. That's technically true, but that's not what we're talking about. What I'm talking about is the fact that the Trump administration has been deporting a bunch of legal immigrants, asylum seekers.
Wait, but how are they legal if they're in this country right now?
The same way you are in this country right now, and you are
Yes,
legal.
but I was in my country before I was allowed to come here.
Just like they were in their country before they were allowed to come in here. Like what?
But you're saying they're asylum seekers without they getting asylum, right?
Yes. I'm going to kick you now just because I don't want to have to explain a billion times how legal immigrants immigrate into America legally to a legal immigrant that immigrated into America legally. I'm sorry. Like I really don't think that you'll get it. Like, considering the fact that you yourself are a legal immigrant who legally entered into this country and you don't get how legal immigrants legally immigrate into this country, I'm not even going to try. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of the queue. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, we're going to go to get that next guest connected right now. For everybody watching over on TikTok, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. Share out this live with a handful of friends. There's a couple chirpers down below in the comment section. Of course, they'll never join. They just kind of do this thing where whenever I remove a guest, they say guest cooked. It's just their thing, guys. They have like 3 brain cells. Leave them alone. Don't go too hard on them. Don't go too hard on them, folks. They're really dumb people. Don't go too hard on them. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay. They're not here, so we're going to move on to the next guest. Guys, please do follow our rules if you want to join our live stream. We're just looking to talk to American adults that support Trump. Please and thank you. What's going on, Justin? How old are you? Justin hasn't loaded in yet. Trump 2028, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18. I was born 2007 on October 13th.
I'm not going to ask to see it, but do you have a driver's license?
Okay. Yes, I do.
Okay.
It's on my wallet.
Can you turn right on a red?
Yes, in Tennessee.
Can you turn left on a red?
No.
If you're driving down a road and there's a dotted yellow line next to a solid yellow line in the middle of this 2-lane road, what does that mean for you if you're driving on the side of the dotted yellow line?
That means you can go in between lanes.
Okay, yeah, you just sound really young. I mean, you passed the test so far. Minors can get a driver's license, so I'm going to try one more thing. Are you still in high school or are you out of high school?
Like I said, I'm 18. I already graduated.
Okay. Are you planning to go to university? Are you already in university?
I'm taking a gap year for now.
Okay, I'll believe you for now. Why do you support Trump?
Well, for the most part, it's really because of his immigration policies, really only because what's going on right now, I feel like for the most part, it's right, but I don't feel like people who do have legal citizenship here are, I feel like they should not be deported by ICE. But also, why would they be deported by ICE if they already are legal here? That's what I want to know.
I'm getting the same gut feeling that a lot of people in the chat are getting. My gut feeling is telling me that you're a minor, so I'm going to kick you. Now, if my gut feeling is wrong, I'm sorry. Just know that it's ultimately for the betterment of the live, as we want to protect minor safety in the live. Listen, I'm not even like saying that, you know, you're definitely a minor. I'm just saying that that's like what my gut feeling is telling me, so I'm going to move on. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, how old are you?
18.
Okay, what time is it?
It is 6:42 in Illinois.
Okay. Why do you support the worst president of your life? I mean, it's truly embarrassing to still support Trump. He's terrible.
Yeah, so I wouldn't really say I support him as a person. I think him as a person is just kind of a piece of shit, but
Well, remember, it's a person who's the president. It's a person who makes the policies, so.
that is true. I would say I'm very open to hearing your opinion. I don't know how to explain it. I really do like his immigration, not really the way he does it, but the idea that he has that to get those people out of here, if that makes sense. Like the way he's doing it, obviously, is not the greatest.
Yeah, it's like every guest talks about immigration. We just have the same conversation over and over and over and over and over and over and over again.
I would say I'm more open to everyone else, though.
Yeah. Well, listen, we'll talk about immigration here in a moment, but I want to make this point. Immigration is not the main reason that people voted for Trump. The main reason that people voted for Trump, as indicated by exit polls, was the economy. Are you a part of the 33% of American voters whose main reason for voting for Trump was the economy?
Well, I wasn't able to vote whenever he.
Oh, that's forgot. Sorry, you sound older than you told me you are. I forgot about that.
Yeah, no, you're good. I would say, because I know you always ask a question. You and Parker both do. If you went back in time, would you vote for Kamala or Trump? I feel like it's impossible to answer that question because you don't know exactly what they would do. Because Trump said he would get rid of the Ukraine war in 24 hours.
Well, basically,
that hasn't been done.
The question is like knowing everything that you do now, would you still like vote for Trump if given the chance, right? And that helps me better understand if you're like actually MAGA or not. But regardless of that, here's the thing: you told us that you support his mass deportation. All things considered, what is one positive outcome that we've seen from mass deportation so far?
Less illegal immigrants committing crimes.
Okay, less undocumented immigrants committing crimes. Okay, all right. So yes, because they're no longer here, but mass deportation not only increases crime rates, but it also increases the nominal amount of crimes as it destabilizes our economy, increasing poverty when, of course, poverty drives crime. So I think we would see lower crime rates and lower levels of nominal crimes given that we didn't do a mass deportation due to the fact that we wouldn't have those downward pressures on the economy and upward pressures on poverty, which then put an upward pressure on crime rates.
I completely agree. That's why I really liked how Obama did it when he did his deportation kind of system. I think his was...
Wait, you agree? Really... So you agree that overall mass deportation is going to increase crime? So that's not like a positive outcome that you were able to describe. So what is one way that...
I would say if you're getting people out of the country, would that not like decrease... Like, I don't know how to say... Because they're all criminals who come in. It is illegal...
That's not true.
Okay, Dean, you're telling me it's legal for them to come into our country? Yes or no?
So, just because something is illegal doesn't make you a criminal if you do it. Because some things are illegal, then adjudicated in civil courts of law that do not give somebody a criminal record, like undocumented entry. But yes, actually, in a lot of circumstances, it can be legal for an undocumented immigrant to be here, like unaccompanied minors, or like those that
I would say that would be different.
Asylum, or like those that are actively working through DACA. But just to like clarify here, okay, committing a misdemeanor that doesn't go on your criminal record doesn't make you a criminal. What makes you a criminal is being found guilty of 34 felony counts in a criminal court like Trump, is infringing on
that's
the
why I agree.
Constitution
No,
11
I agree
times
with
like
that.
Trump. Okay, is raping Eugene Carroll like Trump. So let's get it straight here. I would say if you want to like focus on crime, we should probably start with the criminal on 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. That criminal being Mr. Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's like what I said at the start. Like I don't like him as a person at all.
Oh, but you just think
And
that his
I
impact on
don't
the
vote for
country's
presidents
benefit.
as I don't.
You think that
I
his
wouldn't
impact
vote
on
for
the country is
presidents because of
beneficial?
the person they are.
So, okay. Well, first and foremost, that's where you're already wrong because once again, it's a person who makes the policy, my friend. Maybe, okay, if Donald Trump actually cared about women and girls, we know he's a person that doesn't because he's boasted about sexually exploiting them and raped one on top of many other things. Then he wouldn't, okay, have refused to fund food stamps for 16 million American children to hang over the heads of Democrats to get them to fold on the government shutdown. Then he wouldn't have directed SCOTUS to overturn Roe v. Wade to score more political points within the GOP base, even though that has led to 60 pregnant rape victims per day being denied access to healthcare in this country. Okay, then he wouldn't have reclassified a bunch of professions as non-professional that are disproportionately filled by women, such as nursing. Then he maybe wouldn't be enacting upon this anti-American agenda and disregard and reckless disregard for human life by defending the murder of people like Alex Preddy, Renee Good, or Keith Porter, okay, or getting us into a new war in the Middle East. So keep that in mind, man. The person and the personality of the president absolutely does matter, and arguing otherwise is a complete cope.
Yeah, I would say I'm getting more into politics. Like I said, I'm 18. I'm not really, as into it as you are, obviously. But I still agree with you that he's a bad person, and the person that is president creates policy. I understand that, but
you want a good
feel
person
like
as president, so you know that you're going to be attended to. You want a good person as president, so you know that they're going to genuinely try to make the country better. And you want a good person as president, so you know that you're not going to be lied to. Somebody is going to be able to tell you the truth, hold themselves accountable when they fuck up, do better next time, and not just repeat a trend of hurting America today and hurting America tomorrow. Like, of course, these personability characteristics really matter.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but I guess I don't know. I really don't know how to explain it. Besides that, I agree with you that he's not a good person, and that it's just specific things that he said, because of course, whenever he was elected in 2016, I was what, 9? Like I didn't know what was happening. I didn't really know any of his.
So because you've now agreed that we should care about the who the person is, have you stopped supporting Trump as president?
Supporting Trump as president, yes. I would say, of course, I want our president to do well at all times. I think even if you're a Democrat, liberal,
yeah, but
if
can
you
just answer
even
the
if
question,
you hate
do you
Trump,
still support Trump as president?
No, I don't. But I would say I would say.
I appreciate you so much for coming up here, man, and I'm happy that we could change your mind. Do take care. Let's go to move on to the next guest at this point, guys. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter, please, and thank you. If you want to support me, you could actually find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message over in that YT stream. The handle's also at the top of the phone screen over here. We are looking to Trump supporters to talk to. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now, as well as Joanny. Thank you so much for the $20 donation on PayPal. That is Joani. Show some love to Joanny down below in the comment section. Thank you. Joanny with the 20 says, hey, this is my very first ever dono, and I just wanted to say that I love your streams. I like to listen to them while I'm working as a delivery driver. Your streams and videos help to keep me up to date with so many things that are going on, and you're awesome. Keep up the good work. Well, Joanny, thank you so much for this support. You're a very awesome person, Joanny. Show some love to Joanny down below in that comment section. Thank you. Let's go to get that next guest, Safi, loaded up into the box. Thank you so much. Joanny, same thing to you. What the fuck? WTF, thank you so much for the $10 donation over on PayPal. WTF didn't attach a message, just sent the love. Then 3 people to quickly thank over on Venmo. Hope, thank you for the $15. Carrie's, thank you for the 10. And Edgar, thank you so much for the 10. Carrie says, my mom and I love watching you. Well, shout out to you and shout out to your mom. Hope of the 15 says, I'm worried about Trump trying to declare a national emergency in order to disrupt midterms elections. I have a bad feeling about it. Listen, here's what I'll say. I definitely share your bad feeling. I have a very bad feeling, in my chest about Donald Trump in the midterm elections. I think that we all should, because I think it makes us all pay significantly closer attention. And I think if we all pay significantly closer attention, then he's significantly less likely to get away with anything. So let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box. Y'all only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Thank you. Still looking for that next guest, guys. There are not a lot of Trump supporters who want to debate. There are not a lot of Trump supporters that want to have a chat. And that's because Trump fucking sucks, guys. That's because they're scared to come up here and have a conversation, because they're scared to get exposed for having no good reason to uphold their political convictions. let's go ahead and at this moment in time, get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We have Matthew loading into the stream. Welcome in, Matthew. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, it's you again. You come up here pretty frequently.
Oh, I do?
Yes, you're also a really fucking weird guy. Goodbye. He came up here and he was laughing about, like, black people being monkeys. He's saying, oh, they kind of do look like them. Get the fuck out of here. Hello, your story. Do you support Trump?
Don't you need to know my age?
Yes, I do. But I have multiple questions. I can't ask them all at the same time. Are you a Trump supporter?
I just wanted to say...
All right, you take care. Moving on to the next guest right now, guys. If you are not a Trump supporter that is at least 18 years old that wants to debate me, you're not going to get very far at all. You are not going to get very far at all. Hey, Georgia, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo. Let me read that real quick. Let's get 250 Georgia W's down below in that comment section. I appreciate you for the input. Georgia. I think I agree with you. Thank you so much. Just some off to Georgia. Thank you. As well as Kamani. Thank you so much for the $35 donation on Venmo. This literally just came through moments ago. Kamani, it's good to see you again today as always. Kamani with the 35 says, love you, Dean. My son saw Momo on the screen yesterday and he wanted me to tell you that she's beautiful. Dude, I gotta say, one of my favorite families ever has got to be you and your children, Kamani. You've been watching these streams forever. You've always been so kind to me. You and your family. Just know that I really appreciate you. Show some love to Kamani down below in that comment section. Then we have one more person on Super Chat over here. Brad, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Says, I've been really drained, but watching your lives gives me some hope because we have somebody like you on the right side of history. Thanks, Dean. Well, thank you, Brad, for the $20. And I'm really happy that my live streams help you out. And then one more person over here on PayPal, Miss Demi. That is Demi. Thank you so much for the $50. Demi, you are the GOAT. That is so much money. Thank you so much, Demi. Let's get 500 Demi W's. Demi says, as a psychologist, the conversations you're having are both eye-opening and deeply unsettling. I can only imagine how challenging it must be to carry a platform like yours and engage in these kind of discussions every day. Here's a little something to show my support. Well, it is pretty challenging, but I love what I do, and I'm grateful to be in the position I am. Thank you so much for the $50, Demi. Let's show some love to our donors and hop into the next debate. Joshua, we've had about 1 billion discussions. I never thought I'd have you up again, but here you are.
How's it going, Dean?
It's going all right. Oh my God. Yeah, you're a pretty annoying person. Hey, have we talked about Trump calling for the execution of his political opponents? Is that something we've went over?
Yeah, I think so on Parker's Live.
Then like you concluded that you'll still support Trump even though he wants his political opponents to die.
Yeah, because he didn't exactly say that. So, I mean, disingenuous.
Oh, wait, what's the critique there? Let me ask you a question actually. So, if I baselessly accuse you of rape, I said, John, I said you're a rapist, and then I followed that up by saying that, well, rapists need to die. Okay, and then I reposted somebody else's comment agreeing with my sentiment here, saying that you need to die. Would I be calling for your death?
I mean, I guess if you put it that way, maybe a little bit, right? But he did just say that they were reacting a certain way and that's usually punishable by death. We've literally had this conversation before. He wasn't calling for their execution, but he was saying that, and that I think you agreed that what they were doing, if they were doing that, what he said they were doing is actually punishable by death, correct?
Yeah, treason. But, I mean, can we agree that rapists do deserve to die?
Of course, yes.
Okay, so if it were true that you were a rapist, then you'd actually deserve to die. So therefore, in that question I asked you earlier, I'm not actually calling for your death. Do you see the issue here? Right? Because the question,
No.
the series of questions that I asked you there, it was analogous, okay, to what Donald Trump said about these Democrats in Congress. I said hypothetically, if I were to like call you a rapist, basically with no evidence, say that rapists deserve to die, then like repost a comment saying that you deserve to die. You argued that yes, I would be calling for your death. Well, this is exactly what Donald Trump did to those Democrats in Congress. He said that they're traitorous and seditious. It is, because he said that they're traitorous and seditious.
He said that's usually punishable by death.
Okay, sir, I know that you're interrupting me because you're losing the debate. Do you mind like sitting the fuck down?
I am sitting down.
Okay. Yeah, I meant that metaphorically, not literally. I bet that you're literally sitting down. I'm just asking you to shut your
Well,
mouth.
I love how you just go off into some weird tangent when
Well,
you know
it's
I'm
not-
going to disagree
so-
with you. We've
so
already had
just
this conversation.
because
I would
you
like to
disagree
talk
with
about
the
some of the
argument-
allegations that you've said in previous arguments.
One moment. Just because you disagree with the argument doesn't make it a weird tangent. I think you and many other Trump supporters do this really weird projection thing when you're debating somebody that disagrees with you. Whenever they're
That's
attempting
literally
to
what you're
communicate-
doing.
well, you're literally interrupting me right now. What is it going to be, man? It's embarrassing for you. It makes you look like a train wreck when you can't like control your impulses. So, I mean, now I have to control your impulses for you. Like, I can't believe that I, as a 21-year-old, have to act as the father of this middle-aged man, put the binky in his mouth and forcefully shut him the hell up because he just can't control his impulses. But anyways, going back to what I was saying, I think that you and many other Trump supporters, while debating people that politically disagree with you, do this really weird cope and projection thing when you don't want to engage in the argument that the other person is giving you. You just call it a weird tangent, okay? You say that it's a pivot. You say that it's a deflection. You don't explain how it's a weird tangent, a pivot, or a deflection. You just say it is, so then you could ignore it. But what I said isn't a weird tangent, a pivot, or deflection. I want to try to repeat it, okay? Because it's very clear here. All right, I brought up if I basically called you a rapist, went on to say that rapists deserve to die, then went on to repost a comment saying that you deserve to be hung, you agreed that I would be calling for your death. This is analogous to what Donald Trump did to the Democratic lawmakers in Congress because he called them guilty of sedition and treason. He said that, well, people that are guilty in sedition and treason deserve to die. Okay, and then he went on to repost a follower's comment that said, hang them, George Washington would. So if in that hypothetical, I would be calling for your death, in the real world, Donald Trump called for their deaths.
Well, that's not what he said. He said, this is really bad and dangerous to our country. Their words cannot be allowed to stand. Seditious behavior from traitors, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, lock them up, question mark, question mark, question mark. And then in a different post, he said, seditious behavior, comma, punishable by death.
And then
so where is he saying that they are exactly doing that? And where is he saying that they should be dead? They're not. So we should move on and go to a different topic because you're not going to win this one.
Okay, if I'm not going to win this one, then you wouldn't want to move on.
I mean, can you just agree to disagree because you were wrong? He never said, "Hey, they're doing this and they should hang." He never said that. I just read you the exact Truth Social posts that he said.
Yes.
Okay. So do you see how what you said and what I just said is a little different?
No.
That's because you're being disingenuous.
It's not because I'm being disingenuous. It's because I'm actually just being reasonable and factual. Once again, I mean, John.
Factual? You didn't even say what was actually going on. How is it factual? Okay, I just said the facts.
Just because you dispute the facts doesn't mean that I'm not being factual. Now, once I'm going to continue here. You argued, Dean, that's not what Donald Trump said. And then you went on to tell us what Donald Trump said, proving me right.
Okay, so what did Donald Trump say
that you
to
just read? Okay, I can't deal with the interruptions, John.
You're claiming that he was speaking about specific
in
people.
the post, I'm going to repeat this until you shut up. In the post that you just read, you very clearly quoted Trump as saying they are traitors guilty of sedition. I think more specifically, quote unquote, he said, this is sedition from traitors. He then went on to say that sedition and traitorship shit is punishable by death. And then he went on to say, I reposted a comment saying, hang them, George Washington would. So in the analogy that I gave you, if I basically accuse you of being a rapist, that is Donald Trump basically accusing them of being traitors guilty of sedition. Then if I were to go on by saying rapists deserve to die, that is synonymous to Trump saying, okay, that, well, the punishment for sedition and being a traitor is death. And then me reposting a comment saying Josh deserves to die because he's a rapist is synonymous, okay, to Donald Trump reposting the comment, hang them, George Washington would. So I bet you now understand how these things are clearly identical. If you want, I could actually write them down and we could see which statements mirror the other ones. So we could come to a clear conclusion of how you're wrong. In fact, I'll take a moment to do that now. But go ahead and respond verbally.
Okay, so like we've already, this is becoming circular, so we should probably move on. But
won't
he
move on
didn't
if you're
say,
winning.
hey, we should hang them. He never said that. I understand your retweet or whatever it is. You're assuming that's him actually saying hang them. But he is still saying, and I will say the quote again, this is really bad and dangerous to our country. Their words cannot be allowed to stand. Seditious behavior from traitors, lock them up, ? And then in a different post, he said seditious behavior punishable by death. And we have already agreed that seditious behavior is punishable by death in the United States Code of Law, correct?
Yes, just like we agreed in the hypothetical.
Okay, for sure.
that
So what is
rapists
he
do
saying that's
deserve to die.
incorrect here? Well, what is he saying that's incorrect here? So seditious behavior is punishable by death.
So what would be incorrect would be calling for their execution and labeling them
But he
as
isn't.
guilty of sedition.
But he hasn't called for their execution. He
I
actually
know
called to
your
lock
your
them
only
up, though.
your only argument is nuh-uh, and it's cute. But watch this, because I'm almost done.
Why do you mute me? There's no point in muting me.
I'm muting you because you've been guilty of interrupting me multiple times.
But no, that was only a first conversation, and we're pretty civil, the other couple, you know? So
No, I'm literally saying so far in this conversation.
so far in this conversation, we're talking about one thing that you're somehow going to make span an hour, and I'd
Check
like
this
to
out.
move on into other things.
Well, I'm almost done. Everyone give me one moment.
I mean, by typing it up, it's not going to make you any less incorrect.
It'll just make it clear to you, hopefully, how you're wrong.
It won't, though, because I mean, I know what I'm talking about. I don't think you're stupid. I know you don't think I'm stupid.
There we go.
I think we both.
Can you just, bro? Holy shit! Can you just stop the gaslighting? I'm so sorry, but it's like the gaslighting legitimately gets on my nerves.
I'm sorry.
Like, even if you disagree with what I'm
I'd
saying,
like to talk about-
like you could clearly see that
Let's
I'm
do
attempting
it.
to purport an argument in this debate. It is like so fucking annoying to hear you continue to repeat, you know you're wrong, you know you're wrong, you know you're wrong. Like, quiet, Piggy. I'm trying to visually depict this argument so I could clearly show you how it is the case that you're in the wrong and these two statements are identical. All right. So if you could just shut the fuck up and stop saying, you know you're wrong, you know you're wrong. Like, you're just annoying the shit out of me and everybody else watching. Like, dear Lord. All right. So just to clarify, all right, you agreed, okay, that if I were to say Josh is a rapist, then I were to say that rapists deserve to die, and then I were to say that you deserve to die, or repost a comment, sorry, that says you deserve to die, I would be calling for your death, correct?
So no, now you're adding the repost a comment.
That's what I said earlier too.
No, you said that you would say then I deserve to die, and that's where I disagreed with you.
Okay, just answer the question, Josh. So if I were to basically accuse you of being a rapist,
Can't answer.
and then I were to say that rapists deserve to die, and then I were to repost a shared sentiment from somebody else that says you deserve to die, okay, we need to hang you, would I be calling for your death?
So if you reposted something saying,
I want a yes or no. I want a yes or no. I want a yes or no.
George
I want a yes or no.
Washington would have-
I want a yes or
you
no.
aren't
I want.
calling for my death.
I want a yes or no. If I were to basically
The
accuse
answer's
you of
no.
being a rape.
Well,
Oh my god! Oh my god!
I mean, you're being disingenuous as fuck.
Think about how insane this is, everybody. He's literally saying that if I went on my Instagram account right now and I made a post on my Instagram saying that Josh, insert last name here, is literally a rapist, and then I were to make a second post saying that the rapists literally deserve to die, and then I were to like share something to my story saying that Josh literally deserves to die, Josh would not say that I'm calling for him to die. You are so disingenuous. Like you just know that it's
How
true.
am I being disingenuous? You're being disingenuous.
Think about it. Oh, the projection of the century. Projection of the century. Is there anybody in here that agrees I would not be calling for Josh to die if I went on my Instagram account and I said, Josh is a rapist. Rapists deserve to die. And then I reposted something on my story saying Josh deserves to die. No. Look at how insane you are, bro. You literally lose like control of your brain the moment like the conversation is introduced to Trump. Listen, I either want you to give a legitimate explanation about how that is clearly not calling for you to die, or I'm going to kick you, right? No in between, because if you can't give that clear explanation, you are just so far gone that you're not even worth my time.
Look, Dean, I like how you bring up a topic that A, shouldn't have been lasting this long. B, I didn't even want to talk about. I wanted to call you out on all your bullshit over the Epstein files.
Go up and run.
And now you're going to threaten to drop me because you're going to run after you saw me in your guest box and you didn't want me to come up because you know that I'd cook you on all of your fucking lies.
Go. So are you going to give the explanation or not?
So that conversation's over. I don't care about it. You keep bringing it up. And I'd like to talk about something else because I'd like to call you out.
So just to clarify,
on half the shit that you're lying to all your viewers about.
So just to clarify,
let's
you
talk
are
about that.
refusing to give an explanation, okay, insofar as how that wouldn't be calling for your death, right?
That's not calling for my death. Reposting something.
I just want to clarify. Are you refusing to give an explanation?
Are you refusing?
But
freedom of speech. I don't give a shit. Let's move on.
Wait. But it's using freedom of speech.
Run, Dean.
It's using freedom of speech.
We all know you will.
One moment.
Run.
It's using freedom of speech to call for
not to call for violence. Obviously not. But you're being disingenuous in your question. I'm quite sick of it. You're acting like a child. So go ahead and run,
Oh, projection. Oh my goodness.
Do it.
Can you acknowledge the last comment that I made before I apparently run?
What? You are running, bro. You don't want to have an actual serious conversation.
Right, but can you acknowledge that last comment that I made?
I'll fucking cook you.
Yeah, clearly, Josh. So true.
Yes,
can you acknowledge the last comment that I made?
You avoid me coming up each time, and then when I do come up, you want to talk about
you know the only way for you to get on the live is for me to accept you.
It's kind of sad, bro.
Now, are you going to acknowledge and respond to the last point I made, grown man, child?
I have already acknowledged and already responded.
No, you haven't.
We've already had this conversation with
you.
No,
you haven't.
We've
bro,
already done this.
Shut up. I asked you to explain how it's not the case that I would be calling for your death if I posted on my Instagram, you're a rapist and rapists deserve to die, and then I reposted something on my story saying you deserve to die, and your only explanation of how that wouldn't be me calling for your death
That's not what Trump did.
Free speech.
We've already gone over what Trump did, and you are being disingenuous.
Oh, that actually is what Trump did. Check it out, Josh. Don't interrupt me while I show.
I literally
don't interrupt me while I show this to you. Here is a parallel of the statements made.
You are so sad.
Don't interrupt me, little boy.
You are.
Don't interrupt me, little boy. Don't interrupt me, little boy.
Even have a conversation
don't interrupt me. We can't have a conversation when the petulant man child's interrupting me. If you're cooking me, then stop interrupting me. You fucking man child. You're embarrassing the shit out of yourself. Quiet, piggy. Quiet, piggy. Oh my god, my ears are bleeding because the piggy won't be quiet. I'm in the middle of trying to purport an argument to you. You have fucking crashed out. You have lost capabilities over all of your capacities. Your brain is out the window, and the piggy's oinking. Can I have you like shut the hell up just for 3 seconds so I could show you the argument?
Are you done being an immature moron?
God, says the guy that won't even let me purport an argument insofar as why you're wrong. Stop the projection. It's embarrassing.
Bro, we've already gone over this.
No, I haven't even shown. I have not shown you the document.
It's interesting. You ask for people to come up to have a conversation with you, but then you can't even have a conversation with somebody that would be able to have a conversation with you. You just act like a child. Look at you.
Okay, no one believes you. I can explain why, but you won't let me speak.
Are you kidding? You've spoken the majority of the time, and then you keep muting. And then there's this weird senile leftist laugh.
Okay, I'm gonna start explaining why you're like wrong, and I'm gonna get interrupted.
You already have. You already have. You've already explained. You've already explained, Dean. I've explained how you're wrong. You've explained how I'm wrong. Let's move on. Let's talk about these allegations you like to talk about, even though there's been several Miss Teen USAs.
Okay, I'll give you $100 if you don't interrupt what I'm about. I'll give you $100 if you don't interrupt what I'm about to say. So this whole time you've been attempting to move on from this conversation. You've been trying to tell me that somehow I'm the child because I want to stay on the topic. And you're attempting to justify that point by saying, Dean, you clearly know that you're wrong. Therefore, we should clearly move on. Every single one of those statements are made in exacerbation of your own malignant narcissism. When you find yourself in a conversation where you are on the losing end because I am acquainted with facts, reality, truth, and logic, and you are not acquainted with facts, reality, truth, and logic, the only tool left in your toolbox is to attempt to gaslight me into believing that I should drop the conversation and allow it to be dead in the water because it is one in which you were losing. If you truly believed, okay, that this was a conversation that you were winning, if you truly believed that you look good even in the slightest, then you wouldn't be begging and pleading me, making my ears bleed, okay, with your request that we just need to stop talking about it and move on. Now, you also said that I have gone over all of this with you, and that's not true. So the last thing that came out of your mouth that was actually relevant to the conversation that we're having is that if I went on my Instagram and I posted Josh is a rapist, then I followed that up with another post that said, all rapists deserve to die. And then I posted something on my story, reposted from somebody's other page that says, you deserve to die, that would be calling for your death. But then you added on there, that's not what Trump did. So I've actually written this out word for word, line for line, bar for bar to prove, okay, that this is what Trump did. So I want you, alongside everybody else watching the stream right now, to take a good look, okay, at my notes. This is my doc that I use to record notes from all the guests that join my live stream. You're not going to be this. I know the screen looks super weird because it looks like OBS. That's just me attempting to get the stream up over on that YouTube broadcast so everyone can see it. All right, perfect. We're all good. Going back to the notes app. All right. The first statement, Josh is a rapist. This is mirrored to the statement made by Trump. This is sedition from traitors. Okay, why? Because inside of this post, I am identifying, okay, a person, which would be Josh, okay, and then I'm adding on an accusation of being a rapist. This is the same thing that Donald Trump did by saying this is sedition from traitors. He is identifying a person because this was in response to the Washington Examiner's article talking about the Democratic lawmakers in Congress and then accusing them of being seditious traitors. Okay, then the second post for me is rapists deserve to die. That is me taking the accusation I made against you and then saying that, well, if you do this, you're going to die. You deserve to die. Now, this is mirrored over to the statement that Donald Trump made because it is taking the accusations that he made against the Democratic lawmakers. This is sedition from traitors. And he's saying, well, this behavior, seditious behavior, is punishable by death. All right. Then that very last comment would be Josh deserves to die. That's what I repost. Hang Josh. Okay. And that's exactly, what Donald Trump did. They deserve to die is what he reposted. Hang them. So we now clearly understand, 2 + 2 = 4 here. You said in the scenario of the bolded text, if I were to post these two things and repost this, I would be calling for you to die. Well, then that must necessarily follow over to the text that is not in bold because Donald Trump posted these two things and then reposted this comment that he is calling for them to die. So I really hope that you understand now. And I should really start telling guests that I'm going to send them money if they shut the hell up more because it actually gives me the mic. That's great. Go ahead.
You owe me $100 bro.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not paying that.
Yeah, I didn't think you would because you're a liar.
Yes, I did lie.
That's
now,
all you fucking do.
Do you see the point?
Yeah, I already saw it like fucking, I don't know, 20 minutes ago.
Okay, so you acknowledge how you're
You
wrong.
owe me $100, dude.
Oh, yeah, you're never getting $100. I lied to you, Josh. Now, can you acknowledge how you were wrong?
No shit. You lie to your viewers, you lie to me. Who else do you lie to? Probably your girlfriend? Like,
right,
what's
right.
good, bro?
Yeah.
All right.
So, can you acknowledge that you're wrong?
No, I wasn't even listening to you.
Okay.
Did you just say the same shit that you already said? Or are you going to run, Dean?
So that's what happens when you absolutely fry a MAGA mind is they find themselves in that position where like they will verbally acknowledge that they weren't even listening, because if they were to listen, then they'd have to have their mind changed because they were proven wrong. But the funny thing about that is he didn't even have to listen to be proven wrong. He just had to open his eyes. And by the way, I'm loving the W Joshes from the Trump supporters in the comment section, because you were just, making it publicly known to everybody alive that MAGA is just a bunch of petulant children. Like, they're like parading somebody that acted like a child, closed their eyes, closed their ears, went, la 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 la, I'm not gonna listen to you, la 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 la, as like a great debater. So, like, I mean, I think that really exposes where MAGA is at. And the thing is that wasn't even like a unfair takeaway. Like, he literally said, Dean, I am not listening to you. So thank you so much for exposing yourself as petulant children. Can we actually show some love to all the MAGA people in the comment section exposing themselves as petulant children? That is very convincing towards the average apolitical viewer of this live stream that they should leave the MAGA cult. Genuinely, thank you so much, you guys. You are convincing more and more people to leave the MAGA cult, and I love that for you. Thank you. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. All right, only up inside of that queue of your MAGA, please and thank you. We got Dylan B777 joining. Here we go. Yo, shout out Connor.
Teacher, if you'd help me understand what you're really...
No, that's AI. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. I see that restriction, guys, on TikTok. We're going to get that taken care of. Those only stick around for around 10 minutes, so it's fine. I know. The live got restricted, guys, for the substance featured in the live.
Oh.
I think that's because the guest earlier said that they're HIGH. Hi, welcome to eSport Trump.
No, but I love what you do.
I'm sorry. Unfortunately, I do have to kick you. We are going to move on to the next guest Trump forever. Wait, guys, where did the people spamming W Josh in the comment section go? Come back. Wait, no, continue to spam that. It's really, like, I wasn't even joking. It actually does convince people to leave MAGA. Like, I know that it was just like 10 seconds. Yeah, there you are. There you go. Continue to spam it, guys. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I mean, helping me do my job better. Perfect. Don't stop. Thank you. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. There we go. All right.
Oh, it's me. It's me.
Hi. Do you support Trump?
I'm born and raised in Louisiana, so yeah.
Awesome, Brooke. Why?
I think it's just because like I grew up being surrounded by, I mean, I'm 33, so I'm thinking like whenever I first got into politics, he was starting to come into the conversation. And I think that I was just surrounded by so many people who supported him that like I've never known anything else.
Okay. Well, honestly, I don't even think that the best place for you to be is on the live, but rather watching the live, because you're not the kind of person that I want to debate, right? Like it seems like you could acknowledge that the reasons why you support Trump are, in proxy to some type of like irrational bias, regardless of that be like an information bias, an exposure bias, like you've only been exposed to information that make Trump look good, not look bad, or like this tribalistic bias of like only wanting to support Trump because that's, the way that you were raised, your friends and family, so on and so forth. I think it's a really good thing for you to want to legitimately explore the world around you. I'd argue that you should, watch my stream, maybe entertain some other media from the left to, hear about who Trump really is.
I listen to the Necessary Conversation a lot. Every week. And so they do a lot of that political back and forth between like MAGA parents and left-leaning children. So I get a lot of like good information from there. But like I only see it online because in the real world, there is literally, like in my real world, I don't have any kind of influences from the left. Only what I see like on the news.
I feel you. That's the way my life was for a long time too. I come from a very rural area of Colorado where 80 to 90% of the people here are Trump supporters. Is there like maybe a specific question that you had for me? I mean, I'll take a specific question from you. Like, what do you want to know?
So my question is there anything about him that you actually do like? Like, is there anything like that you can definitively say like, he's not bad in that area? Or
no.
I guess, like, do you think that even
he's one of the only humans alive that like I like truly like hate because of how bad of a person they are.
No, I understand that completely. I see that. I I only ever see the good things about him, and whenever I hear about the the allegations and the civil cases and things like that, it is from a YouTuber or someone who, is on TikTok. So it's really hard to gather the information with a lot of credibility, I guess. Not credibility, but more of like a convincing. I just wish that we saw it more in like our day to day, or even had like influences. Like my kids have never met someone I don't think that is left leaning. So, and they're,
Listen, I
11
think that
and 5.
I think that you could be that influence. You said that you don't know anybody in person who leans to the left. Well, you have the internet. I think that could be a cool device. Listen to some other sources. Hopefully, we'll be able to change your mind by listening in, and then you could be that positive influence on your kids. I appreciate you for coming up. And seriously, Brooke, big recommendation. Like,
Thank
watch my
you.
stream while you're doing chores or whatever you got to do around the house. I know that I like to watch Parker stream while I'm doing my house chores, just for a little bit, and I think it could expose you to some good information.
Thanks. Have a good
Yeah,
night.
take care, Brooke. Take care. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, y'all. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Oh, for like the 3 people in the chat that are saying you owe Josh $100, let me make this more clear. I lied to him. Like, I don't know like why you guys aren't picking up what I'm putting down here. I lied to him so I could speak. Hello? Like, I don't know. Maybe there's like a comprehension issue here. Like what's in between us? Like there's like a wall in between us, right? Like I'm saying I lied, but then that message isn't being received. I don't know. Like, holy shit. Like, why? I don't know what's going on there. But anyways, let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Let's get some W lies down below in that chat. While we're looking for that next guest. Here we go. We got Will loading up into the box, guys. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. All right, guys. Moving on to the next guest. Oh my God. Welcome into You Support Trump. That's the person spamming W Josh, by the way. They're like 5. Oh my goodness. Let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside the queue if you happen to be back, and please and thank you. Moving on to the next guest right now. All right, they didn't connect. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up in here right now. Here we go, everybody. We got Maria loading up into the box right now. Never mind, your bio literally says fuck ice. You're banned, Maria, you're banned. We're just looking for Trump supporters. All right, who's next? I think that these substance restrictions should be gone soon. If not, we'll just have to do a quick restart. A couple of people to thank real quick. Thank you so much for the $10, Cully, who says, have a nice coffee on me for putting up with the idiot Josh. Well, I appreciate you, Cully. Appreciate that, man. I go out for a coffee every morning. Just know that I really appreciate you. Ashley, thank you for the $6. She says, Canadian here. Just love what you do, and you give me hope for better tomorrow. Oh, thank you, Ashley. And then Anonymous, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much. Who says, don't say my name on live. Just wanted to say, as a dual citizenship American Israeli, I'm kind of conflicted right now. But thank you so much for what you do. I honestly can't understand how anyone still supports that monster. Well, I mean, I appreciate you so much for the $10. Listen, I'm sure that you've been told a very different message for a very long time. Being a dual Israeli American citizen. But I'd argue here that the state of Israel is very bad. They're just ran by very terrible, terrible people. And to tune into maybe some more messaging that pronounces that fact. And it may help you soothe your confliction. Welcome into You Support Trump.
Dean, I am politically confused right now. I don't really know what I support. I was wondering if you can help. Just give me 2 minutes of your time.
Feel free to ask a question, man.
Sure. So I have a lot of friends who are straight Republicans. I grew up in rural Iowa, small town. Everybody voted for Trump. Everybody votes for Republicans. And my stance is kind of in the middle, and I'm just so confused on where to go. Midterms are coming up. I've never voted before. I want to vote. I want to do my part. I just don't know where to go. So
Sure.
my main question, so like, people bring up abortion all the time. I don't believe at all abortion is murder. I think it's woman's choice, her body, her choice. That's my left-winging opinion, so to say. But my right-wing opinion is that there's only two genders. Like, I only believe there's a male and a female gender. There's nothing else other than that. So I mean, I'm very, very, as what you would call a rookie, I guess, when it comes to this. So I'm just wondering where do I go with just those two small topics I brought up to you?
The right restricting women and girls' access to abortion impacts 130 million American women and girls. That is the total amount of American women and girls that do not have access to elective lethal abortion in this country today. And from my perspective, and hopefully yours, that amounts to a human rights violation, because think about it this way. I'd argue that it is a human rights violation to infringe on somebody's right to bodily autonomy unless you have good reason to do so. And because you don't think abortion is wrong, then you don't think that there is good reason to infringe on the bodily autonomy of a woman or girl and preventing them from accessing abortion. All right? Not to mention the 60 pregnant victims of rape per day that are denied access to abortion in 10 of our 50 states. That is outcome of the GOP banning abortion. What is the comparably bad outcome of the left recognizing that trans women are women?
Would you dumb that down just a little bit more for me? I apologize.
What is the comparable outcome from the left recognizing that trans women are women?
I don't think there's, I guess, a bad outcome.
Right. Maybe like you ideologically disagree with a sentiment, but that doesn't really materially negatively impact the country. The same way it negatively impacts the country so much to have the GOP restricting 130 million American women and girls access to elective lethal abortions.
Yeah, I mean, that part, like I said, I think when it comes to a woman and her body, like if a woman is RAPD'd and does not want to carry the child, she should have every right in the world to get rid of that child. And I guess that's a bad way to put it. To have an abortion to try to undo the wronging that happened to her.
Yeah, I just kind of feel like this is like the, screaming baby versus the nuclear bomb hypothetical. It's like, I'm conflicted. On one hand, the GOP wants to like kill everyone alive. And then from your perspective, the left wants to steal a candy bar from the grocery store. If that makes any sense. Like, I disagree with your perspective on gender identity. But even if I was to assume your perspective on gender identity, like, clearly we should still be going with the left here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
So,
like, do you get where I'm coming from?
Yeah, can I add on just a snippet, maybe a little more context? So, like, when it comes to me, like, only agreeing that there's two genders, I feel like if you are born male and you want to trans to a female, I'm okay with that. There's nothing wrong with that, but I'm not, and this might sound bad, I guess, but I'm not into I don't understand, I guess, I'll say that, because I'm not very educated, I guess. I'm not educated enough on the pansexual or all the other things like that.
Oh, it's not even about trans people. Okay. So pansexuality is not a gender identity. That has nothing to do with man, woman, male, female. Those are different sexual orientations.
Okay, so that's why I feel like I'm uneducated, right? I'm 28 and I've never ever voted before. I've never ever ever even attempted to vote. So, and I want to make an impact, and I want to help the next, I don't want to say generation, but that's what I'm trying to do.
Can I be honest here? Like the concept of pansexuality is very irrelevant to American politics.
Sure. I mean, I was just using that as an example because, okay, a little bit deep here. There's a friend of a friend of a friend a long time ago who is transgender, and they were ran out of town because of it. And that's why a lot of people are like, kill all the trans people, or not kill them, but they're wrong. They're not right for wearing what they are. And like I said, kind of like the last guest who was kind of grown up in that entire area, everybody just rotted my brain with that. That's the bad thing, right? But luckily, I grew up with parents who wanted me to treat people with respect. So I treat those people with respect. I just don't agree with exactly how about they're going their lifestyle, but I don't want to infringe on that. I'm trying to be more educated on why it is or isn't okay for somebody to do that, even though I might be contradicting myself. I have
Here's the
no
thing.
opinion on what
The ultimate goal of the progressive movement isn't really to get everybody to agree with everything. Would that be nice? Absolutely. Do I debate these subjects to get everyone to agree with them? Absolutely. But more instrumentally to the ultimate goal of the progressive movement here, it's just to ensure that trans people, that gay people, that bi people, that lesbian people have the same rights, liberties, freedoms, opportunity, and protections as you. That's all it is. Okay? Let people be people. All right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that mindset is the pro LGBTQ plus mindset. That mindset is the pro trans mindset. That mindset, okay, is the pro progressivism mindset. I want to repeat myself. All right? I think it's good to start with a let people be people. It's a really good starting place. I also just think it's good to end with understanding these things and educating yourself on these things. But we all have more progress to work on. We all have more to do. But that's the demand. The demand is just to let people be people. The demand is equal rights. The demand is equal treatment, right? And I feel like if you use that as a starting point, then we could kind of start exploring, well, how does the left react to the sentiment? How does the right react to the sentiment? And overall, what does the left want to do for the future of this country? And what does the right want to do for the future of this country? Starting with that sentiment of let people be people, I mean, it sounds like you shared a personal experience of how the left reacts differently from the right. You shared with us, okay, that you actually know a trans person that was literally ran out of town because they're trans, okay? Not by progressives, okay, by conservatives. So we already see how the conservative movement is significantly more of a threat to this fundamental idea of letting people be people and equal rights for all. The second thing that I'd like to add on here before we move on is very simple. It's that the GOP likes to exploit these issues, spend hundreds of millions of dollars on them, so then they can convince you to ignore the other issues that impact more than like 1% of our population, to hyper-focus on these, right? They want to have you focusing on trans people and pansexual people, so you don't focus on the fact that today President Trump bombed an elementary school in Iran and killed over 100 children. They want you to focus on trans people and pansexual people, so you ignore the fact that not even a month ago, Donald Trump asked the military to draft a wartime invasion plan for the theft of Greenland, or refused to abide by a court order and not feeding out food stamps for 16 million American children, or last year in July, passed a big beautiful bill that cost $5 trillion while also taking health care away from 10 million low-income Americans and food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans. Okay? The goals of the progressive left are clear. Okay, affordability for all, equality for all, and success for all, in the sense of pushing for more egalitarianism regardless of the color of your skin, your gender identity, what's in between your legs, or who you're attracted to, and regardless of your socioeconomic background, by supporting common sense social safety nets to increase the economic mobility of the low and working class. And I feel like the values that you've described to us so far in this live are significantly closer in alignment to that progressive left compared to that conservative right, and you just don't even know it yet.
Well, Dean, I don't want to take up any more of your time. I appreciate you. I do a lot. Before I go, is there any, like, where do I go? Where do I go from here? What research do I do? Who do I look at? Who do I trust? What do I do?
That's the hardest question to answer, man. It took me over a year to answer that question for myself, because I was in a very similar spot to you 5 years ago. It depends on what your goal is. If your goal is to stay up to date, I recommend downloading the AP app and turning your push notifications on and staying up to date with good independent journalists like Aaron Parnas. If your goal is to learn more about any specific subject, I'd recommend finding communities on the internet that know a lot about that subject that can actually help you in finding the resources that you need to explore them, compared to being left in the dark on your own. And I don't know if I could get more specific than that without knowing like specifically what you want to look into.
Sure. Well, like I said, I appreciate your time. I don't want to take up all the time. I appreciate you, and that's really all I had for you, I guess. I appreciate your time, Dean.
Yeah, you take care, man. Good questions. Probably the longest I've had a non-Trump supporting guest on my stream. Good questions. All really good questions. Yeah, I mean, like I said, probably the longest I've ever had a non-Trump supporting guest on my stream, just because of how good of questions they really are. They really were. Yeah, very, very open-minded. Very open-minded. People like that are perfect for the future success of more progressive movements, because when you actually have that open-mindedness, your mind can be changed given that you're exposed to the right information, and maybe like that's the largest dilemma of the progressive left. The thing that we really need to focus on is exposing the most people possible to the most information possible. Like, that's the biggest dilemma. And I think that the left has failed with its messaging, truly failed with its messaging. Like a good example of this would be like when Trump was just like spamming it over and over and over again that Biden caused 9% inflation. Like, why didn't we see a large counter push and counter messaging that's not true and that was onset by the global pandemic? Like, why didn't we see that? That's the biggest failure of the left in modern American history, is fucking messaging, man. Welcome in, Santana. How you doing?
Good. I think you're spot on, and like the way that you handle that is like I think the way that we need to make sure that we're approaching, we don't hit everyone with a hammer. And when there's an opportunity, we take that opportunity to like get across the message.
I think that there's a lot of people out there that do hit with a hammer, bro. Like, even against me, man. Like, y'all would be surprised how much of the internet genuinely fucking hates me because when I was a kid, I was MAGA. It's like, it's actually insane. And God, I definitely say that's another thing to work on. Let me actually see if I could just find that video. Yeah. I want y'all to watch this real quick. I'll get it up over on YouTube as well. And then like the title of the video is "I see you, Dean," and then like the whole comment section is like them like calling me like a terrible grifter, so on and so forth. Like, holy fucking shit! I am out here trying to do the most I possibly can to change minds, to get more people to move closer to the left. Even today, I've changed like fucking 2 minds of the people that we've spoken to. Okay. Every single day it's somebody new, and that's just what we hear, not the people that we don't hear that are watching, okay? I collect over, like, 400 million views a month pushing progressive messaging, and, like, still yet we have random people on the internet saying, oh my God, I hate Dean Withers because when he was a 16-year-old kid, he still supported Trump until January 6th. Like, yeah, like, oh my God, yeah, we gotta work on that. We gotta work on that.
I have conversations about this all the time about like the performative left, and like I mean, let's be honest, it's cool to like shit on the popular person, and it's always you got to punch up, not punch down. So I think that's a lot more of what it is versus like people actually believing it or like having an issue with you. It's just it's cool to punch up. So
yeah, probably. You're probably right. We're gonna move on to the next guest right now, y'all. Only up inside of the queue. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, please and thank you. And I don't even like feel ashamed or like even care, right, that I did support Trump when I was like a fucking kid. I didn't even have my driver's. Like, honestly, I don't care, right? Like, I'm so happy I was exposed to good information and I changed my mind, and I do so much today to advocate for progressivism. But like, I don't even hold shame in my heart because I have done what is in my very best ability to learn more, grow the fuck up, and change the minds of others. Like, it's not even something that like I hold over myself with shame. And when I see a post like, "We used MAGA literally fucking 5 years ago," I'm like, oh man, like, I'm so sorry. Like I'm just happy that I've been able to do the most I possibly ever could have in order to seek out good information and now change the minds of others.
The rest of your night.
That is a fetus, but W fetus. Let's go to load up that next guest right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, folks.
And I always say this. I think the sign of of like a genuine person is being able to take in new information and then change your position based off of new information, not holding to something when you know something's wrong. So,
yeah. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Oh, it's Chloe.
Dean, I just need to talk to you about some stuff. I'm glad you remembered me, though.
It's Chloe, yeah.
Yeah.
What do you want to talk about? Oh, actually,
Why
before we do,
support
I'm
Trump?
gonna thank a couple people here real quick.
Yeah, take your time.
Over on Venmo, Gretchen, thank you so much for the $18 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love, as well as I did read the attached message there. Thank you so much for that love, Gretchen. Show some love to Gretchen down below. I appreciate you so much for the $18. Annabelle, thank you for the $5. Annabelle, I'd recommend going and watching my most two recent videos on TikTok. Alexandra, thank you so much for the $10. She says, we're so lucky to have somebody like you who does the research, knows facts, and is continuing to push for our world to be removed of these nasty, corrupt MFs like Trump. Well, I appreciate you so much for your kind words, Alexandra. So show some love to Alexandra down below. And then Will, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, who says, Iran is already retaliating, and I fear that a mass casualties event on a U.S. base can draw us into a larger war. Iran's terrain is highly defensible, and if China sends anti-ship and air defense systems, this war can be worse than it could be worse slog than Iraq or Afghanistan. Thank you so much for the $25, Will. I mean, now's definitely time to be reflecting on those possibilities, but it's like, I wish that we didn't even have to be reflecting on those possibilities, because I wish that we didn't even go to war with them in the first place. Thank you for the insight, man. Thank you for the $25. Show some love to Will down below. Then Angelica and Fussy, thank you both for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate y'all so much. As well as Sunneth, thank you for the $25. For cooking the arrogant Trump supporters. Appreciate that, Sunneth. That is SUNETH. Show some love to Sunneth down below. And then Angelica, I appreciate you for another $15. Thank you guys so much for the love. Show some love to Angelica. Show some love to all of our donors. Let's thank a couple people on PayPal real quick. Joe, thank you for the $10, who says, hey, Dean, I just want to say that change in mind. I was uneducated on things, but once I learned, I changed, so I get it. Also completely off topic. Santana, I need to know who's your favorite DC character. Santana?
Superman.
Nice. Yeah, Joe Adams, that's like where I'm coming from, man. You know, it's like obviously, like, it was a bad thing that I supported Trump, and I wish that I didn't, okay? But it's like, I was a kid. I'm happy I can educate myself, and it's just so crazy to see, like, people, like, trying to hold that against me today. Like, what the hell? Thank you so much for the $10, Joe. And then Angelina over on PayPal, thank you so much for the $21 donation, who says, Dean Withers for President 2040. Maybe one day, Angelina. I don't know if I can handle it, but I appreciate you for the $21. And then Miss Summer, oh my goodness, thank you so much for the $50 donation. Holy crap, Summer, that is so incredibly kind of you. I want to see 500 Summer W's. You guys have been so fucking kind. Summer with the 50 says, thank you, Dean, because of you, I was able to talk to my family, and I'm happy to say that they've all turned blue. Oh my God, that is awesome, Summer. Keep on doing what you're doing and fighting the good fight for us. Much love. Coffee and lunch tomorrow on me. Fucking dude, I should be sending you $50, not the other way around. Thank you for changing the minds of your family members. Huge shout out to Summer down below in the comment section. Huge shout out. Then Ricardo, I appreciate you so much for the $10 on PayPal. Shout out to your mom as well. And it looks like we're all caught up for the time being. And then Attack on Pony, appreciate you for the $10 on Super Chat. If you're watching, you want to support me, you want to support the live stream, you want to support what we do, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio on my TikTok accounts. You could also find them in the pinned message on that YT stream. The handle's also at the top of the phone screen over here. I get 100% of those proceeds. You can attach a message, and I can do my best to read it out. I appreciate you all so much for supporting what we do here. It allows me to continue to do this 4 hours a day, 7 days a week. Chloe, take it away. I'm bracing for impact.
I'm so scared, Dean.
No, it's
so
just that.
question.
I mean, you're just a crazy MAGA cultist, you know, so.
Well, you still let me up, so you want to talk to me. I know you do. It's fine. Santana, how have you been? I haven't seen you in a while.
I don't know you.
Yes, you do. You do know me, but that's okay. Me and Michael got up there and talked to you. So Dean, I kind of wanted to talk to you about the State of the Union.
Oh, you didn't want to talk about Charlie Kirk?
No, not this time, no.
Surprised.
No. Well, I mean, I could, like, if you wanted me to. No? Okay, cool. So I wanted to inquire about the State of the Union and how the Democrats acted when the president asked them about the people that had been unalived by illegal immigrants and how you feel about that.
Do you mean to ask me about when they didn't stand, when he asked them if he thinks it's to stand if it's their duty to protect American citizens over undocumented immigrants?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what you mean to ask me about? Perfect. Okay, yeah, I would have sat down too.
Why is that?
Yeah, because I will never support a fascist regime using a slogan that on the face value is positive, like protecting people, in order to usher in social support for a system of oppression through clear mask-off human rights violations and clear mask-off constitutional violations as well. It's been Donald Trump's whole thing to demonize the fuck out of undocumented immigrants, to make it seem like it's an issue of protecting Americans in order to support this onslaught, to defend murder, to defend illegal deportations, to defend having people beaten and tortured and being forced to kneel from 9 p.m. until 6 a.m. Nobody disagrees that it is the job of our representatives to protect citizens. That is absolutely a part of their job, 110%. I'm just simply saying I disagree with using that as a motto to get more support for fascism and heinous human rights abuse.
Well, I'm glad you brought up fascism because I have another question for you, okay? So when we're referencing fascism, right, we're talking about the people that don't hold the same beliefs as you, okay? That's not the definition of fascism here. No. I know that. Hold on.
Thomas Massey does not hold the same beliefs as me. Thomas Massey
I'm aware of that. I'm not even referencing that. Just let me get it out first. So we're talking about American citizens, right? He named off a couple of them that had been unalived, yada, yada, whatever. Then we're talking about American citizens that they tokenized in the street, right? Renee Good, those people who had been unalived by an agent.
Were murdered by ICE agents, then labeled
as
terrorists.
Right, and the other people who were also murdered by people who weren't supposed to be in our country. Can we acknowledge that at least? Is that okay?
Yeah, we could absolutely acknowledge the undocumented immigrants that should be thrown in jail for the rest of their goddamn lives because they murdered people, like Laken Riley, who by the way, her killer was thrown in jail for the rest of his life. Now, the reason why you don't see protests for Laken Riley's killer is because he was fucking held accountable. He was thrown in jail, and you hear people talking about Alex Preddy's name, Keith Porter's name, Renee Good's name, because they're murderers. Not only were not thrown in jail, were defended by the state. They're still on the job, and in fact. They, Keith Porter, Renee Good, and Alex Preddy, have all been labeled as domestic terrorists and people who deserve to die. If Laken Riley was murdered by that undocumented immigrant, okay, and then her murderer was defended by Biden, labeled as a patriot, and Biden gave him a pardon so he never went to jail, arguing that he should have absolute immunity, then I would have been right at your left-hand side in the middle of the street protesting the hell out of the Biden-Harris administration because they're defending murder. Now, why can't you say the same, okay, for the murder of somebody such as Alex Preddy, who shot in the back 12 times when he was on the ground and unarmed? Why can't you say the same? Why will you not be as outspoken about Alex Preddy's murderer as you will be about Laken Riley's when it is only Alex Preddy's murderer who's still roaming free on the streets of this country, and that message is being amplified by the fact that they're being supported by the most powerful man alive, that man being Donald Trump?
Okay, let me ask. No. Here's this is the point that I was trying to make.
I want you to actually respond to my question.
Hold on. Yes, I'm responding to your question. My response to you is why you won't do the fucking same, because you just told me you'd sit your ass down too. That makes no sense, Dean. That's so contradicting beyond repair.
Yeah,
you're talking.
So you're saying that I'm contradicting myself because I wouldn't do the same for Laken Riley's murderer.
You are,
literally,
because you just
you're lost in the sauce because in that breath I told you I would be on the streets protesting alongside every single other. I said the opposite. You're lost because you're not tracking, because you're losing the debate and you're getting flustered. To repeat what I said, if Laken Riley's murderer was not sent to jail, was defended by Biden,
Laken Riley's not the only one
labeled as a patriot. I'm just giving an example.
Okay,
and then given full and complete immunity by the Biden-Harris administration, me and everybody else watching the stream would be with you on the streets of this country protesting the Biden-Harris administration. So just to clarify that your evasion to the question that I asked by labeling me as a contradictory and hypocrite has failed, because the opposite is true. Now, why won't you do the same for the murderer as I'm telling you it's not? Shut up. You're so disingenuous, Chloe. Now answer the question genuinely this time. Why can you not say that you would do the same for the murder of somebody like Alex Preddy that was shot in the back 12 times when he was on all four on the ground unarmed? Why can you not say the same when his murder is being actively defended by the presidential administration? Kristi Noem saying he followed DHS policy. Stephen Miller saying that Alex Preddy was a trained assassin. Him being labeled as a domestic terrorist. Why can't you say the same? Why will you not protest the Trump regime and the terrible ICE murderers, okay, that killed people like Alex Preddy? Why can't you do it? Or is it because your empathy is selective? Is it because you actually don't care about the loss of human life? You only care when human life is lost and it furthers your narrative? Tell me.
No,
why won't you do the same for people like Alex Preddy?
I literally just made that point. But let me tell you this. I haven't said anything about Alex Preddy. I haven't
Exactly.
said anything
That's the
about
problem.
him. I
You haven't
brought
said
him up.
anything about
and
him.
That's your
My
problem
point.
because you just said that you would be sitting because you took Laken Riley and you put her in a whole different category than all of these other people that he named off. And then you told me you would sit down, but only
true.
because you
You
did.
missed what he
Yeah,
said.
he
You
did.
missed what I
he
said,
literally
bro.
only brought
You
her
literally
up.
missed what he said because you
No,
want
I
to hold
didn't
to your
miss
argument.
what he said. You
Chloe,
guys are
Chloe,
brainwashed.
we're telling
This is
you
why.
insanity.
Chloe, we are telling you that you did not hear what I said and you were misinterpreting it. It is likely
It's
a
not
miscommunication.
misinterpretation. Did you or did you
Chloe,
not say that you would have sat down too because you don't believe
that
what the
I never
Trump
said that's what I
administration
would
is
have
doing
sat
is
for.
beneficial?
I literally
What did he
never
say?
said. And not only did I not say that that's what I wouldn't have sat for, but Santana, you had something to add on here.
No, I was just gonna say she's just missing like the second part. She stopped listening after, like you said, the first part.
Yeah.
Well, you
So
what was
literally
the
missed
first
the entire
part,
second.
Dean? Because I want to hear
No,
that
forget
again.
the first part. Listen to the
No,
second
no, no,
part.
no, no. I
I'm
want to
gonna
hear the
try
part
to. I'm
about
gonna
him
try to
sitting
re.
down.
I'm gonna try to
I wanna hear
re-explain
that.
this. Okay, so first and foremost, Chloe, you are either stupid or willfully ignorant. If you're going to
So
sit
is
on this
everybody
live,
else you talk to. That's like you're steamrolling the
not a
same
good
exact
answer.
thing. You say the same thing to everyone.
That's a horrible answer.
Okay.
I'm still waiting for you to tell me why
Listen,
you would
we're
sit
gonna-
down with Democrats when you're talking about people who have been murdered by people who aren't supposed to be in this country.
Okay. So Chloe.
Which is what your president said
Well, here
in
we go.
1993 on C-SPAN.
Here we go.
I just want to remind you of that. I just want to
Chloe.
put that out there.
The
Just
combination
putting that out there.
of arrogance and stupidity that we are observing in you is very dangerous. Okay, so first and foremost, you said that I never answered your question, which, funny enough, you're actually using as a deflection away from the question that I've now asked you twice. You still haven't responded to in telling us why you won't protest. For
I did
Alex Preddy.
respond. I did respond, and I said I never said anything about him. So you're
that's not a-
when
that's
I
not a-
say
that's
hold
not a
on, no,
response to the
because when I
question.
say that you haven't said anything else about the other victims,
Wait, so you're telling
you were
us
like,
that
no,
you won't
Chloe,
protest
don't
for
deflect,
Alex
Chloe.
Preddy?
But when I don't say
wanna,
anything about him,
I just want to clarify that you're telling us you won't protest for Alex Preddy's murder because you've never said anything about Alex Preddy. That doesn't follow. That doesn't make sense.
no, I didn't say that at all. I'm telling
You
you,
just
that
said that's
when
what you
I
said,
when
idiot.
hold on, no.
So then you
Just
didn't
hold
answer
on.
the question,
When
idiot.
you referenced
Clueless Chloe, back at it
referenced-
again.
Oh my God. When I referenced the other victims of these illegal aliens in our country, you were like, well, I'm just using an example. Well, when I don't talk about the people that you're in support of or the people that I should be protesting, you're like, Chloe, why would you say it? Why would you say it, Chloe? That doesn't make any sense. I should ask you the same thing. Why won't you say their names? Why won't you protest them?
Okay, you actually already have, and I preemptively responded to that in my original address of your question. Chloe, you can't
Which was
track...
what?
Chloe, did I let you finish? Did I?
We're waiting. Come on.
Did I let you finish?
No, you spoke the whole time I was trying to speak.
Let's roll back the VOD.
Yeah, let's do it.
Chloe.
Oh, while Dean gets to where he needs to be, I
That's
just
fine,
want
I'm
to
there.
point out that
God.
Chloe and people like Chloe don't actually care about this. They just don't have anything else, and so they think this is a win, and so they keep like standing on this hill.
Yeah.
And when they know that like the economy shit, that Trump is a racist and he just started another war, but that's all they want to talk about is standing up at the State of the Union.
Yeah. Check this out, Chloe.
I don't talk about the people that you're in support of or the people that I should be protesting. You're like, Chloe, why would you say it? Why would you say it, Chloe? That doesn't make any sense. I should ask you the same thing. Why won't you say their names? Why won't you protest them?
Okay, you actually already have, and I preemptively responded. Do you see how I let you finish speaking before I started speaking?
Say that one more time.
Can you acknowledge that I let you finish speaking before I started speaking?
That was like a 10-second clip?
Yeah, that proved I let you finish
Yeah,
speaking
10
before I
seconds
started
of
speaking.
the 3-4 minutes that we've had. I'm just telling you that you're
Wait, can you
you're
acknowledge
literally
that?
being
Listen,
a hypocrite.
Can you acknowledge that I let you finish speaking before I start speaking?
Perhaps at one point, sure. For the
Chloe.
last 10 seconds that you just played, yeah.
Chloe, acknowledge me. Never mind. Keep going.
Okay, Chloe. I'm trying to do my best to work with you, but you're too clueless and too arrogant. So, let me try my best here, okay? Let me try my best. Once again, I'm going to address your first question, and then I am going to ask mine. How does that sound?
Honestly, at this point, I don't even know what question you're referencing, but you can go ahead. Sure.
I know the question you asked. You don't. That's funny. You asked me, Dean, how do you feel about the Democrats that refuse to stand up at Trump's State of the Union when Donald Trump told them to stand up if they think it's their first job to protect citizens over undocumented immigrants? And then I responded to that question by saying I agree with him. And I would have sat down too. And then I gave the reason. I want you to listen to the reason because this is super important. I will never stand in agreement with the use of a seemingly benevolent principle, like the notion that our representatives should be protecting citizens, when that principle is being used as a slogan for mask-off authoritarianism, lawlessness, disorder, and human rights abuse. The mass deportation that we've seen under Trump has been heinous. Illegal directives to ICE to arrest people with no judicial warrants, barging into people's houses without judicial warrants, illegal deportations. We've had federal judges rule that this group of 300 Venezuelan immigrants were deported with no due process, told Trump to turn the planes around. Trump said no. Sending so many people, thousands of people, down to Sica and El Salvador, where we've gotten back reports that they're literally being tortured. Seen people murdered, literally murdered by ICE agents. Alex Preddy, Keith Porter, Renee Good. We've seen college students black-bagged, then illegally taken to detention centers 1,000 miles away. We've seen authorization given to ICE to detain people because of the color of their skin or the accent in which they speak English in. This is the system that is being propped up by the notion that we need to do it to protect citizens. I will refuse to be a part of that. I will refuse to play Trump's game, and I'm happy that they did too. That is the answer to your question. Okay? Now here is my question. I believe that you don't care about victims of murder. Why? Because when someone is murdered, like Laken Riley, and their murderer is held accountable and sent to jail, you will say her name every damn day. But when somebody is murdered, like Alex Preddy, and her murderer is not sent to jail, his murderer, is reassigned to another job position, then defended by the presidential administration, and then Alex Preddy is labeled as a domestic terrorist? You won't say his name. So I want you to tell me, why will you stand along the picket line for somebody like Laken Riley, whose murder has been held accountable, but you won't protest for somebody like Alex Preddy, whose murderer has been defended by the president?
Okay, so my question would be, no, and this is not in response. I'm just asking a genuine question because I'm aware of the news, right, surrounding that situation, sort of. I was really aware of the news surrounding the Renee Good situation, and that is something that I don't want to talk about. But the Alex Preddy situation, that was all smoke and dust for me, if you want the God's honest truth. So when you bring that up, I mean, I really don't know what to say, but it's like we're at a standstill here because what's the difference in the relevance of both cases, right? Not even talking about Laken Riley or anything else. We cancel each other out, right? Because if you tell me, like you were talking yesterday about illegal immigration going down in percentage, right, since the Trump administration has been prominent, right, since he won the election or since he started doing something about it, then we're talking about them coming into our country, okay, and potentially harming people just like American citizens can potentially harm people or federal agents. But it's like neither of us win here, right? Because it happens inevitably either way, and it shouldn't. Neither of those things should happen, but it's like, how do we come to a standstill here? Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm trying to be genuine, for real.
I'm trying my best to understand. But so you said, well, what's the difference between the scenarios? Well, the difference is in one scenario, the murderer has been sent to jail for life. In the other scenario, the murderer has been defended by the most powerful man alive and is still on the job.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. I'm grasping what you're saying here. That's what I'm saying. Let's just take something
Can you
completely
acknowledge
off.
that is a big difference?
I can acknowledge that that is a big difference. Yes.
Okay. Should
But
we
I
protest
have
that?
to understand
Should
you
we
here.
protest the Trump administration defending murder?
Once again, if you can give
I
me the
want a
details
yes
of that
or no.
situation, if you can give me the details of that situation, Dean, then yes, we can talk about that.
Oh, okay, perfect. But without the details of the situation, should we protest the Trump administration defending murder if they do?
If it was done in cold blood, yes.
I mean, who cares what it was done in? Done in negligence, done in cold
Well,
blood.
because
should we
technically
protest
speaking,
the
if
Trump
we're talking
administration
about
defending
self-defense
murder?
here, then it's different. If we're
If-
talking about cold
but
blood,
the thing here is,
it's different.
If it was self-defense, then it wouldn't be murder. Okay, so answer the question: should we protest the Trump administration defending murder, given that it was murder?
If it is not being taken care of in the eyes of the law, then yes,
Okay.
100%. Yes.
So you agree that we should protest the Trump administration defending
If you
murder?
if you can give me the details of the situation in which it was murder and it was done with ill intent, then yes, 100%.
Murder. Who cares about the intent as long as it's murder?
No, I know that, but I mean, in the eyes of the
as long as
law, if
there
it
was
is
an
not
intent
self-defense,
that
because
was-
once again, I don't
Okay,
know anything.
Chloe, if it's self-defense, then it's not murder.
Has he
How
gone
many
to
times do I
court
need to
and been
repeat this?
accused of
No,
murder?
listen. Oh my God, Chloe, I need you to concede on this one specific point. If it's self-defense, then it's not murder, right?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
So
if he has
awesome.
been convicted of murder, then it is murder. If he has been convicted of nothing and it was self-defense, then it was self-defense.
No, but
That's
if
why
they're
I'm
held
asking you
liable
for
of
the
rape,
details.
then they're not a rapist. Just saying. But anyways, okay, perfect. To go back to the point. Yes, Alex Preddy was murdered because Alex Preddy was shot in the back when he was unarmed and on the ground on all four. The legal standard in order to justify an officer-involved shooting, meaning it wouldn't be murder, according to the Supreme Court 2nd, 4th, and 14th Amendment, alongside other adjudicated case law, would be an officer's only justified in shooting and killing somebody if that somebody, in accordance with objective reasonability, was purporting an imminent threat to the lives of anybody within their immediate vicinity in consideration of the totality of the circumstances. Clearly, Alex Preddy was not purporting this imminent threat to anybody within his vicinity because he's on the ground on all four, unarmed. Duh.
I don't know if she knows she's muted.
Yeah, I'm researching. I was
while you're
just
researching,
going along with you.
go ahead, Santana.
I was just gonna say, I'm super curious to understand how you don't know about this, but yet you know about the Riley situation, which her parents said, please stop saying her name, but you know about that, but you don't know about like one of the most public, quote unquote, executions that we've seen in recent history, but you know about. Oh, never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can see how that would be demonized. But if you want the God's honest truth, I did take a while off of here, and everybody can vouch for me here. I didn't even have an account for a while because I had a lot of things going on in my life. I did see some of it, but I didn't know the details. I knew the details of Renee Good, but not Alex. I'm being completely honest with you here. That's why I'm asking you about this situation. Now, if you wanted to talk about Renee Good, we could talk about that because I know about that situation. But now I'm researching this situation.
Okay, while you do your research, quickly, I'm going to thank a couple people over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Hector. Thank you so much for the $24 donation. Thank you so much, man. Shout out to Hector. For real. Thank you so much, dude. Hector with the $24 says, if anything, you are an example of courage for teens swayed by the moronic MAGA movement. Thank you for all that you do. I appreciate you so much for the love, man. That's exactly what it is, the moronic MAGA movement. It could only fool somebody that is either 15 years old or possesses the mental acuity of a 15-year-old. Could not have said it better myself, man. Let's get 250 Hector W's. Appreciate you, dude. Celestine, thank you so much for the $50 donation. Oh my God, Celestine. That is so kind of you. Jeez. Let's show some love to Celestine down below in the comment section. That is out of this world. Thank you so much for the kindness. Celestine with the 50 says, you are doing incredible today, Dean. We appreciate every bit of it. And I speak for those reading the history books in the future as well. Honestly, Celestine, I don't feel like I'm doing too well today, but maybe that's just a feeling I have on my inside. I don't know. I just don't feel good today. I'm not going to lie, but I really appreciate you for the $50. Huge shout out to you. SJ, thank you for the 15. Who says because somebody called you a grifter in the chat and I wanted to contribute. Thank you for supporting the grift. Thank you so much. You fucking patriot. Can we please show some love to Patriot SJ down below, as well as Mads? Thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Says 1, we don't answer questions with questions, and 2, a refusal to engage in a point is a concession. 3, I love you, Dean. Thank you for the $15, Mads. Honestly, I'm gonna start using that. A refusal to engage in the point is a concession. I'm gonna be using that a whole lot. Thank you, Mads. And then Amanda, thank you so much for the $20. Who says you give me so much hope in future generations. Thank you for educating others. Well, thank you, Amanda, for the $20. You are awesome. Dude, thank you. Thank you so much. And then Linda, thank you for the $25. Who says the more they hate, the more you know you're making a difference. Love you. Oh, so real, Linda. I've always noticed a correlation between how many people are hating on me and how poppin' I am. So thank you for the $25. And then Molly, thank you for the $5 as well. If you want to support before the stream is over, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Put a message on YouTube, and the handles are also at the top of the phone screen. You could attach a message. It seems like Chloe's doing a bit of research right now, so this is actually a time where I could like really read y'all's messages out pretty well. Chloe, you still go ahead?
I was about to say 3 quick ones. Joe Adam, thank you so much for the 10. I will definitely thank you. I really appreciate it. Melissa, thank you so much for the 20. You are amazing. And also Sean, I appreciate you. Thank you for the 5.
Then I have one more. This just came through. Mr. Justin, appreciate you for the $45 and the 47 cents on Venmo, who says the amount is just for the fun of it. Thank you for everything that you do. Well, thank you for the support, man. Huge shout out to you. Let's show some love to Justin down below. I appreciate y'all. Huge shout out to Justin. Hope you're doing well. Chloe, are you researched?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, so have you looked into the case, explored all relevant facts?
Yeah, so what I've found is that I'm sorry, that was my dog. Stop, Piper. What I've found is that referencing the Trump administration involved in this case, I have found that yes, they had particularly identified him as a gunman. Can I say that on here? I'm sorry,
Yeah,
TikTok
you're
shop.
good.
But I haven't seen, and this is not me defending it, but I haven't seen any expressions of support to this agent himself. So I'm just kind of lost on that.
So
but I do
that.
see where he
So
expressed.
Kristi Noem in the first press conference following it called Alex Brady a domestic terrorist and said that the agent was acting in obedience with all of the regulatory and department guidelines.
Also, fun fact, Kristi Noem stood behind a podium with a Nazi phrase on it as she was doing so. One of ours, all of yours. That's a call back to Nazi Germany. So yeah, it's fucking Nazis in the government.
I gotta crack my back. Maybe that's gonna help me. Oh yeah, I've been pretty uncomfortable. Maybe that'll help.
Well, Chloe, it seems like she's doing more research. I want to call out one quick thing. The talking point of like Democrats not standing up at the State of the Union, it drives me insane because the State of the Union is super performative anyway, right? And it's just another case of politicians playing politics. And so to weaponize, oh, they did or didn't stand up, it's the silliest thing. I mean, especially when we have like real world shit that's happening.
Okay, so would you agree that every State of the Union that's been held has been performative?
Can you actually address that after you address Alex Brady's murder?
Yeah, I mean, once again, I gave you exactly what I know, the knowledge on it, and like I said, if that is the case, then that's not okay, and that's not how that should be handled at all.
Okay, but is it the case?
It is the case that he has not been charged, yes.
No, is it the case that it was murder?
I mean, from what I'm seeing, it was labeled a homicide. So, yeah, I mean, I would make the assumption, yes, that if he was not a gunman, then he was definitely murdered.
Okay, so just to clarify, you are sitting here saying that and agreeing to the fact that the Trump administration is defending murder.
Say that one more time.
So you are agreeing to the fact that the Trump administration is defending murder.
I mean, I would say that they're not holding that person accountable. Yes, once again, I haven't found defense from the president himself defending this person. So,
bro, I just went over. Kristi Noem said he was a domestic terrorist. Said that the agent was
okay, but Kristi Noem is
Donald Trump also said it as well. Like right after it happened, he actually was in the White House taking questions and said that very same thing. So
yeah, not to mention
I can pull that up.
He did an interview where he's like, yeah, we gotta stand with the ICE agents. But I'm surprised that he said anything. Okay, right? Like, I'm surprised that he said anything at all, right? Because, like, Chloe, think about it. Kristi Noem is the head of the Department of Homeland Security. Like, of course, she would be the spokesperson when talking about Homeland Security. And Cameron, I appreciate you so much for the 4 galaxies. Shout out to you. Like clearly, right?
Right. So, I mean, essentially, yes. But I would love to hear that clip of Donald Trump saying that too.
Okay. But you just agreed, like, essentially, yes. So, I mean, you do agree that the administration is defending murder, right?
Yes. People in the administration, definitely 100%. Yeah.
Okay. So you shouldn't support the Trump administration because the administration is literally defending murder.
And I would say the same thing. I would say the same thing about the Democrats not standing up for people who have been murdered.
Dude, okay, so you're saying that because the Democrats didn't stand up for Donald Trump's slogan, okay, of protecting Americans over undocumented immigrants, that they're just as bad as calling a literal victim of a murder a domestic terrorist. Hey, Chloe, you're just crazy. Like, I feel like you have to be, like, you saying this disingenuous, okay? Like, you can agree.
All murdered,
Listen,
dude.
shut up.
They were all
shut
murdered.
Shut up. No talk. I just while I speak, okay? 3 seconds, okay? I'll be quick. You're literally insane, okay? If you think that the Democrats not standing up when he said, oh, do you want to protect American citizens over undocumented immigrants? Okay. Is them defending murder? Okay. Like, you could disagree with my explanation of saying, I wouldn't have stood up either because I do not support that slogan being used as a weapon for authoritarianism. Therefore, by not standing up, I am not advocating and complacent, okay, in the use of that slogan to perpetuate authoritarianism. You could say, Dean, that's not a sufficient account for why one ought not stand up. But you can't say, Dean, okay, you're telling us you defend murder, right? That's disingenuous. Like, say it straight to my face. Do you think I'm defending murder by telling you I would not have stood up because I do not want to be complacent in the abuse of said phrase for the perpetuation of authoritarianism? Yes or no? I want a yes or a no.
I would say yes, 100%.
Okay, yeah, apparently, guys, look at this. You know that whole slogan that we've heard from people on the right all along about, oh, the left, they just call anybody that they disagree with Nazis. They call anybody who they disagree with fascists. Anybody who they disagree with authoritarianism. Now, if you disagree with their authoritarianism, you defend murder. This is late stage modern American authoritarianism in action. Millions of people across this country, Chloe included, have seriously been pushed into the position that if you use your brain, you explore nuance whatsoever, you disagree with people being tortured in CCOT under the guise of protecting Americans. You disagree with Americans being murdered under the guise of protecting Americans. You disagree with children being deported alone, or people being sent illegally to CCOT to be tortured, okay? Or legal asylum seekers being sent back over the border and dying, or like homeless men being locked outside of their houses because of a temporary ICE detention, then starving to death. You're defending murder. This is the issue. This is the issue.
Or if you disagree
this is
with
exactly
illegal
why.
immigrants killing
Chloe,
their-
you better not start speaking, because if you do, you defend murder. Okay, I want you to know that you're literally, right, like, worse than
You
Jeffrey
are
Dahmer.
too.
Oh my God, you're worse than Jeffrey Dahmer because you unmuted your mic, because apparently we could say that about whatever we want now. Okay, but anyways, back to what I was saying. This is the issue. No, I am not defending murder by suggesting that we ought not have a system in which allows for ignoring of the Constitution, law and order, and supports torture. I'm not. Okay? And by the way, if you want to sit here and tell me, well, that is you defending murder, because if you don't support Donald Trump's mass deportation, then you want the undocumented immigrants to come into country and kill people, I'm going to go ahead and shoot down that argument before you even fucking make it. What I advocate for is not continued undocumented entry. What I advocate for is not the continued state of suspense where undocumented immigrants are just here with no action. What I advocate for is the identification, arrest, and deportation or jailing of undocumented immigrants with those violent crimes on their record, and pathway to residency or citizenship for everyone else, while shutting the fuck down on undocumented entry by expediting the legal means of entry into this country to naturally disincentivize undocumented entry for the 99.999% who aren't violent and just enter into the country with the use of undocumented means because they're faster, and then really crack down hard on the undocumented immigrants that remain, because the only reason why they'd opt for undocumented entry is because they can't qualify for legal entry. country, which means they have those bad crimes on their record. So don't even try to fucking make that argument, Chloe. And now tell me how I'm defending murder by telling you that I will not stand for the abuse of the notion that we need to protect American citizens to further lawlessness, disorder, fascism, and the largest modern encroachment upon our Constitution in modern American history. Tell me.
Because you won't acknowledge the fact that some of these people who have unalived American citizens have not been found guilty or arrested, and you won't protest for them, so why are you getting on to me about it?
Oh my God, you are so fucking stupid. Not wanting to stand up for a slogan to defend authoritarianism is not acknowledging that all murderers need to be held accountable.
The people, Dean.
One moment. Not standing up. No. One
people.
moment. No. Stop it. Not standing up for a slogan to perpetuate authoritarianism is not acknowledging that murderers need to be held accountable. You're like, you're so fucking dishonest. You're so fucking dishonest. Not standing up for a slogan because I don't want to perpetuate authoritarianism. Okay, it's not me not standing up for people that have been murdered. Me not standing up for that is not me saying that the murder of anybody is acceptable. You are so fucking clueless. You're so fucking dumb. And you're so fucking dangerous for the future of this country because you want to convince people that if you disagree with authoritarianism, then you're basically Satan because you defend murder. It is dangerous, putrid bullshit.
Well, me not standing up for them is not me defending murder.
Tell me how I'm wrong.
If that's the
Tell me how I'm
case,
wrong.
then we are the same fucking person, Dean.
No.
We are the same
Chloe.
person,
Shut up. I want
100%.
to hear a legitimate counter argument. How am I wrong?
Because you are literally referencing the State of the Union, right? When he literally labeled these people as murderers, in which they are, right? Because someone doesn't have to be found guilty of murder to be a murderer, right, Dean? We're talking about victims of murderers.
I don't even know what you're
and we're
talking about.
asking you
One
to
second.
defend them to
What the
protest
Democrats
for
didn't
them.
stand for, was Donald Trump saying, stand up looking at you Democrats if you think you need to protect American citizens over undocumented immigrants. I have no fucking clue what you're talking about. That's what they didn't stand for. That's what you said made them murder. What the fuck are you even talking about? What's it? Oh, wait, Chloe, I've already disputed this argument too. I literally went over this earlier. You're so fucking stupid. You can't even track when I went over this argument earlier. Yes, you were saying that, this is the Democrats not standing up for the victims of murder at the hands of undocumented immigrants. Because when they're saying that they don't want to protect American citizens over undocumented immigrants, then they're saying that they don't care about the people that have been murdered by undocumented immigrants. I don't know if you're so fucking stupid. Well, yes, I do. I know that you're really fucking stupid. I've only told you how stupid you are like a billion times. Okay? But that's not them saying that they want undocumented immigrants to continue to stay in the country with no accountability. That's not them saying that they don't want undocumented immigrants with bad crimes on their records to be deported. That is merely them saying that they don't want that phrase of protecting American citizens to be used to perpetuate a system of lawlessness, disorder, and authoritarianism. You absolute fucking brain dead idiot.
I'm glad your chat
Hey,
GPT
Dean,
is working well with your Wi-Fi, because that was such a steamroll, Dean, because you know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about too. And the fact that you're defending this is the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. And I actually would rather talk to Santana because I think he's got a head on his fucking shoulders.
Yes. Oh, Dean, I'd rather run away from the point that you made. Yes, you have me upset. You actually have me upset. I am actually very upset by the suggestion that if you don't stand for authoritarianism, you defend murder. I've now explained to you how there's no base to your claim, there's no reason to support your claim, and how your claim is so incredibly dangerous and detrimental to the future of this country, and your only response, you idiot, is, Dean, you're using ChatGPT. I'm not going to acknowledge a single word that came out of your mouth, and I rather want to talk to this other person. Acknowledge the point. Either concede or give a counter argument, Chloe.
Can we play the State of the Union? Can we do that? The clip in which he said what he said? Let's do it.
I want you to acknowledge the point.
Verbatim. No,
acknowledge
verbatim.
the
I want you to
point.
hear what comes out of Donald Trump's mouth and tell me whether or not the Democrats stood for it or they didn't.
Okay,
and
you're
why
not going to
they
acknowledge
didn't.
the point.
I
You're
want
not
you
gonna
to
acknowledge the
I
point.
want you to play it, Dean, because you're
Dean.
literally taking his words and rolling them into a snowball and
Dean,
bullshitting everyone.
I sent you something. Would you mind putting that on the screen when you have a moment? I sent you a text.
Yeah.
To Dean's entire point, I mean, you're literally sitting here and acting as if Trump isn't engaging in being a fascist, a wannabe authoritarian, and demanding someone stands for something that has not only a coded message behind it, but he's trying to use it as a weaponization to somehow justify his illegal actions, violating the Constitution, violating human rights. Why would you stand for that? That doesn't even make sense. Like none of that makes sense. Like your
We can
point
never
makes
forget-
absolutely no sense.
Yeah, I got that right now.
Mm-hmm. And to Dean's point earlier, I mean, like Donald Trump was literally defending and calling, Alex Preddy, the agitator and justifying what happened. Like that was Donald Trump's first reaction.
Okay, wait, I'm so sorry. Should I play the clip or show that Santana?
No, because I couldn't find the clip, but I found
No, I'm
his
saying,
Truth
should I
Social
play
post.
the clip that Chloe asked for, or should I show the picture?
Oh,
that you...
it doesn't matter. I just it was the Truth Social post of Donald Trump literally standing up for the ICE agent that murdered Alex Preddy.
Yeah, I'll put it on
literally
screen.
flying in the face.
I'll put it on screen while I play the clip.
Yep.
Oh my god. Dude, they're defending murder because they don't want to stand up for a slogan to perpetuate authoritarianism. Oh my god, I'm so pissed. I haven't been this pissed in a long time. Oh my god. Oh my god, that has me. Oh, terrible. Fuming. Okay, I'm gonna play the clip.
Of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
Yeah, this is a great clip, Chloe. Really learning a lot. No, this is great, Chloe. This is great, Chloe. Is that what you wanted me to play?
Yeah, I loved every second of it.
What the fuck was the point of it?
The point of it was to acknowledge the fact that the president cares about the people of the United States.
Did you look at what was on the screen?
I did, and I do not agree with that. I will say
So
wholeheartedly
how can you
that I
say
don't
that he
agree with
cares
that.
about the people of the United States when his first reaction when an American citizen was murdered by an ICE agent was to vilify the American citizen?
I don't think it was right to vilify the American citizen, but I also don't think or in belief that he was actually knowledgeable about what was going on in that situation.
Well, wouldn't that be even more of a reason for him not to make any like outlandish comments if he wasn't knowledgeable? And he's the president of the fucking United States of America. He has any and every bit of information at his fingertips. Not knowing
In which
is never
he
an excuse for the
literally
president.
just made that
literally
point.
not an excuse. No.
He just made that point at the State of the Union, literally.
No, absolutely not. Like his reactions contradict anything that he would say. You can't sit here and say that he cares about American citizens when he's kicking them off healthcare or when he's withholding food, when he's literally putting today, he said American troops will die. He literally said that. And you're telling me that he cares about American citizens. Stop, Chloe. No one gives a shit that people didn't stand up at the State of the Union. Stop.
Oh my god.
So you're
I'm
in
sorry.
agreement, like that this is all performative, right?
I just went from being like upset because of how dangerous and harmful Chloe's belief was to laughing my ass off because I just like realized how like stupid she is. I'm just like truly stupid. She asked me to play a clip, and it's literally just people clapping for 3 minutes.
Just clapping.
And
They love the performance.
Yes, Dean. This is the clip where the Democrats defended murder. Like no one's even talking. It's just people clapping for 3 minutes. I was expecting her to say, "Oh no, Dean, I was talking about some other clip." No, she stood 10 toes down. She stood 10 toes down. Why would she do that?
The thing that you have to remember about anyone that supports Donald Trump is they love the performative nature of Trump. That's why when, before the election, he was in a garbage truck or pretended to work at McDonald's, like they ate that shit up. They love when he brings out like piles of paper to pretend like, oh, look at all the shit that they don't care about him doing stuff. They just love the performative nature. And so if you don't engage in being performative.
Well, the reason why is it's a good performance.
Yeah.
It's a good performance. Donald Trump is a great performer.
Yeah.
And that's why they love the performance, because that's the only thing they can love.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to move on to the next guest right now.
It's like I saw the light in your eyes when you realized, you know what? I'm just going to kick her.
I didn't even kick her.
The moment just...
I didn't kick her.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought you kicked her.
No.
Yeah,
I didn't even
better.
I didn't
Holy
even
shit.
click her, man. Yeah, she left, man. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Tony?
Oh, hi guys. I'm in New Zealand.
Hey, shout out to you,
what's
Tony.
up.
We're just looking to talk to people in America. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Moving on to Lola. Oh, Lola gone. Moving on to the next guest, Trump Forever. Hey, later, Shirella. Thank you for the $10 on Super Chat. Who says Trump doesn't care about citizens, he cares about billionaires. So real.
Yes.
Thank you for the $10. And Ronnie, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, which immigrant with no record is a dangerous criminal? Is it the 5-year-old or the old grandpa? I put my money on the 5-year-old. Oh, Santana, earlier we had a guest join, and he said that he'd think that our country is justified in literally killing his own children if his children...
Oh, I heard him.
You heard that?
Yeah, I was listening. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? These people are wild.
Yeah, that's gotta be one of the craziest things I've heard in a while. Welcome, man. Do you support Trump? Trump forever?
Yes, I do. November 19th, 2006. I am 19 years old. Before you say anything, okay? Because I know you're not going to believe me because I do sound young, but I promise on my life, okay?
Okay, well, 19 is better than 18 because you're more likely to like work a job or go to university at 19. Do you work a job or do you go to university?
No, I'm not. No, I live with my parents. I know. I'm looking for a job right now, but...
Got any good like tests I could use here?
I mean...
Santana, not Santana.
Have you filed your taxes this year?
No.
Have you ever filed taxes?
No. No, I have not.
Man, do you have a license?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Do you have a school ID?
No.
I was gonna say,
if you threw mine away after graduation. I threw it away.
I would throw mine away after graduation as well.
Yeah, I did not like school, but I have my driver's license. You can like quiz me or whatever you have to do. I don't know.
Santana, what are your thoughts?
I mean, also, I don't blame y'all, but you know,
Let's see where it goes. I mean, like, I'm willing to give her the benefit. My wife tells me I'm too trusting though, but I'm willing to give her the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't really believe her. How about this? I'm going to listen to your argument insofar as why you support Trump. And if I think to myself, that's something a child would say, then I'm going to kick you. So why do you support Trump?
All right. I support Trump due to abortion. His thoughts on abortion, they align with my beliefs as a Christian myself. Let's see. What else? Honestly, his immigration policies, not really his policies as a whole, but his thoughts on, immigration. I feel like that's kind of also something that aligns with my beliefs, even though in the Bible it does say stuff about, accepting foreigners. But I do believe that I support him due to immigration and abortion. So
Those two things contradict each other because his immigration policy is antithetical to that of the Bible. Leviticus 19 verses 33 through 34, it says, not only should you treat the foreigners that reside among you in your land equally.
That's what I was talking about, yes.
Fairly to citizens.
But
you should also treat them equally to citizens.
Yes.
So
but it's more about abortion. It's more about abortion for me, honestly.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I can't believe that you're over the age of 18.
Right.
I tried my best to act like I could believe it. I can't believe it.
She did sound like a mini debate bro. Like she was trying to get her actual debate bro chops up. So like I understand that one.
Yeah. Let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. This is probably going to be the very last guest of the live. Before I hop off, if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree, my bio and TikTok, pin message over on YouTube. The handle's also at the top of the phone screen.
Alex, thank you for the 15. Roxy, thank you for the 1. Janet, thank you for the 5.
Oh, man. Oh, my
back
body's
still
in
bothering
pain.
you?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I kind of get like body aches when I sit in the chair for too long. I also didn't go to the gym today because it's my off day, and so I've been a little bit less physically active. How do you support Trump?
Yeah. Sounds really far away.
This guy's like a billion light years away from his microphone.
Yes, I support Trump.
You were
Come
literally
back to your mic,
across
Bub.
the house.
He's screaming, I support him.
He's literally across the house. All right, how do you?
Yep, I support him.
Okay, why that?
Abortion. I like the way he stands up for the country. He's a really great leader.
He's a great leader. Okay. I think that he's a terrible leader.
Cooked.
Yeah, I guess.
Concede, buddy.
Yeah, concede, asshole. Fucking silenced.
Done. That's all he had. He was not prepared for anything else after that.
No, but on a real note, where'd you go?
Well, I'm here. I mean, you're entitled to your opinion.
I thought he maybe said no. He actually
respond.
Yeah, respond. Okay, he's a terrible leader because of the direction in which he's leading the people. It's into demise, regardless if that's economically speaking. Last year we got the worst jobs report since 03, ignoring recessions, most manufacturing bankruptcies since 08, or like even on the individual level with 10 million low-income Americans losing Medicaid, or 3 million low-income Americans losing food stamps, or like socially speaking, I think he's normalizing what shouldn't be normal, like because he's a rapist that helps to push for the normalization of rape culture, because he's a racist that helps to push for the normalization of racism, because he's a warmonger, helps to push for the normalization of sending our young men and women overseas to literally fucking die, okay, terrible with the management of our transatlantic partnerships, from asking our military to draft a wartime invasion of Greenland, to leading the EU to consider the trade bazooka imposition on America. I mean, there's about a billion terrible reasons why he's a terrible leader. To the lies, the narcissism, the ego.
Also, he shits himself a lot.
Oh, so much.
Well, he's been good to me. So when you say the people, you included me, and so.
How specifically? How was he good to you specifically?
I'm sorry. So I don't appreciate you putting me in a box with the people. So.
So you're not people?
I'm not the people he just described.
Can you tell us how he was good to you, like specifically? What did he do for you?
Well, I just did my taxes and worked out really well with my finances.
Wouldn't that be like your CPA or like H&R Block or something? Did Trump do your taxes?
I don't know if are you paying attention, Santana? I said
I don't think you are, Bub.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean for you to interrupt me. So I did my
taxes. Help you. You're struggling. You're not good at this.
Are you going to continue to interrupt me?
Maybe. Try again.
I appreciate it if you wouldn't, or I can go another route with that. But either way,
cry harder?
No, tell you to shut the fuck up.
Ooh, yeah, you decided to cry harder. Anyway, go ahead.
Yep. So, like I said, it benefited me financially.
How? Because you got a few extra dollars on your taxes?
No, sir. No, sir. Not at all.
How much you get back?
I pay taxes to support people like you.
Support people like who?
People like you on that are less fortunate financially.
Hey, buddy.
How am I less fortunate financially?
Well, I'm sure you're not in the same tax bracket. So,
Hey,
that
buddy.
That'd be a really good start.
Hey, buddy.
So,
Hey, buddy.
when I did my taxes, my employees
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
benefited.
Hey.
Buddy.
No, I'm sorry. I'm speaking. I don't
Oh,
need
sorry.
you to interrupt.
You're actually
me.
not speaking anymore, little bro. Sorry about it. I'm speaking. Real man speaking.
No, you don't get to talk over me, little boy.
Did Crystal
Shut up,
carry?
slap nuts.
Did Crystal carry?
Is that where we're going with this? I thought we were talking about how.
I realized who it was. The guy killed his wife.
Really? Holy fuck.
We're gonna go to get the next guest, Rosie Darlin, loading up into the box. Only up inside of the queue, in my opinion. Yeah, in my opinion, he killed his wife. Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
I guess I should reward that. I should reward that. It's not a fact that he killed his wife. In my opinion, he killed his wife. I gotta say that. Legally, I have to say that. All right, we're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA. We've been over that on the live before.
Some I don't
Hi.
even want to call him. Hi.
I just want to see first. I am Canadian, so I want to know if you guys are
Nope.
cool with my opinion. No.
Well, we're cool with your opinion, but we're only looking to talk to Trump supporters.
No Maple MAGA today.
Yeah, honestly, I'm probably just gonna end it there for the night. Let me thank a couple people. Hey, Megan, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Who says you need a break from all the idiots you talk to? I'm gonna be getting that soon. Thank you for the love, Megan. So, at some point in March, I can't share that with y'all. I'm gonna be traveling to film a debate, IRL in person, and I got an Airbnb right on the beach. I found one for a really good price, right on the beach. And I'm only going to be down there for like a day and a half. But like, that's going to be my mini vacation. I'll still be live, but you know, it's going to be nice. Thank you for the $10, Megan. Caroline, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Shout out to you. And then, Caroline, you actually sent another 20. Thank you so much, Caroline. Thank you for the $30 donation. Let's get 300 Caroline W's. And then 500. Oh my God, we actually, whoa, that's crazy. We have 2 carries. Yo, carry number 1 and carry number 2. Carry spelled the same way, C-A-R-I-E. 2 carries in a row. Thank you both for the $75 donation and then the $50 donation. Shout out to the 2 carries. Carrie P, there we go. Carrie P says, OMG, this girl's insufferable. Keep on doing what you do, Dean. From Nurse Carrie. Nurse Carrie, as per usual, it is really good to see you, and thank you so much for the love and support. That is so incredibly kind of you. Shout out to Carrie. And then Carrie B, thank you for the $50. She says, I love what you do. I love how you educate people. Please keep up the amazing work. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate you. You're so awesome. Thank you so much for the love. And then, Susan, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. I could read this out loud now. Susan with the $50 says, read this to yourself. I think this is a buddy that killed his ex-wife. Yeah. Thank you for the $50, Susan. And then April with a 5, Lauren with a 1, then Brittany with a 5, and then Cheyenne with a 5. And then Faith, thank you so much for the 10. He says, don't be mad. I try to be educated. Thank you so much for the love. And then Onyx, thank you for the $12. She says, currently writing a whole notebook worth of Trump's awful decisions to convince my MAGA family. I should get a working document together and just like share it publicly. A bunch of people in the comment section are asking for context. I don't want to be that guy that just leaves you elusive without a clue. So basically, that guy's joined the live stream before, and if you just type his name into Google, a petition comes up from the best friend of who his wife was, that talks about how he like literally beat her and the kid that they had over 10 years. And then ultimately, Buddy and Crystal got into a wreck. Crystal was dead and he was uninjured, and he was taken to jail for the DUI because he was drunk when this happened, and the best friend thinks that he actually killed her, like intentionally. But you know, that's what it says. And then there's also like random TikTok videos. I was looking for them. I can't find them now. Of him like just being really crazy on he's just really crazy on other people's lives. Also, I DM'd Asmongold and I said, would you ever be down to set up a debate? I heavily disagree with quite a few of your takes and would like to debate you on them. And then he responded by saying, I usually don't do debates, but if I change my content and start, I have a course to be down to do it. So if Asmongold
sounds like ducking.
Yeah. So if Asmongold changes his content, then I guess we'll be debating him.
You know what's interesting? You said this earlier, and you were saying how like I was listening to you said a lot of like of the larger left wing creators or right wing creators won't come in and debate you. I didn't realize that until a couple of days ago, and like now I noticed they absolutely refuse. Like even if you go into their space, they absolutely refuse to engage. It's so weird how they don't want to like debate anyone that has a sense of like what's really happening. Like they will not engage.
Yeah, no, completely. A little bit more about Buddy. So in May 2015, he was a driver in a car that wrecked and killed his wife. Friends and family believed that it was foul play, citing that Crystal had defensive wounds inconsistent with a car crash and had suffered from over 10 years of abuse. And then the legal outcome was he was found guilty of vehicular manslaughter and was sentenced to 7 years in prison. Also over on Super Chat, Jonah, thank you so much for the $35 donation on YouTube, who says, I've been watching since 2024 and I love being on the lives when you change people's views. Also, what are good websites to look to for protests? Ooh, there's like a really good one for No Kings. I think it's 5051. I think that those, like, they have like a map where you could see like where all the protests are being held. You could even like search up your area. That is 5050.1.
Also, what is it? There's one that I use that not only gives you, what is it? It gives you like the protest, but you can also like volunteer. You can see like not only rallies, it's all types of events. It's normally on the Democratic website, but there's like a mobile version. And so it gives you like a calendar. You can put in like the different areas where you want to attend. Damn it, let me see if I can find that really quickly. It's mobile something. Damn it, sorry, I can't find it quick enough. But it's if you go to like mobilize.us. That's
a good one.
They got it in the chat. Yep.
Yeah,
and it gives you like a bunch of different options.
Yeah, that's a really good one. Check out mobilize.us. Santana, I really appreciate you so much for joining the stream tonight, man.
Appreciate you having me up, bro. You get some rest. My wife was watching early. She said, Dean looks tired. Are you going to go up and co-host with him? I said, yeah, I'll hop up. Make sure you're like getting some sleep.
I haven't been getting sleep. There's a lot that's been going on in my personal life. And because of it, I just haven't been getting sleep. Even last night, I maybe got like 5 or 6 hours, which isn't like super bad, but it was inconsistent, interrupted. And like, I'm one of those people that needs like 8 hours on the dot. So like in the last 7 days, I think I've only gotten like a full 8 hours worth of sleep once, which is, something that happens sometimes, unfortunately.
Have you ever heard of Ollies? They're like the gummies and they have melatonin in them.
I'm not familiar with, any like that specific brand, but I am familiar with melatonin. I love melatonin.
So I don't like normally have any issues with, I don't sleep a lot anyway, but when I want like really good deep sleep, they have like gummies. They sell them everywhere and they're just called Ollies. I take a couple of them and get like the best sleep ever. So
hell yeah, I'll have to check them out. I appreciate you for coming in, man.
All right, see you, bro.
Peace out. Not all the viewers. I am gonna go ahead and end for the night. I'm really tired. You know me though. I'll see you tomorrow. Make sure to hit that follow button on your way out on TikTok. If you're new to the stream, well, welcome, and we do these every day for 4 hours, so definitely make sure to follow along. Same thing with YouTube. Join the club, drop a sub, okay? And a comment and a like on the VOD once it's over to help it push out more across that YouTube algorithm. See y'all tomorrow. Peace, love, good night, goodbye, and good night. I'm barely able to speak. I barely have the ability to speak because of how tired I am. Peace and love. Bye, guys.